Hi guys, welcome to the Quiet Past Historical Channel. Tonight you find yourself standing at the edge of something ancient and alive. The air is cool against your skin, carrying with it the scent of moss and damp earth and something else, something you cannot quite name. Before you stretches a woodland that has existed long before the world grew loud, long before the pace of life quickened beyond recognition. Here, beneath these reaching branches, time moves differently. It pools in the hollows of old trees. It settles like morning mist along paths that wind deeper and deeper into shadow and green. You are stepping into the magical woodland now. Not magical in the way of fairy tales, though perhaps those stories drew their first breath in places just like this. Magical in the way that only the very old and very quiet can be, in the way that light filters through leaves in patterns that shift and dance without ever quite repeating. In the way that something as simple as a fallen log can hold an entire universe of mushrooms and beetles and slow, patient decay that feeds new growth. Before we walk any further together, I want to invite you to settle in for this journey. If you find comfort in these slow wanderings through quiet places, consider subscribing so we can explore more of them together. There are so many hidden corners of the world waiting to unfold at this gentle pace, but there's no hurry for that decision. Like everything else here, it can happen in its own time. The woodland stretches before you now, and you are beginning to walk. Your footsteps make almost no sound on the path. Centuries of fallen leaves have created a carpet that muffles and softens every movement. The path itself is barely visible, more of a suggestion than a certainty, winding between trees that have stood in these exact positions for longer than anyone living can remember. These are oak trees mostly. Ancient oaks with trunks so wide that three people linking hands could not encircle them. Their bark is deeply furrowed, creating valleys and ridges where rainwater collects and tiny insects make their homes. If you were to press your palm against one of these trees, you would feel how cool the bark is, even on warm days. You would feel the slight dampness that never quite leaves. And if you stood very still, perfectly quiet, you might feel something else. Not movement, exactly, but presence. The slow, steady existence of something that has weathered hundreds of winters and will weather hundreds more. The canopy above is so dense that even at midday, only scattered coins of sunlight reach the forest floor. Now, in the softer hours, the light that does penetrate has turned golden and hazy. It catches on spider webs strung between branches, making them visible for just a moment before they disappear again into the general green dimness. It illuminates individual leaves from behind, turning them translucent, revealing the delicate network of veins that carry water and nutrients from twig to tip. There is sound here, but it is not silence breaking. It is the sound that belongs to this place. High above, a wood pigeon calls, its voice gentle and somehow melancholy. The song seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, bouncing between tree trunks, absorbed by moss, reflected by leaves. Somewhere further away, a smaller bird you cannot see is singing something more complex, a series of notes that rise and fall and rise again. Between these calls, there is only the whisper of wind moving through branches far overhead, and occasionally the creak of wood against wood where two trees have grown close enough to touch. You walk deeper into the woodland, and the path begins to descend slightly. The ground beneath your feet becomes softer, more yielding. Here, in this lower place, the moisture collects. Ferns have begun to appear alongside the path, their fronds uncurling with that particular green that seems to glow even in low light. They are waist-high in some places, creating walls of living green that brush against your legs as you pass. The history of these woodlands runs deeper than most people imagine. Long before these particular trees took root, there were others, and before those, others still. Pollen records pulled from the depths of peat bogs tell us that this land has been wooded for thousands upon thousands of years. After the last ice age retreated, when the frozen earth finally warmed and softened, the first trees moved in. Birch and pine mostly, hardy pioneers that could survive in sparse soil and cold winds. They grew and died and fell, and their fallen bodies became the soil that richer woodlands would need. Over centuries, the forest composition changed. Oak and ash and hazel moved in, their seeds carried by wind or by birds or by small mammals storing food for winter. The woodland became more complex, more layered. A canopy of tall trees formed overhead. Beneath that, an understory of smaller trees and large shrubs filled the middle heights. And below all of that, the forest floor became its own ecosystem, carpeted with plants that had learned to thrive in deep shade. Humans have walked through these woods for a very long time. Not continuously, perhaps, but in waves across the ages. Prehistoric peoples moved through these trees, gathering nuts and berries, hunting deer and wild boar. They left few traces. A worked flint here, a scattering of charcoal there where someone built a fire on a cold night thousands of years ago. Later, Celtic tribes knew these woods as sacred spaces. They saw divinity in certain trees, in certain clearings. They left offerings at springs that bubbled up through the leaf litter, cold and clean and constant. The Romans came and went, and with them came changes. They cleared some woodland for agriculture, for building timber, for fuel, but they also recognized the value of forests. They managed them after their fashion. They coppiced hazel for building materials, returning year after year to harvest new growth from stumps that would live for centuries. Some of those same hazel stools are still here, still growing, still producing new shoots each spring from root systems that were already ancient when the Roman Empire fell. You continue walking, and now you notice something else. Scattered among the trees are remnants of stone walls, not high walls, not intact walls, just the suggestion of boundaries that someone once built and that the forest has slowly reclaimed. Moss grows thick on every surface, softening edges, blurring the line between stone and earth. In some places, tree roots have grown over and around and through the stonework, so thoroughly entwined that you cannot imagine separating them without destroying both. These walls speak to a medieval past, to a time when these woods were carefully managed and divided. Different sections belonged to different estates, different lords, different purposes. Some areas were reserved for hunting. Deer parks, they called them, though they were nothing like parks in the modern sense. They were vast wooded enclosures where deer could roam freely until the lord decided it was time for a hunt. Other sections were working woodland, places where commoners had rights to gather certain things: dead wood for fuel, nuts and berries, medicinal plants, the right to graze pigs on fallen acorns in autumn, a practice called pannage that turned the woodland floor into a vast feeding ground each fall. The management of medieval woodland was intricate and specific. Certain trees were pollarded, meaning their branches were cut at head height or higher, encouraging them to grow in a particular shape that made harvesting easier and kept new growth out of reach of browsing animals. Willows and ash were often pollarded. You can still see ancient pollarded trees scattered through these woods, their trunks thick and gnarled, their upper branches forming strange sculptural shapes against the sky. Other trees were coppiced, cut nearly to the ground, which caused them to send up multiple new shoots from the base. This created a steady supply of straight poles useful for building, for fencing, for tool handles. A well-managed coppice could provide materials indefinitely. The same hazel stool, the same ash stool, could be harvested every 7 to 15 years for centuries without killing the tree. Some coppice stools alive today are more than 1,000 years old, though they look nothing like a normal tree. They are massive, spreading bases, sending up dozens of relatively young stems, like an ancient hand reaching up through the earth with many fingers. As you walk, the quality of light continues to change. The sun is lowering now, and the beams that penetrate the canopy have turned from gold to amber to something approaching copper. The entire woodland seems to glow from within. Every leaf edge is illuminated. Every strand of spider silk catches fire for just a moment. Even the bark of the trees seems to hold light, reflecting it back in subtle, earthy tones. You come to a small clearing, a space where several trees have fallen and created a gap in the canopy. Here, light reaches the forest floor more generously, and in response, the vegetation has grown thick and diverse. There are wildflowers here, late-season bloomers preparing to close for the evening. Foxgloves stand tall on one side, their tubular purple flowers hanging like bells from tall spires. A bee, one of the last still working before darkness comes, moves slowly from flower to flower, its movements drowsy and methodical. In the center of the clearing, there is a stump, not from one of the recently fallen trees, but from something much older. The wood has gone soft and punky with age. When you touch it, your fingers sink slightly into the surface. This decay is not death, though. It is transformation. The stump is covered with fungi of various kinds. Bracket fungi grow in shelves along one side, their surfaces hard and smooth, banded in shades of cream and brown. Smaller mushrooms cluster near the base, tiny things with caps no bigger than your thumbnail. And threading through all of it, invisible to the eye but present nonetheless, are the mycorrhizal networks that connect this decaying stump to living trees all around the clearing. These fungal networks are among the most magical things about any woodland, though magic is perhaps the wrong word. They are simply so complex, so far beyond what we can easily see, that they feel magical. Beneath your feet, as you stand in this clearing, there are miles of fungal threads called hyphae. They are finer than the finest roots, finer than hairs. They connect tree to tree, plant to plant. Through these networks, nutrients flow. A dying tree can send its remaining resources to younger trees nearby. A tree growing in deep shade can receive sugars from a tree standing in full sun. Information moves through these networks too. Chemical signals that warn of insect attacks, that trigger defensive responses in trees that have not yet been touched. Scientists have only recently begun to understand these networks, though woodland dwellers have always known that forests were somehow more than just collections of individual trees. The First Nations peoples of North America spoke of the forest as a community, as something that thought and communicated in ways humans could not quite comprehend. European folklore personified the forest, filled it with spirits and guardians who were really just attempts to explain the obvious aliveness, the obvious interconnection of everything growing in the green shadows. You leave the clearing and continue along the path. The woodland has grown darker now as evening truly settles in. But your eyes have adjusted, and there is still enough light to see by. Just enough to make out the path, to avoid stepping on the more delicate plants, to notice when the character of the forest changes around you. Here, the trees are younger. Not young exactly, but younger than the ancient oaks you were walking among before. These are beeches, mostly, their smooth gray bark almost luminous in the failing light. Beech trees have a different quality than oaks. Where oak feels solid and permanent and enduring, beech feels ethereal. Their branches reach upward and outward in graceful curves. Their leaves are delicate, almost translucent. In spring, when the leaves first emerge, they are such a bright green that the entire woodland glows. Now, in this later season, they have darkened to a deeper green, but they still move with the slightest breeze, creating patterns of light and shadow that shift continuously. The floor beneath the beeches is relatively clear. Beech leaves take a long time to decompose, and they create a thick mat that few other plants can penetrate. Walking here feels different than walking through the oak woodland. Quieter somehow, more enclosed. The smooth trunks rise like pillars in a vast natural cathedral, and high above, their branches interweave into a vaulted ceiling. This part of the woodland was likely planted, not recently, but perhaps 200 or 300 years ago. There was a period when landowners became fascinated with aesthetic forestry, with creating woodlands that were beautiful as well as useful. Beech was favored for this purpose. It could be shaped, encouraged to grow in pleasing patterns, and in autumn, when the leaves turned golden brown before falling, a beech wood became a place of particular beauty. You walk on, and the beech gives way to mixed woodland again. Oak and ash and hazel and holly all growing together in a pattern that feels more natural, more ancient. Holly is scattered throughout, its dark glossy leaves and occasional red berries providing color even in the depths of winter. Some of these holly trees are quite large, as thick around as your thigh, which means they are very old indeed. Holly grows slowly, patiently in the understory of larger trees. There is a sound ahead, water, not the rushing of a stream, but something gentler. As you round a bend in the path, you see it. A small spring bubbling up from between rocks, forming a pool no more than a few feet across before trickling away downhill to join some larger watercourse you cannot see. The water is perfectly clear. You can see every stone on the bottom of the pool, every fragment of leaf that has drifted in and settled. This spring has been here for a very long time. Springs like this were sacred to the ancient peoples who first walked these woods. They built no temples, erected no monuments, but they visited these places. They left offerings, small things mostly, a carved piece of wood, a special stone. Later peoples continued the tradition. Roman coins have been found at some woodland springs, tossed in as offerings or wishes, just as people still throw coins into fountains today without quite knowing why. The water from the spring is cold. If you were to cup your hands and drink from it, you would taste that coldness, and beneath it, the faint mineral flavor of water that has traveled through stone and soil for years or decades before emerging here. The Romans, when they came to Britain, were great admirers of natural springs. They built bathhouses over hot springs, shrines around cold ones. They understood water as something sacred, something to be honored. You continue past the spring, and the path begins to climb again. The woodland here is older once more, the trees massive and widely spaced. Between them, the air feels different, heavier perhaps, more still. There is a sense of great age here, of deep time. These trees were already old when the Industrial Revolution began, already centuries tall when the first railways were laid. They have stood through wars and plagues and the rise and fall of empires, and they will likely stand through whatever comes next, barring human intervention or catastrophic storm. There are birds settling in for the night now. You can hear them rustling in the canopy, choosing their roosting spots, arranging themselves on branches where they will sleep until dawn. A blackbird gives its alarm call, a sharp metallic sound that rings through the trees. Perhaps it has spotted a fox moving through the undergrowth, or perhaps just the movement of your own shadow was enough to trigger its warning. Either way, the call is answered by other blackbirds nearby, the alert passing from territory to territory until it fades into the distance. The history of these birds is woven into the history of the woodland itself. They have evolved alongside these trees, developing behaviors and strategies specifically adapted to woodland life. The blackbird, for instance, thrives in areas where the canopy is broken enough to allow understory growth. It feeds on insects and berries found in the lower levels of the forest. Woodpeckers, which you might hear drumming somewhere in the distance, need old or dead trees where they can excavate nesting holes and search for insects in rotting wood. The presence of woodpeckers is a sign of woodland health, an indication that the forest includes trees in all stages of life and decay. As darkness deepens, other creatures are beginning to emerge. Bats leave their roosts in old hollow trees and begin their nightly hunt for insects. They move through the woodland with a precision and speed that seems impossible, navigating by echolocation, sending out ultrasonic calls and interpreting the echoes that bounce back from trunks and branches and leaves. To them, the woodland is a three-dimensional landscape of sound, as detailed and mappable as anything we can see with our eyes. You walk on through the gathering darkness, and now you need to watch your footing more carefully. The path is less visible, but there is something peaceful about this, about moving slowly and carefully through a space that has grown mysterious and soft. Above, through gaps in the canopy, the first stars are beginning to appear. Not many yet, just the brightest ones pushing through the twilight. Venus, perhaps, low on the horizon. And there, higher up, another point of light that might be Jupiter or might be a particularly bright star. The woodland at night is not silent, but its sounds are different from the daytime chorus. The birds have mostly quieted now, except for the occasional tawny owl beginning its evening hunt. The owl's call is one of the most recognizable sounds of British woodland, a long, wavering hoot that carries through the trees, sometimes answered by another owl in the distance. These calls are territorial markers, owls announcing their presence, warning others to stay away from their hunting grounds. Small mammals are active now. Mice and voles moving through the leaf litter, searching for seeds and insects. Bank voles are particularly common in these woodlands, small brown creatures with blunt noses and short tails. They create networks of runs through the undergrowth, tiny highways that they travel along night after night. Shrews, too, are hunting. These are among the smallest mammals in the woodland, but also among the most voracious. Their metabolism is so high that they must eat nearly constantly to survive. They hunt by sound and smell, their poor eyesight less important in the darkness. Larger creatures move through the woodland as well. Badgers emerge from their sets, complex underground burrow systems that can be centuries old, passed down from generation to generation of badgers. The sets are usually located on sloping ground with good drainage, often at the base of old trees whose roots help stabilize the tunnel systems. A badger set can have dozens of entrances, multiple chambers, meters of tunnels. They are remarkable feats of animal engineering, expanded and maintained over lifetimes. The badgers themselves are shy of humans, but if you were to stand very still near a well-used badger path, you might eventually see one trundling past. They have distinctive black and white striped faces and powerful forelegs built for digging. They are omnivores, eating earthworms and beetles and fruits and roots and whatever else they can find. In autumn, they feast on fallen acorns and beechnuts, building up fat reserves for the winter months when food will be scarcer. Deer, too, are active in the darkness. These woodlands likely hold roe deer, small and delicate compared to their larger cousins, the red deer and fallow deer. Roe deer are solitary or found in small groups. They move silently through the trees, feeding on leaves and shoots and whatever green growth they can reach. Their presence is usually given away not by sight or sound, but by the white patch on their rump, which flashes like a signal when they bound away if startled. The relationship between deer and woodland is complex. In moderate numbers, deer are part of the woodland ecosystem, pruning plants, dispersing seeds, creating small clearings where their repeated browsing prevents certain plants from establishing. But in high numbers, they can prevent woodland regeneration entirely. They eat tree seedlings before they can grow beyond reach. They browse wildflowers and shrubs down to nubbins. Many British woodlands are now struggling with deer overpopulation, a consequence of the loss of natural predators like wolves and lynx centuries ago. You continue walking, though by now it is quite dark. The path is more felt than seen, a slight depression in the leaf litter, a sense of open space between the trees. Your other senses have heightened to compensate for the loss of clear vision. You are more aware of smells now, the rich, earthy scent of decay and growth mixed together, the sharper smell of fox, musky and distinctive, where one has marked its territory on a tree trunk, the green smell of crushed leaves where you have stepped without seeing. Sound, too, seems amplified. Every rustle in the undergrowth becomes noticeable. The crack of a twig somewhere to your left makes you pause, listening, wondering what caused it. The wind has picked up slightly, and now the entire woodland seems to whisper, thousands of leaves moving in subtle rhythms, branches creaking where they rub against each other. There is something profound about being in a woodland at night. It connects you to a very old part of human experience. For most of our history as a species, darkness meant vulnerability. It meant the world became unknowable and full of potential danger. Fire was our answer to that, our way of pushing back the darkness and creating a sphere of safety and light. But here, in this woodland, without fire or flashlight, you are experiencing darkness as it was experienced for thousands of years. And what you might discover is that it is not as frightening as you imagined, that there is something comforting about being surrounded by living things, even in darkness, that the woodland holds you gently, as it has held so many others before. The moon is rising now. You cannot see it directly through the canopy, but you can see its effects. The darkness becomes less absolute. Shapes begin to separate from shadows. The path ahead becomes visible again, silvered with moonlight where it passes through gaps in the leaves above. Tree trunks stand out more clearly, their bark picking up the cool lunar glow. Moonlight transforms the woodland into something even more mysterious and beautiful than daylight ever could. Everything becomes simplified, reduced to silhouettes and suggestions. Color drains away, replaced by gradations of gray and silver and black. The three-dimensional complexity of the forest by day flattens slightly, becomes more like a Japanese ink painting, all elegance and essential forms. There are creatures that are specifically adapted to moonlight. Lunar moths, for instance, emerge on nights when the moon is bright. They are large, pale moths with long trailing tails on their hindwings. They float through the woodland like pieces of moonlight themselves, silent and ghostly. They do not feed as adults, having no mouth parts. Their entire adult lives, which last only a few days, are devoted to reproduction. They emerge from their cocoons, mate, lay eggs, and die, all without ever eating. Other insects are active as well. Moths of many species are drawn to pale flowers that become more visible in moonlight. These flowers have often evolved specifically to attract nocturnal pollinators, producing strong fragrances that become more pronounced after dark, offering nectar to creatures that can find them in the darkness. You walk on, and the woodland begins to change character again. The trees are spaced differently here, more regularly. This is a section that was planted, perhaps 150 or 200 years ago. The trees are all approximately the same age, all the same species. Scots pine, their trunks straight and tall, their bark taking on a warm reddish tone even in the moonlight. Pine needles carpet the ground, creating a springy surface that muffles your footsteps even more than the leaf litter did. Pine woodland has a different feeling than deciduous woodland. It is darker, more enclosed. The scent is resinous and sharp, a complete contrast to the earthy smell of the oak and beech forest. Very little grows beneath mature pines. The needles acidify the soil and create such deep shade that most other plants cannot establish. But there are specialists here. Certain fungi fruit almost exclusively under pines, forming mycorrhizal relationships with the tree roots. And some plants, like wintergreens and certain orchids, have evolved to thrive in the acidic, low-nutrient conditions of pine forest floor. This plantation pine is not native to this woodland, or at least not to this part of it. Scots pine is native to Britain, but its natural range after the last ice age was mostly in Scotland and the far north. Here, in the lowlands, it was planted by landowners who wanted fast-growing timber trees, or who were influenced by the aesthetic movements that valued the picturesque and the wild-seeming. Victorian and Georgian landowners often planted pine in their estate woodlands, creating romantic landscapes that they could walk through and feel transported to the Scottish Highlands without leaving their property. The history of British woodland is very much a history of human intervention. True wildwood, forest that has never been managed or significantly altered by humans, barely exists in Britain anymore. Perhaps in a few remote Scottish glens, perhaps in some inaccessible pockets where terrain and luck have preserved something close to the original, but most woodland, even ancient woodland, shows the marks of human use. The coppice stools, the pollarded trees, the boundaries and banks and ditches, the introduced species growing alongside the natives. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Managed woodland can be incredibly biodiverse, supporting a vast array of species precisely because human management created a complex mosaic of different habitats. A well-managed coppice woodland, for instance, with its rotating cycle of cutting and regrowth, creates a constantly shifting pattern of light and shade, open ground and dense vegetation. This benefits insects that need sun-warmed clearings, birds that nest in scrub, mammals that prefer dense cover. The variety of ages and types of vegetation supports more species than a uniform mature forest might. But there's also something lost when woodland becomes too managed, too controlled. The chaos of natural processes, the falling of great trees and the slow rot that follows, the way water pools and shifts and creates wetlands in unexpected places, the tangled impenetrability of vegetation growing entirely according to its own logic rather than human planning. Some of the rarest woodland species depend on this chaos, this lack of management. Certain beetles live only in very specific types of rotting wood. Certain lichens grow only on the oldest, most undisturbed trees. Certain fungi fruit only in conditions that might take centuries to develop naturally. You emerge from the pine plantation back into mixed woodland. The change is almost immediate. The air feels fresher, less resinous. The canopy opens up, letting in more moonlight, and the sounds change. The wind moves differently through deciduous leaves than through pine needles. There is more rustling, more variation in pitch and rhythm. Ahead you can see a structure of some kind. As you approach, it resolves into a very old stone building. Not a house exactly. Perhaps it was once a shelter for charcoal burners or a storage place for woodland workers' tools. Now it is mostly ruins. The roof has gone, if it ever had a proper roof. 3 walls still stand, their stones held together by nothing but their own weight and the mortar of moss and time. Inside, the floor is earth and leaves, and a young ash tree is growing up through what would have been the center of the space, reaching for the sky through the open top. Ruins like this are scattered through old woodlands across Britain. They speak to a time when more people lived and worked in the forest, when woodland was not a place you visited for recreation, but a place of labor and livelihood. Charcoal burners in particular lived in the woods for weeks at a time, tending their slow-burning mounds of earth-covered wood, carefully controlling the airflow to create charcoal rather than ash. It was skilled, patient work. The charcoal they produced was essential for metalworking, far superior to regular wood for reaching the high temperatures needed to smelt iron or forge steel. Other workers, too, made their living in the woodland, coppicers cutting hazel and chestnut, bark peelers stripping oak bark for the tanning industry, hurdle makers weaving cut wood into portable fencing panels, wood turners creating bowls and spindles and chair legs on primitive pole lathes. The woodland was an economic resource, carefully managed to produce a steady supply of materials year after year, generation after generation. You move past the ruin and continue deeper into the woods. The moon is higher now, and in places where the canopy is thin, the light is bright enough to cast shadows. Your shadow moves beside you, a dark companion stretching and shrinking as you walk through pools of light and darkness. There is a sound in the distance, an engine, faint and far away, a car on a road somewhere beyond the woodland boundary. It is a reminder that this woodland, however ancient and wild it might feel, exists in a modern landscape, that roads and houses and towns are never far away. But then the sound fades, and the woodland reclaims its quietness, and it is possible to imagine once again that you are walking through a world that exists outside of time. The woodland has been growing quieter as the night deepens. Even the owls have stopped calling for the moment. There is just the wind, gentle and persistent, and the occasional small sound of creatures moving through the undergrowth. This is the deepest part of the night, the hours when most diurnal creatures are asleep, and even many nocturnal ones have reduced their activity. You come to another clearing, larger than the first. This one is natural, created by the fall of several large trees at some point in the past. The trunks are still here, lying where they fell, slowly being absorbed back into the forest floor. They are covered with moss and fungi, and younger trees are growing on and around them. In a few more decades, these fallen giants will be completely decomposed, their substance transformed into soil, their nutrients taken up by the new generation of trees growing in the light gap they created when they fell. This is how old-growth forests regenerate, not through fire, as in some ecosystems, but through the gradual death of individuals and the slow claiming of their space by others. It creates a forest that is never uniform, never all one age. Instead, it is a patchwork of different ages and heights, young trees growing in the gaps left by old ones, creating complex three-dimensional structure that supports vast numbers of species. In the center of this clearing, you stop and look up. The moon is almost directly overhead now, and through the gap in the canopy, you can see it clearly for the first time tonight. It is nearly full, bright enough to make you squint slightly. Around it, stars are scattered across the visible patch of sky. Not as many as you would see in a truly dark place, far from any city lights, but more than enough to remind you of the vastness beyond this small woodland, the universe in which this patch of earth exists as the tiniest fragment. Standing here, under the moon and stars, surrounded by ancient trees, you can feel the layers of time that exist in this place. The human time of decades and centuries, marked by the ruins and the planted sections and the coppice stools. The tree time of hundreds and thousands of years, marked by the oldest oaks and the depth of the soil they stand in. The geological time of millions of years, marked by the type of stone beneath the soil, by the shape of the land itself. And the cosmic time of billions of years, marked by the light reaching your eyes from stars so distant that they may already be dead, their light traveling through space long after the stars themselves cease to exist. This is one of the gifts of the woodland. It provides a space where you can feel these different scales of time, where you can sense your own existence as part of something much larger and longer than a single human life. The trees will be here after you are gone. The fungi and the beetles and the slow processes of growth and decay will continue. And in that continuing, there is something comforting. Not a diminishment of human importance, but a reminder that we are part of something larger, something that has its own patterns and purposes beyond our individual concerns. You lower your eyes from the sky and prepare to continue walking, but before you move, you notice something at the edge of the clearing, a shape that seems different from the trees around it. As you look more closely, you realize it is a tree, but one that has been shaped by time and weather into something almost sculptural. Lightning struck this tree, perhaps decades ago. The bolt killed the main trunk, but somehow the tree survived, sending up new growth from below the strike point. Now it stands with a dead, silver-gray trunk rising up from a base of living green. The dead wood has weathered and split, creating dramatic shapes and textures. It looks like something from a fairy tale, like the sort of tree that might speak if you knew the right words to ask it. Trees shaped by lightning are scattered through any old woodland. Lightning tends to strike the tallest objects in a landscape, and in a woodland, that means the tallest trees. Oak in particular seems to be struck frequently, perhaps because of its tendency to grow taller than its neighbors, or perhaps because of some property of the wood itself. Some struck trees die immediately. Others, like this one, survive in altered form, becoming character trees, landmarks that might be known and visited for generations. There are other character trees in these woodlands, shaped not by lightning but by other forces. Trees that grew around boulders, their trunks developing strange bulges and hollows. Trees that were struck by disease when young and grew crooked and twisted in response. Trees with massive burls, tumor-like growths where the grain of the wood swirls in complex patterns that are prized by wood artists and crafters. Each of these trees has a story, if you know how to read the shapes and scars. You leave the clearing and enter the woodland again. The path here is even fainter, used less frequently. Brambles reach across in places, and you have to step carefully to avoid them. But the moon is bright enough that you can see them, their arching stems adorned with late-season blackberries that gleam darkly in the silver light. Blackberries are one of the woodland's gifts to humans, a food that requires no cultivation, no tending, just the knowledge of when and where to look. Late summer and early autumn, when the berries ripen, people have been gathering them from British hedgerows and woodland edges for thousands of years. There is a superstition in some parts of the country that you should not pick blackberries after Michaelmas, September 29th, because the devil spits on them after that date. The reality behind the superstition is more prosaic. By late September, the berries that remain are often moldy or fly-blown, past their prime. But the superstition persists, one of many bits of folklore that connected people to the seasonal cycles of the natural world. As you walk, you begin to notice that the woodland is changing again. The trees here are smaller, younger. This is regeneration, new woodland growing on land that was probably cleared for agriculture at some point in the past few centuries, and then abandoned when it proved too steep or too poor to farm profitably. Nature has reclaimed it, as nature always will if given the chance. The process of natural regeneration is fascinating to watch unfold, though it happens slowly enough that you need decades to see significant change. First, grasses and herbaceous plants colonize the bare ground. Then shrubs move in, seeds brought by birds or blown by wind. Hawthorn is often among the first woody plants to establish, its thorny protection allowing it to survive browsing by deer and rabbits that might kill less defended saplings. Within the protection of hawthorn thickets, other trees can germinate and grow. Oak and ash and birch, their seedlings sheltered by the thorny shrubs until they grow tall enough to overtop them. Over decades, the shrubs are overtopped and shaded out by the growing trees. The woodland becomes more closed, more mature, and eventually, if left undisturbed for long enough, it might come to resemble the ancient woodland you were walking through earlier. Though truly ancient woodland that has been continuously wooded since the last ice age, has a different character that new woodland, no matter how old it grows, may never quite replicate. Ancient woodland has the species that cannot easily colonize new sites, the slow-growing lichens and specialized fungi and shade-loving flowers that need centuries of continuous woodland cover to become established. You walk on through this younger woodland, and ahead you can see a change in the quality of the darkness, a lightening as if dawn is approaching, but it is far too early for dawn. As you get closer, you realize that you are approaching the woodland edge. Beyond it lies open land, probably fields, and the sky above open land is always lighter than the sky above woodland, even at night. You step out from under the trees and find yourself standing at the edge of a field. It has been recently harvested, stubble remaining in neat rows, pale in the moonlight. The contrast between the enclosed, mysterious world of the woodland and the open clarity of the field is startling. Here there are no shadows except your own. The moon illuminates everything evenly, flatly. The stars are brighter, more numerous, and the horizon is visible for the first time in hours, a dark line where earth meets sky. But you are not leaving the woodland behind. This is just an interlude, a boundary moment. The field edge runs alongside the woodland for some distance, and you begin walking along it, the trees on your left, open land on your right. Woodland edges are in their own way as rich and diverse as the woodland interior. They are places where two habitats meet, and that meeting creates opportunities for species that need elements of both. Birds nest in the woodland but feed in the fields. Small mammals use the edge for cover while foraging in the open. Plants that need more light than the deep woodland provides but more shelter than the open field offers thrive in the transition zone. The hedgerow that marks the field boundary is thick and old, probably several hundred years old. It is mostly hawthorn, but there are other species mixed in. Blackthorn, its branches armed with vicious spines. Elder, its bark rough and cork-like. Hazel, growing in multi-stemmed clumps. Dog rose, its long arching stems adorned with hooked thorns. This diversity is a sign of age. Newer hedgerows, planted in the last century or two, tend to be monocultures, single species planted in straight lines. But old hedgerows are remnants of woodland, or were planted so long ago that other species have had time to colonize and establish. There is a rule of thumb among naturalists and historians for dating hedgerows. Count the number of woody species in a 30-yard stretch and multiply by 100, and that gives you an approximate age in years. It is not exact and it does not work everywhere, but it is surprisingly accurate in many cases. A hedgerow with 5 species is probably around 500 years old. A hedgerow with 10 species might be 1,000 years old or older. The hedgerow you are walking beside has at least 8 different woody species in the stretch you can see, which means it is old, very old. It might have been planted as a boundary marker before the Norman conquest. Or it might be even older than that, a remnant of ancient woodland that was cleared on one side but left standing as a boundary on the other. Either way, it has stood here for a very long time, marking the division between cultivated land and wild wood, between human use and forest. As you walk, the woodland edge curves away from the field, and you follow it back into the trees. The transition from moonlit openness back into shadowy enclosure is like slipping into cool water. The air feels different, damper and richer. The sounds change, becoming muffled and close again. This section of woodland feels older than the regenerating area you passed through earlier. The trees are larger, more widely spaced, but there is something else different about it too, something you cannot quite identify at first. Then you realize there is light ahead, not moonlight, but a warmer, yellower light, flickering. As you get closer, you see the source. Someone has lit a fire in a clearing. A small fire, well contained in a circle of stones, burning with a steady, gentle flame. And sitting near it, almost invisible in the shadows beyond the firelight, is a figure. You slow, uncertain, but the figure raises a hand in greeting, a gesture that seems friendly rather than threatening. As you approach, you see it is an older person, their face weathered and kind, their clothes practical and worn. They are tending something in a pot suspended over the fire, something that smells of herbs and earth. Couldn't sleep either, they say, their voice soft and unhurried. Or perhaps you're looking for something in the woods at night. You pause at the edge of the firelight and they gesture for you to sit. The woodland is different at night, they continue, stirring whatever is in the pot. More itself in a way, less observed, less judged, just being without needing to perform for daylight visitors. They ladle some of the liquid from the pot into a cup and offer it to you. It is tea, you realize, made with herbs gathered from the woodland itself. Nettle, perhaps mint, other flavors you cannot quite identify. It is hot and oddly soothing. I come here most nights, they say, settling back onto their sitting log, have done for more years than I care to count. Watch the seasons turn, watch the trees grow slowly, patiently, watch the creatures go about their business. People think the woods are empty at night, but they're wrong. There's more life here after dark than during the day in some ways, just different life, quieter life. They pause, looking into the fire. These woods have been here a long time, longer than the village, longer than the fields. There are maps from medieval times that show woodland here, and there were trees here before the maps, of course, before anyone thought to make maps at all. The land remembers, the old trees remember. If you sit quiet enough, long enough, you can almost hear them remembering. You sip the tea, letting the warmth of it spread through you, and listen. The fire crackles softly. An owl calls somewhere deeper in the woods, and the old person talks in their unhurried way about the woodland and its history, its creatures, its quiet persistence through centuries of change. There was a time, they say, when this whole country was wooded. After the ice retreated, before people arrived in any great numbers, forest from coast to coast, more or less, oak and ash and elm. Lime trees in the fertile lowlands, pine and birch in the north. It must have been something, that wildwood, dark and deep and full of things we've lost. Bears and wolves and wild cattle the size of modern cows but untamed, dangerous. Lynx in the mountains, beaver in every stream and river, an entire ecosystem we can barely imagine now. They stir the fire, sending up a small shower of sparks. But people came, and people need land for crops, for animals, for living, so they cleared. Slowly at first, small patches around settlements, then faster, larger. By medieval times, the wildwood was already mostly gone. What remained was managed, used, shaped by human needs. The woods we have now are the descendants of that managed forest. Even the wildest seeming patches have human fingerprints all over them if you know how to look. But that doesn't make them less valuable, they continue. Less magical in the proper sense of that word. They're still alive, still complex, still full of mysteries and wonders. A single oak tree might host hundreds of species of insects. The fungi in the soil beneath that tree are connected to every other plant in the vicinity. The bacteria in the leaf litter are breaking down organic matter and making nutrients available for new growth. It's all interconnected, all alive, all happening whether we notice it or not. They fall silent, and you sit together in the quiet, watching the fire burn down. After a while they speak again, but softer now, as if talking more to themselves than to you. I think that's why I come here at night. During the day, it's easy to think of the woodland as scenery, as something separate from yourself. But at night in the dark, with just a small fire and the sounds all around, you remember that you're part of it too, made of the same stuff, subject to the same cycles of growth and decay, connected to everything else that's alive here. It's a good thing to remember, keeps you humble. Keeps you honest. The fire has burned down to coals now, glowing red in the darkness. The old person stands, stretches, begins to gather their few belongings. I should let you continue your walk, they say. The night's not over yet, and there's more woodland ahead. Different trees, different stories, but all part of the same great patient mystery. They bank the fire carefully, making sure no embers will escape to the dry leaf litter. Then they nod to you, a gesture of farewell and blessing both, and walk off into the darkness, moving with the confidence of someone who knows these paths like their own heartbeat. You sit for a few moments longer, finishing the tea, letting the silence settle back over the clearing. Then you rise and continue walking, leaving the fire behind to die in its own time. The woodland ahead feels familiar now, even in darkness. You are beginning to understand its patterns, its rhythms, the way the ground rises and falls. The different feels of different tree types underfoot, the sounds that mean wind, the sounds that mean water, the sounds that mean animals moving just out of sight. You walk for a long time, maybe an hour, maybe more. Time feels different here, less pressing, less measured. You could be walking for minutes or for days, and it would feel the same. Just this gentle movement through shadow and moonlight, through cool air and soft sounds, through a world that exists on its own terms, independent of human time and human concerns. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, the darkness begins to change. Not lighter exactly, but less absolute. The deepest part of night has passed, and though dawn is still hours away, there is a sense of the world turning toward light again. Birds begin to stir in the canopy, not singing yet, but moving, adjusting their positions, preparing for the coming day. You find yourself back among the ancient oaks, the massive trees that you walked beneath hours ago. Or perhaps they are different oaks, equally ancient. It is hard to say. One ancient oak woodland looks much like another in moonlight, but then you recognize something. A particular tree with a distinctive shape, lightning struck years ago and regrown into a twisted, sculptural form. And beyond it, the path that you first walked down when entering this woodland, back when the evening was just beginning to settle in. You have come full circle, completed a loop through the woods that brought you back to where you started. It was not planned. You did not consciously retrace your steps, but the woodland has its own logic, its own way of guiding those who walk through it. And sometimes, that guidance brings you back to the beginning, changed by the journey but returning to familiar ground. You step out from under the trees and find yourself at the woodland edge again, the same edge where you first entered. The world beyond is still dark, but with that peculiar quality of pre-dawn darkness, where you can sense the light waiting just beyond the horizon, gathering itself for the day to come. Behind you, the woodland settles into its own quietness, preparing for dawn in its own way. The nocturnal creatures are returning to their dens and roosts. The diurnal ones are beginning to wake. And the trees stand as they always have, patient and permanent, marking time in their own slow way, witness to countless nights and countless dawns. Countless visitors passing through their green cathedral of growth and shadow. The magical woodland is still there, will still be there tomorrow night and the night after, waiting for anyone who wants to walk its paths in darkness and discover what can only be found when the world grows quiet and the busy day falls away. The magical lake tonight, you find yourself approaching water, not the ocean, not yet, but something quieter, more contained, more mysterious in its stillness. Ahead of you, through a landscape of gentle hills and scattered trees, there is a lake. You can smell it before you see it, that particular scent of fresh water and aquatic plants and the rich mud of shorelines. The air carries a dampness that wasn't present before, a coolness that speaks of deep water nearby. The path you are following winds downward now, descending from higher ground toward the lake basin. On either side, the vegetation has changed. There are willows here, their long trailing branches moving gently in the evening breeze, alder trees with their distinctive dark bark and small woody cones, reed beds swaying in rhythmic patterns. All of these are water-loving plants, indicators that you are entering a different ecosystem, a place where water shapes everything. As you round a bend, the lake comes into view. It stretches before you, vast and still, its surface reflecting the sky like polished metal. The last light of day is fading, and the water has taken on the colors of twilight, deep blues, purples, the warm orange of the western horizon repeated in perfect mirror image on the lake's surface. The reflection is so clear that for a moment, you cannot tell where sky ends and water begins. This is a natural lake, formed thousands of years ago during the last ice age. As glaciers retreated, they left behind depressions in the landscape, some small, some massive. Water collected in these hollows, fed by springs and streams and rainfall, creating lakes that have persisted ever since. This particular lake is ancient in human terms, though young in geological time. It has existed here, more or less in this form, for perhaps 10 or 12,000 years. The indigenous people who first came to this land after the ice retreated would have known this lake. They would have fished its waters, gathered plants along its margins, perhaps built temporary shelters nearby during certain seasons. The lake would have been a landmark, a gathering place, a source of food and water, and probably spiritual significance as well. Bodies of water often held special meaning for ancient peoples. Lakes were seen as thresholds between worlds, places where the boundary between this realm and others grew thin. You walk down toward the shore, your footsteps becoming softer as the firm earth of the path gives way to the damper ground of the lake margin. The shoreline here is not sharp. There is no clear line where land ends and water begins. Instead, there is a gradual transition. First grass, then sedges, then reeds growing with their roots in water, then finally open water beyond. This marshy transition zone is rich with life, though much of it is invisible in the failing light. The reeds are tall, taller than you are in some places. Phragmites, the common reed, which grows in dense stands around the margins of many lakes and rivers. Each individual reed is straight and pale gold, dried by the season, rustling with a papery whisper when the wind moves through them. But below the water, beneath the mud, is a different part of the plant. The roots and rhizomes of these reeds form a dense network, spreading horizontally, creating a substrate that stabilizes the shoreline and provides habitat for countless small creatures. Insects live here in extraordinary numbers. Dragonfly larvae, fierce predators in their own right, hunt through the submerged stems of the reeds. Mayfly nymphs cling to underwater surfaces. Water beetles patrol the shallows. In warmer months, the air above the reeds would be thick with adult insects, but now, as evening settles and the season advances, most of them have completed their life cycles or gone dormant for the coming winter. There is a small wooden dock extending out into the water, old and weathered but still solid. You walk out onto it, and the hollow sound of your footsteps on wood replaces the soft sound of footsteps on earth. At the end of the dock, you stop and look out across the lake. The stillness is profound. The water is so calm that it barely seems to move at all, though if you watch carefully, you can see tiny ripples spreading out from where insects touch the surface, or where fish rise from below to take those insects. Each touch creates expanding rings of motion that travel outward until they fade into the general texture of the water. The lake is larger than it first appeared. What you can see from this dock is only a portion of it. The shoreline curves away in both directions, and in the distance you can see small wooded islands rising from the water, their trees dark against the lighter sky. There might be a dozen of these islands, or there might be more hidden by perspective and distance. Each one is its own small world, separated from the mainland by water, developing in isolation according to its own particular conditions. As the light continues to fade, birds begin to arrive at the lake. These are water birds coming to roost for the night or to feed in the shallows. A heron appears first, flying with slow, steady wing beats, its long legs trailing behind it. It settles in the reeds not far from where you stand, becoming almost invisible instantly, its stillness and coloring allowing it to blend perfectly with the vertical lines of the reeds around it. Herons are patient hunters. They will stand motionless for minutes or hours, waiting for fish or frogs to come within striking distance, then stab down with remarkable speed and accuracy. Ducks are arriving too, landing on the water with small splashes, settling into groups that drift slowly across the surface. You can identify some of them even in the dim light. Mallards with their distinctive silhouettes, tufted ducks, diving ducks that bob on the surface for a moment before appending to feed on the lake bottom. And there a small group of Canada geese, honking softly to each other as they settle in for the evening. The history of this lake is written in the sediment at its bottom. Over thousands of years, material has settled to the lake bed. Plant matter, eroded soil, the shells of tiny organisms, pollen grains, layer upon layer, accumulating slowly but steadily, creating a record of environmental change. Scientists have extracted core samples from lake beds like this one, analyzing the layers to understand how climate and vegetation and even human activity have changed over millennia. Pollen is particularly revealing. Different plants produce distinctively shaped pollen grains, and these preserve well in lake sediment. By analyzing pollen from different layers, scientists can determine what plants were growing around the lake at different times in the past. They can see the shift from tundra vegetation to birch and pine forest as the climate warmed after the Ice Age. They can see the arrival of oak and elm and alder. And they can see later changes too, the decline of certain trees, the arrival of cultivated plant pollen indicating the clearing of land for agriculture. Charcoal particles in the sediment indicate fire, whether natural or set by humans. Chemical analysis can show periods of erosion, which often correspond to periods of deforestation. And in more recent layers, there are markers of industrialization. Lead from gasoline before leaded fuel was phased out. Plastic microfibers, atmospheric fallout from distant industrial processes. The lake has recorded it all faithfully in its layers of mud. But tonight, from your vantage point on the dock, all of that history is invisible. What you see is just the surface, the present moment, the play of fading light on still water. The moon is rising now, appearing above the hills on the far side of the lake. It is not quite full, waning slightly from fullness, but still bright enough to cast clear reflections on the water. As it rises higher, a path of light appears on the lake's surface, running from the moon toward you, a silver road across dark water. Moonlight on water has inspired poets and artists for as long as humans have been making art. There is something about it that speaks to something deep in the human psyche. Perhaps it is the reminder of transience, the way the moonlit path shifts and changes with every tiny movement of the water, never the same from moment to moment, beautiful and unrepeatable. Or perhaps it is the combination of light and darkness, the way the bright path makes the surrounding dark seem darker, creating stark contrasts that our eyes find compelling. You sit down on the dock, letting your legs dangle over the edge. The water below is dark and deep. This lake is cold, fed by springs and streams that carry glacial meltwater from distant hills. In summer, the surface warms enough for swimming, but a few meters down, the temperature drops sharply. There is a layer called the thermocline where warm surface water meets cold deep water, a boundary that swimmers can feel when they dive down, suddenly entering much colder water that makes their skin tight. Deep lakes like this can stratify into distinct layers during summer. The warm surface layer, called the epilimnion, is where most photosynthesis happens, where plants and algae use sunlight to grow, where most fish spend their time. Below that, the thermocline marks the transition to the hypolimnion, the cold, dark bottom layer where oxygen can become depleted and only certain specialized organisms can survive. In autumn, as surface water cools, the lake can turn over, the layers mixing, redistributing oxygen and nutrients. This turnover is important for lake health, refreshing the deep water, bringing nutrients from the bottom to the surface. But you cannot see any of this from the surface. All you can see is the reflection of moon and stars, the occasional ripple where something moves below, the dark shapes of ducks drifting across the silver path. There is a sound behind you, and you turn to see a fox at the edge of the reeds, come down to the water to drink. It pauses when it sees you, evaluating the threat. You remain still, and after a moment, it decides you are harmless and continues to the water's edge. It laps delicately at the lake, its tongue flicking in and out, then raises its head to look around, water dripping from its muzzle. The moonlight catches its eyes, making them glow briefly. Then it turns and trots away, disappearing into the reeds as silently as it appeared. Foxes are not particularly aquatic animals, but they live at the margins of many ecosystems, including wetlands. They hunt the small mammals that live in the reed beds, the birds that nest in the marshes. They are opportunists, eating whatever is available: rabbits, mice, birds, beetles, berries, earthworms, even fish if they can catch them in shallow water. This adaptability has allowed foxes to thrive in landscapes that have been heavily altered by humans. They live in cities and suburbs as readily as in wild places, adjusting their behavior to take advantage of whatever food sources are available. You turn back to the lake, and now you notice something you missed before. There are structures out on the water, small wooden platforms built just above the surface, accessible only by boat or by wading through deep water. These are nest platforms, built to provide safe nesting sites for water birds. Some species prefer to nest on platforms like this, where they are safe from ground predators like foxes and rats. The most successful users of these platforms are often terns. Common terns, which migrate here from Africa each spring to breed. They are graceful birds, white and gray with black caps and red beaks, hovering over the water before plunging down to catch small fish. They nest in colonies, dozens of pairs crowded onto platforms or suitable islands, raising their chicks through the brief British summer before beginning the long migration south again in autumn. But the platforms also attract other species. Black-headed gulls sometimes nest here. Grebes might use a platform if it suits them, though they more often build floating nests anchored to reeds. Coots and moorhens prefer the reed beds themselves, constructing nests from plant material, but they will use a platform if reeds are scarce. The conservation history of this lake is probably long and complex. At some point, likely in the mid-20th century, the lake would have faced threats from pollution, from agricultural runoff, from development pressure. Many British lakes went through a period of serious degradation during the industrialization and intensive agriculture periods. Nutrient runoff from farms caused algal blooms that choked the water, depleting oxygen and killing fish. Industrial pollutants contaminated sediments. Development encroached on shorelines, destroying wetland habitat. But then, starting in the 1970s and 80s, awareness grew. Environmental regulations were strengthened. Wetland conservation became a priority. Lakes like this one were designated as protected areas. Restoration work began. Wetlands that had been drained were re-flooded. Invasive species were controlled. Water quality was monitored and improved. The nest platforms you're looking at are probably part of these conservation efforts, attempts to provide good habitat for breeding birds and help their populations recover. The work has been at least partially successful. Bird populations at many lakes have stabilized or increased. Water quality has improved. Native fish populations have recovered, but it is ongoing work, never finished. Each year brings new challenges, changing climate-altering water temperatures and precipitation patterns, new invasive species arriving and establishing, continued pressure from development and agriculture, recreational use creating disturbance for wildlife. You stand and begin walking along the shore, leaving the dock behind. The path follows the lake margin, sometimes running right along the water's edge, sometimes moving slightly inland through the trees that grow near the shore. These are water-loving trees, mostly. Willows and alders with their roots extending into the saturated soil, their branches reaching out over the water. Willows are particularly suited to wetland life. They can tolerate having their roots submerged for long periods. They grow quickly, their flexible branches bending in wind rather than breaking. And they reproduce readily. A broken branch falling into water can sprout roots and grow into a new tree. This ability to grow from cuttings has made willows valuable for erosion control and for creating living structures. Traditional basket makers and hurdle makers prized willow for its flexibility and strength, and in some parts of Britain, there is a tradition of pollarding willows to produce a steady supply of thin branches suitable for weaving. The path leads you to a small inlet, a place where the lake extends into the land like a finger. The water here is very shallow, and in summer it would be choked with water plants. Even now, you can see the dead stems of water lilies protruding from the surface, marking where their broad leaves floated in warmer months. Water lilies are ancient plants, little changed over millions of years of evolution. They have specialized structures that allow them to thrive in water, air spaces in their stems and leaf stalks that provide buoyancy and transport oxygen to the roots in oxygen-poor mud, waxy leaf surfaces that repel water, long, flexible stems that can adjust to changing water levels. The roots of water lilies are embedded in the lake bottom mud, often quite deeply. They spread horizontally, creating dense networks. And they store energy, allowing the plant to survive winter and regrow each spring. Many aquatic plants have similar strategies, a tough perennial root system that survives winter underwater, and soft, tender growth each year that dies back when cold weather arrives. In this inlet, the water is so still that it reflects perfectly. You can see every detail of the sky duplicated below. Stars, now emerging in greater numbers as true darkness settles in. The moon, higher now, smaller seeming, but brighter. And along the shore, the silhouettes of trees and reeds, doubled in the mirror surface. You continue walking, following the shore as it curves around the lake. The landscape here is gentle, without dramatic elevation changes. The lake sits in a broad, shallow basin, probably carved by glacial action and then filled as the ice melted. The hills that surround it are low and rolling, pasture land mostly, though there are patches of woodland scattered across them. In the distance, you can see lights. A farmhouse perhaps, or a small cluster of houses that make up a hamlet. The lights are warm and yellow, small points in the vast darkness. They speak to human habitation, to lives being lived at the edge of this wild space. People who wake each morning to see the lake from their windows, who fall asleep to the sound of waterfowl calling in the reeds. The relationship between people and this lake has probably been continuous for thousands of years. After the first post-glacial inhabitants, there would have been Bronze Age people, then Iron Age Celts, then Romans, then successive waves of settlers and invaders. Each group would have used the lake in their own way. For drinking water, certainly. For fishing, for watering livestock. Perhaps for transportation, boats carrying goods and people across water that was easier to traverse than the muddy, forested land. There might be archaeological sites around this lake, though most of them would be undiscovered or long ago excavated. Piled dwellings, where people built houses on platforms over shallow water, existed in some parts of prehistoric Britain. Fish traps, made of woven wood or stone, allowed people to catch fish without constant attention. Offerings might have been thrown into the lake, votive deposits meant to please water spirits or gods. Weapons and jewelry and coins have been found in many British lakes, suggesting that people saw these bodies of water as sacred, as places where the boundary between worlds was thin enough to pass offerings through to the other side. You come to a place where a small stream flows into the lake. The stream is narrow, barely wider than you could jump across, but it is the primary inlet for this lake, carrying water from the surrounding hills. Where it enters the lake, it has deposited sediment over centuries, creating a small delta, a fan of sand and silt extending into the water. Plants have colonized this delta, and now it is a miniature wetland, dense with sedges and rushes. The stream itself is clear and shallow, running over a bed of smooth stones. It makes a pleasant sound, a gentle burbling that contrasts with the silence of the lake. You can see small fish in the stream, their shapes dark against the pale stones, holding position against the current. These might be minnows or young trout or sticklebacks. All three species are common in streams like this, and all three play important roles in the ecosystem. Sticklebacks are particularly interesting. They are small fish, usually just a few inches long, but they have complex behaviors. In spring, male sticklebacks build nests from plant material glued together with a secretion from their kidneys. They court females with elaborate dances, displaying their bright red bellies. After eggs are laid in the nest, males guard them aggressively, fanning fresh water over them to keep them oxygenated, chasing away anything that comes too close. It is remarkable behavior from such a small, seemingly simple creature. The stream is also a highway for fish moving between the lake and the upper reaches of the stream system. Trout, for instance, might spend most of their lives in the lake, but move upstreams to spawn in gravelly shallows where their eggs will be safe from lake predators. Eels, conversely, grow to maturity in the lake, but then migrate downstream and eventually all the way to the Sargasso Sea in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean to spawn. The adults die after spawning, but the young eels, called glass eels because of their transparency, migrate back to European waters, eventually finding their way to streams and lakes like this one where they will grow for years or decades before making the same final journey their parents made. You leave the stream and continue along the lake shore. The path is less defined here, and you have to pick your way carefully through reeds and around muddy patches. But the difficulty of the walking just makes you more present, more attentive to each step, more aware of the ground beneath your feet and the water lapping nearby. An otter slides into the water ahead of you, so smoothly and quietly that you almost miss it. Just a sleek brown shape moving from bank to water, barely making a ripple. Otters are creatures of twilight and darkness mostly. They hunt at night, using their sensitive whiskers to detect fish and frogs and crayfish in murky water. They are playful animals, known for sliding down muddy banks and tossing stones, though whether this is true play or some kind of skill practice or just efficiency of movement is debated among scientists. The presence of otters is a sign of a healthy lake ecosystem. They are top predators, which means they need abundant prey populations to support them, and they are sensitive to water pollution, so their presence indicates relatively clean water. Otters were nearly extinct in much of Britain by the 1970s, victims of pollution, habitat loss, and hunting. But protection and conservation efforts have allowed them to recover in many areas. They are still not common, but they are no longer on the brink of disappearance. You watch the water where the otter disappeared, hoping for another glimpse, but it does not resurface where you can see it. Otters can hold their breath for several minutes, and they might emerge far from where they dove, or they might have hauled out on the far shore, invisible in the darkness. The moon is higher now, nearly overhead, and the lake has transformed into something dreamlike. The silver path has widened, and now much of the lake's surface gleams with reflected light. The dark shapes of islands stand out more starkly, and across the water you can hear sounds, the splash of a diving bird, the call of a moorhen, a sharp, abrupt sound, the distant honking of geese. You find a large flat rock at the water's edge and sit down on it. The stone is cool through your clothes, slightly damp from spray or condensation. From here you have a wide view of the lake, and you can see much of its length and breadth, all the way to the far shore where hills rise dark against the lighter sky. Sitting here, listening to the water sounds and the wind in the reeds, you can feel the age of this place. 10,000 years of water lapping at these shores. 10,000 years of seasons turning, of ice forming and melting, of life emerging and dying and emerging again. 10,000 years of change and yet fundamental constancy. The lake is still here, still full of life, still reflecting the sky, still offering itself as habitat and home to countless species, as resource and beauty to the humans who live around it. There is something humbling about that continuity. Your own life, any human life, is so brief against that scale. We are here for a moment, a few decades if we are lucky, and then gone. But the lake remains. The water cycle continues. Rain falls on distant hills, flows into streams, collects in the lake, evaporates back into the air, falls again as rain. It is a closed loop, endlessly repeating, powered by the sun and the spin of the earth. You stand eventually and continue walking, though there is no hurry, no destination. The path becomes easier again as you move away from the muddy inlet area. Here, the shore is firmer, with a narrow beach of small pebbles that crunch softly underfoot. The pebbles are smooth and rounded, worn by countless seasons of water movement. Some are pale gray, almost white in the moonlight. Others are darker, and a few have bands of different colors running through them. These pebbles are pieces of the surrounding geology, broken off from larger rocks and transported here by ice or water, then tumbled and smoothed by waves over thousands of years. Each one has its own history, its own journey from source to this beach. Some might have traveled only a short distance, broken from rocks just up the hillside. Others might have been carried for miles by glacial ice, plucked from bedrock far away and deposited here when the ice melted. Geology is deep time made visible. These pebbles are made of rock that formed millions or billions of years ago, under conditions vastly different from today. Some might be sedimentary rock, formed from compressed layers of ancient seabeds when this area was underwater. Others might be igneous, crystallized from molten magma deep in the earth, or metamorphic, transformed by heat and pressure from one rock type into another. Each type of rock tells a story about the Earth's past, and geologists can read these stories, translating mineral composition and crystal structure and layering patterns into narratives about ancient environments. It is a kind of magic, really, this ability to hold a stone in your hand and know that it formed at the bottom of a tropical ocean 300 million years ago, or that it cooled from magma in a volcanic event 50 million years ago. You pick up one of the pebbles, a particularly smooth one that fits nicely in your palm. It is cool and pleasant to hold, and you run your thumb over its surface as you walk, feeling the subtle texture, the almost but not quite perfect smoothness. Then you toss it into the water and it disappears with a small splash, adding one more tiny mark to the long history of this lake. The shore curves again, and you find yourself approaching a different kind of structure. This is a bird hide, a small wooden shelter built for birdwatchers. It has narrow viewing slits facing the water and benches inside where people can sit for hours, watching the lake through binoculars or telescopes, identifying species, counting numbers, noting behaviors. You step inside the hide and immediately the wind drops away. It is quiet in here, enclosed, focused. Through the viewing slits, you can see a section of the lake perfectly framed, like a living painting. Ducks are visible on the water, their shapes dark against the moonlit surface. And in the reeds to the left, you can make out the hunched shape of the heron you saw earlier, or perhaps a different heron, still waiting patiently for prey. The walls of the hide are covered with information boards, though they are hard to read in the low light filtering through the slits, but you can make out some of it. Lists of species that have been recorded here, charts showing seasonal variation in bird numbers. Photographs of particularly notable sightings, a rare visitor from the continent, a species rarely seen this far north, a breeding success story. Bird hides like this are a British invention, created by early birdwatchers who wanted to observe birds closely without disturbing them. The idea is simple. If the birds cannot see you, they will behave naturally, allowing you to watch behaviors that would never happen if they knew they were being observed. Modern hides are sophisticated structures, carefully positioned to give views of the best habitat, soundproof to minimize disturbance, sometimes even heated for winter use. The The birding community that uses hides like this is diverse and dedicated. There are casual birdwatchers who visit occasionally to enjoy the spectacle of waterfowl. There are serious listers who keep meticulous records of every species they see, adding to scientific knowledge about distribution and abundance. There are photographers who spend entire days in hides, waiting for the perfect light and the perfect moment to capture an image of a particular species or behavior. All of them are motivated by the same basic thing: fascination with birds. There is something compelling about birds, with their abilities so different from ours. Their flight, achieved through feathers and hollow bones and muscles we do not have. Their migrations, navigating thousands of miles with precision we barely understand. Their songs and calls, complex communications that convey territory and attraction and warning. Watching birds, you're watching dinosaurs, the only lineage of dinosaurs that survived the mass extinction 65 million years ago, now diversified into thousands of species adapted to nearly every habitat on Earth. You leave the hide and continue along the shore. The landscape is opening up now, the trees thinning out, giving way to more open grassland. This area has probably been grazed, the grass kept short by sheep or cattle, creating a different kind of habitat than the reed beds and marshes. Short grass is valuable for some species. Geese prefer to feed on it, feeling safer when they can see predators approaching from a distance. Wading birds like curlews and lapwings nest in short grass, their eggs camouflaged among the tussocks, but there are no grazers visible now, and no birds on this section of grassland. It is empty and quiet, just wind-blown grass and moonlight, and the dark bulk of the lake stretching away to your left. You walk for a long time across this grass, the lake always beside you, sometimes close enough to touch, sometimes 100 meters away across marshy ground you cannot easily cross. The moon continues its arc across the sky, slowly descending toward the western horizon. Stars wheel overhead, constellations rotating through their ancient patterns. Orion with his belt and sword. The plow pointing toward the North Star, Cassiopeia forming her distinctive W shape. These stars have been navigational aids for as long as humans have traveled at night. Before compasses, before GPS, before any technological solution, there were the stars. Sailors used them to navigate oceans. Desert travelers used them to cross trackless sands. And even here, far from ocean or desert, people would have used them to find their way, to know which direction was north, to judge the time of night by the position of familiar constellations. The lake is narrowing ahead, and you realize you are approaching its end, or perhaps its beginning, the source, a place where streams converge to create the body of water that has been beside you for so long. The shore becomes more defined here, rockier, as the land begins to rise slightly. And there ahead you can hear the sound of running water again, multiple streams merging, their combined flow feeding into the lake. This is a different kind of place than the open lake shore. The streams have cut small valleys into the landscape, and these valleys are wooded, with trees leaning over the water, their roots exposed where the stream has eroded the banks. The sound of water is louder here, more complex, a symphony of different flows and falls and splashes as the streams encounter rocks and logs in each other. You follow one of the streams upward, away from the lake, climbing gradually as the stream descends toward you. The path is less clear here, more of an animal track than a human path, winding between trees, crossing the stream in places where flat rocks make stepping stones. The stream is beautiful in the moonlight, its moving water catching and scattering light, creating constantly changing patterns. Where it runs smooth and deep, it reflects like the lake did. Where it tumbles over rocks, it breaks into white foam that glows almost luminescent in the darkness. Where it pools behind obstructions, it swirls in complex eddies that catch leaves and twigs and spin them in slow circles. This water is young in the sense that it has only recently fallen as rain, only recently begun its journey toward the sea. It came down as precipitation on the hills, soaked into the ground, percolated through soil and rock, emerged from a spring somewhere higher up, and now it is flowing downward, joining other streams, merging into the lake, and eventually it will flow out of the lake at the other end and continue its journey toward the ocean. But in another sense, this water is ancient. The water molecules themselves have been through this cycle countless times. They have been vapor and liquid and ice. They have been in clouds and oceans and glaciers and underground aquifers. They have passed through the bodies of dinosaurs and ferns and bacteria and blue whales and every other living thing that has ever existed. Water is endlessly recycled, endlessly reused. The water you are looking at now might have once been tears shed by a medieval monk, or sweat on the brow of a Roman soldier, or morning dew on a flower that bloomed before humans existed. You climb higher, following the stream and the trees close in overhead, creating a tunnel of interlaced branches. The stream is smaller here, narrower, shallower. You can step across it easily in most places, but it is still persistent, still flowing, still making its musical sounds as it descends. Eventually, you come to a place where the stream seems to emerge from the hillside itself. There is a rocky outcrop, and from between the rocks, water wells up, cold and clear. This is a spring, one of the sources of the stream, which is itself one of the sources of the lake. The water emerging here fell as rain somewhere on the hills above, days or weeks or months ago. It soaked into the ground, moved slowly through permeable rock layers, until it encountered an impermeable layer and was forced to flow laterally until it found an outlet, which is here, this spring. Spring water has been valued throughout human history. Before modern plumbing and water treatment, springs were often the most reliable source of clean, fresh water. They flow year-round, even in drought, because they are fed by groundwater reserves that accumulate over long periods. They are typically cooler than surface water in summer and warmer in winter, because underground temperatures are more stable than surface temperatures. And they are often cleaner than streams or lakes, because the water has been filtered through rock and soil, removing many contaminants. This spring, like the one you encountered in the woodland, has probably been known and used for centuries. There might have been a settlement nearby once, drawn to this reliable water source. Or it might have been visited seasonally by people moving through the landscape. Either way, it would have been important, marked in mental maps, remembered and returned to. You cup your hands under the flow and drink. The water is shockingly cold and tastes of minerals, of stone and earth. It is clean and pure and exactly what water should taste like, which is to say, like almost nothing, just a hint of the geology it has passed through. After drinking, you sit beside the spring for a while, listening to the sound of water emerging from rock, trickling away downhill. It is a peaceful sound, constant and unchanging. This spring has probably been flowing for thousands of years and will probably flow for thousands more, as long as rain continues to fall on the hills above, as long as the geology remains stable, as long as humans do not interfere with the groundwater systems that feed it. Eventually, you rise and begin to descend again, following the stream back toward the lake. But you take a different route this time, crossing to the other side of the stream and following a different tributary down. This stream is similar to the first, but has its own character, its own pattern of pools and riffles, its own rocks and logs and overhanging trees. As you descend, the streams merge, becoming larger, deeper, more confident in their flow. By the time you emerge from the trees onto the lake shore again, the stream has become a proper small river, wide enough that you could not easily jump across, deep enough that fording it would require wading. You are at a different part of the lake shore now, on the opposite side from where you began. The walk around the lake has taken hours, though you were not paying attention to time. The moon has traveled far across the sky and is now descending toward the western horizon, its light taking on a warmer tone as it drops lower. This side of the lake is less developed, wilder. There are no docks here, no bird hides, just natural shoreline and marsh and the occasional stand of trees. It is darker here too, with no farmhouses or hamlet lights visible, just the vast darkness of uninhabited landscape. You find a place where a fallen tree has created a natural seat, its trunk horizontal, worn smooth by weather and previous sitters. You settle onto it and look out across the lake. From here, you can see almost the entire length of it, a vast expanse of dark water with the moon's reflection creating a path from the far shore toward you. The night is advancing toward morning now, though dawn is still hours away. This is the deepest, quietest part of night, when even nocturnal creatures have reduced their activity, when the world seems to hold its breath between darkness and light. On the lake, almost nothing moves. The birds have settled. The water is calm. Even the wind has dropped to almost nothing. In this stillness, the lake becomes a mirror not just of sky, but of something else, something harder to name. It reflects possibility, perhaps, or timelessness. Or the simple fact of existence, water and land and sky arranged in patterns that have repeated for eons and will repeat for eons more, regardless of human presence or absence. You sit with this thought, letting it settle into you like sediment settling to a lake bottom. The comfort of continuity, the peace of knowing that some things persist beyond individual lives, beyond human concerns. The lake will be here tomorrow, and next year, and in 100 years, changed in detail but fundamentally the same, still offering itself as habitat and home, still reflecting the sky, still cycling water from rain to lake to stream to ocean and back again. As you sit, a subtle change begins in the eastern sky. Not light, exactly, not yet. Just a barely perceptible lessening of darkness, a hint that somewhere beyond the horizon, the sun is approaching, preparing to rise and bring another day to this corner of the world. The birds sense it before you do. A duck calls somewhere on the water, then another answers. a coot begins its strange, mechanical sounding call from the reeds. And high above, you hear the honking of geese, a skein of them passing overhead, invisible against the dark sky but audible, traveling somewhere, following ancient routes written into their genes. The magical lake is beginning to wake, transitioning from night to day, from one state to another. But it will still be here tonight and the night after, waiting for anyone who wants to sit beside still water in darkness and listen to the quiet sounds of a living ecosystem settling into its rhythms. You stand and begin to walk along the shore again, heading toward the place where land rises and you can leave the lake behind, though it will never truly be left behind. It will stay with you, a memory of stillness and reflection, of cold water and moonlight, of the patient, persistent beauty of a landscape shaped by ice and time and the endless cycle of water moving through the world. The magical beach tonight, you find yourself approaching something different. The sound reached you first, before you could see anything. A rhythmic rushing and retreating, a sound that is somehow both powerful and peaceful. The ocean, and with it, the beach where water meets land in the oldest negotiation on Earth. The path you're walking has changed from woodland trail to something more open. The trees fell away some time ago, replaced first by wind-shaped shrubs, then by dune grasses, and now by sand. The ground beneath your feet has transformed from solid earth to something that shifts and gives with each step. You are walking through dunes, low hills of sand held in place by the roots of specialized plants that have learned to thrive in this harsh, unstable environment. The grasses that grow here are remarkable in their adaptation. Marram grass mostly, with its tough, rolled leaves that reduce water loss in the constant wind. Its roots extend deep into the sand, both anchoring the plant and seeking moisture that filters down from rare rainfall. And the grass does something else, something crucial for dune formation. It traps wind-blown sand, causing it to accumulate, building the very dunes that it colonizes. It is ecosystem engineering by a simple grass, creating and stabilizing the landscape it inhabits. You climb the last dune, your feet sinking into sand with each step, and at the top, the ocean spreads before you, dark and vast and in constant motion. The horizon is invisible in the darkness, water and sky merging into a single indistinct mass. But you can see the waves, or at least their white foam as they break, lines of pale phosphorescence rolling toward the shore in endless succession. The beach itself is wide, stretching from the dunes where you stand down to the water's edge, a distance of perhaps 100 meters or more. The tide is out, or going out, exposing a broad expanse of sand that gleams wetly in the moonlight. The moon is rising over the ocean, climbing out of the dark water, and its light creates a silvery path across the surface, leading from the horizon toward you, a road of light on moving water. You begin walking down toward the water, and the sand under your feet changes character. Up near the dunes, it was dry and fine, almost powdery. Here, it is firmer, dampened by the tide that recently retreated. Your footprints show clearly in this wet sand, dark impressions that will last until the next tide comes in and erases them along with all other marks of temporary presence. The beach is not silent, but its sounds are different from the woodland or the lake. The dominant sound is the waves, of course, that constant rush and retreat, but there are other sounds too. The wind, stronger here without trees to break it, carrying the salt smell of ocean. The cry of seabirds, occasional and distant. And underneath everything, a subtle sound that might be the shifting of sand or might be the ocean breathing, a low-frequency hum that you feel as much as here. This beach has been here for thousands of years, though not in exactly this form. Beaches are dynamic, constantly reshaped by wind and waves and tides. Sand is deposited and removed, sometimes daily, sometimes seasonally. Winter storms can strip away meters of sand, exposing rocks or clay beneath. Summer calms can rebuild it. Over decades or centuries, entire beaches can shift, moving along the coast, appearing in new locations, disappearing from old ones. The sand itself is the product of erosion. Each grain was once part of something larger, a rock cliff being worn away by waves, a riverbed grinding down boulders, coral reefs broken by storms. Over time, these larger pieces were broken down further and further, reduced to tiny fragments, sorted by water and wind into the relatively uniform size that makes sand feel like sand rather than gravel or silt. The composition of beach sand varies depending on the source. Here, the sand is probably mostly quartz, the most common sand-forming mineral, creating grains that are hard and durable and pale in color. But mixed in might be darker grains of other minerals, flecks of mica that catch light, fragments of dark basalt, tiny pieces of shell. If you were to examine the sand closely under a microscope, you would see that each grain is unique, with its own shape and texture and composition, a tiny piece of geological history. You reach the water's edge, where the last reach of each wave runs up the sand and then retreats. The water is dark and mysterious, and in this light, it is impossible to see through the surface to any depth. But you know that beneath that surface is an entire ocean ecosystem, as complex and diverse as any terrestrial ecosystem, maybe more so. The ocean is not uniform. Even here in the coastal shallows, there are distinct zones. The intertidal zone, where you are standing now, is alternately submerged and exposed as the tide rises and falls. Organisms here must be able to tolerate both conditions, breathing air when exposed, breathing water when submerged, enduring the pounding of waves and the pull of currents and the risk of desiccation and the attacks of both marine and terrestrial predators. Below the intertidal zone is the subtidal, permanently underwater even at the lowest tides. This is where kelp forests grow in some regions, where fish patrol and crabs scuttle and anemones extend their tentacles. And beyond that, the ocean deepens into zones of increasing darkness and pressure, down to the abyssal plains thousands of meters deep, where no light penetrates and the pressure would crush any surface dweller instantly. But tonight, here on this beach, you are concerned only with the shallowest zone, the place where ocean meets land in the twice-daily rhythm of tides. The tide is controlled by the moon, which you can see hanging above the water now, bright and nearly full. The moon's gravity pulls on the ocean, creating a bulge of water on the side of Earth facing the moon, and another bulge on the opposite side. As Earth rotates, any particular point on the coast passes through these bulges twice a day, creating 2 high tides and 2 low tides every 24 hours and 50 minutes. The timing and height of tides are predictable, calculable centuries in advance. People have been tracking tides for as long as they have been using the ocean. Ancient peoples knew the tidal patterns of their local coasts intimately, knew when it would be safe to cross a tidal causeway, when it would be best to gather shellfish, when to launch or beach their boats. Medieval monks calculated tide tables for their coastal monasteries, and modern sailors and fishers rely on published tide predictions to plan their activities, but tides are also influenced by geography. The shape of the coastline, the depth of the water, the configuration of bays and estuaries all affect how high tides rise and how far they reach. Some places experience dramatic tides, with differences of 10 meters or more between low and high water. Other places have minimal tidal range, just a meter or less. And some places, like certain points in the Mediterranean, have tides so small as to be barely noticeable. This beach, you guess from the width of exposed sand, has a moderate tidal range. Perhaps 3 or 4 meters between high and low tide, enough to make a significant difference in the beach landscape, but not so extreme as to create the vast tidal flats found in some places. You begin walking along the water's edge, where the wet sand provides easy walking, and each incoming wave threatens to wash over your feet. The water is cold. You can feel the coolness radiating from it even before it touches you. When a larger wave does finally reach far enough to wash over your feet, the cold is shocking, seeping through your shoes, making you step quickly back. Ocean water temperature varies with latitude and season and ocean currents. This is probably British or Northern European coast, which means the water is cold year-round, perhaps 10 to 15 degrees Celsius in summer, colder in winter. Only the hardiest swimmers venture into these waters without wetsuits. But marine life thrives here nonetheless, adapted to the cold, using it to their advantage in some cases. Cold water holds more oxygen than warm water, which benefits fish and other gill-breathing organisms. And cold water upwelling often brings nutrients from the deep, fueling productive food webs. As you walk, you begin to notice things in the wet sand. Shells scattered everywhere, some intact, most broken. These are the remains of the mollusks that live in the tidal and subtidal zones. Cockles, mussels, razor clams, periwinkles, limpets. Each species has its own ecology, its own way of making a living from this harsh environment. Cockles burrow into the sand, extending siphons to the surface to filter water for food particles. Mussels attach to rocks with strong protein threads called byssal threads, clustering in dense beds that can cover vast areas. Razor clams burrow deep and fast, capable of disappearing into sand in seconds when disturbed. Periwinkles graze on algae growing on rocks. Limpets do the same, each individual returning to the exact same spot on a rock between feeding excursions, wearing a home scar that perfectly matches the shape of its shell. The shells you're seeing are mostly empty, the animals that made them long dead, consumed by predators or succumbed to disease or old age. But the shells persist, accumulating on the beach, gradually being broken down by wave action into smaller and smaller pieces until they become part of the sand itself. Much of the white sand on beaches around the world is actually the ground-up remains of shells and coral, calcium carbonate, contributed by billions of individual organisms over thousands of years. You pick up one shell that is particularly beautiful, a scallop shell with delicate ridges radiating from its hinge. It is pale and translucent in places, thicker and more opaque in others, perfectly symmetrical. Scallops are unusual among bivalves in that they can swim, clapping their shells together to jet through the water, escaping predators or moving to better feeding grounds. They have dozens of tiny eyes arranged along the edge of their mantle, simple eyes but sufficient to detect movement and shadows. Holding this shell, you are holding architecture created by a small animal responding to evolutionary pressures, building itself protection from a hostile world using materials filtered from seawater. Calcium and carbonate ions, dissolved in the ocean, are extracted and combined and deposited in precise crystalline structures, layer upon layer, creating a shell that is both strong and light, functional and beautiful. You slip the shell into your pocket and continue walking. The beach curves ahead, following the natural contour of the coastline. To your right, the dunes rise dark against the lighter sky. To your left, the ocean continues its endless motion, waves rolling in, breaking, retreating, advancing again in a rhythm that has not stopped for billions of years. The history of ocean and beach is essentially the history of Earth itself. The first oceans formed more than 4 billion years ago, shortly after the planet cooled enough for water to exist as liquid. That water came from volcanic outgassing and possibly from comets, filling the low places in Earth's surface, creating the first seas. For most of Earth's history, there were no beaches as we know them because there were no organisms creating sand. The shores were rocky, pounded by waves but not softened by sediment. Sand, and thus beaches, became common only in the last few 100 million years, as life proliferated and created the materials that would break down into sand-sized particles. Shell-bearing organisms appeared in the Cambrian period, about 540 million years ago. Coral reefs arose and created vast amounts of calcium carbonate. Erosion of volcanic islands contributed basalt sand, and gradually, beaches as we know them came into existence, dynamic zones of sediment at the land-sea boundary. Humans have been using beaches for as long as there have been humans. Coastal environments are productive, offering abundant food from both land and sea. Shell middens, vast piles of discarded shells accumulated over centuries or millennia, are found on coasts around the world, evidence of long-term human habitation and shellfish consumption. Some of these middens are tens of thousands of years old, containing not just shells but also tools and artifacts and the bones of consumed fish and mammals. Beaches also served as highways. Before roads, water was often the easiest way to travel. People used rivers to penetrate inland, and they used the coast to travel long distances. Their boats pulled up onto beaches each night. The beach was campsite and shipyard and sometimes battlefield, a zone claimed by neither land nor sea, belonging to whoever happened to be standing on it at any given moment. You come to an area where the sand gives way to rocks, rounded boulders scattered along the shore, slick with seaweed and barnacles. This is a different kind of intertidal environment, and it supports a different community of organisms. In the pools between the rocks, small crabs scuttle away from your approaching shadow. Anemones cling to rock surfaces, their tentacles withdrawn now, waiting for the tide to return. And everywhere, barnacles, the small volcano-shaped crustaceans that cement themselves to rocks and wait for water to bring them food particles. Barnacles are peculiar animals. They begin life as free-swimming larvae, drifting with ocean currents. But when they find a suitable surface, they settle down permanently. They glue themselves in place with one of the strongest natural adhesives known, then build a shell around themselves and spend the rest of their lives in that one spot, extending feathery legs called cirri to catch passing food particles when the tide covers them. The rock pools here are miniature ecosystems, isolated from the open ocean twice a day when the tide retreats, becoming self-contained worlds. Life in a rock pool must be able to tolerate extreme conditions. When the sun shines on a pool at low tide, the water can heat up dramatically. When it rains, fresh water dilutes the pool, changing the salinity. Oxygen levels can fluctuate wildly as photosynthesizing algae produce it during the day and consume it at night. And when the tide comes back in, the pool is flushed with cool, oxygenated seawater, resetting conditions until the next low tide. Despite these challenges, rock pools are incredibly biodiverse. Small fish hide in the shadows, gobies and blennies that can tolerate the fluctuating conditions. Sea slugs graze on algae. Starfish cling to rocks, slowly pursuing their prey of mussels and barnacles. Sea urchins rasp at rock surfaces with their specialized mouths, feeding on algae and biofilm. And everywhere, crustaceans, from tiny amphipods to larger crabs, scavenge and hunt and go about their lives in this challenging but resource-rich environment. You step carefully across the rocks, mindful of the slippery seaweed, and make your way back to the sandy beach beyond. The moon is higher now, smaller seeming but brighter, and the beach is almost as bright as day, though the quality of light is completely different, cool and silvery instead of warm and golden. Ahead you see something large and dark on the sand. As you approach, it resolves into driftwood, a massive log bleached gray by sun and salt, its bark long gone, its wood worn smooth and sculpted into organic shapes by waves and sand. This tree, or what remains of it, probably fell into a river far inland, weeks or months or years ago. It was carried by floodwaters down to the ocean, where currents and tides brought it eventually to this beach. Now it rests here, high up on the sand where spring tides deposited it, too heavy for normal tides to move again. Driftwood accumulates on beaches everywhere, more in some places than others depending on river flow and ocean currents. On some northern beaches, entire forests of driftwood pile up, massive tangles of logs and branches creating barriers and shelters. People have used driftwood for millennia, as fuel, as building material, as sculpture and art. Some driftwood is so saturated with salt that it burns with colorful flames, blues and greens from the compounds in the wood. Other pieces are so dense and heavy with absorbed water that they barely burn at all. You climb onto the log and sit, your feet dangling above the sand. From here, you have a long view down the beach in both directions, and out to sea where the moon's path stretches toward the horizon. The beach appears empty except for you and the seabirds that you can hear but not quite see, ghostly cries from the darkness. But beaches are never truly empty. Beneath the sand, entire communities of organisms live out their lives. Sand hoppers, small crustaceans that emerge at night to feed on decaying seaweed. Lugworms, which live in U-shaped burrows and leave characteristic cold casts of sand on the surface. Cockles and clams buried at various depths, extending siphons upward to filter water. And predators that hunt these buried creatures. Flatfish and rays that cruise along the bottom, detecting prey with specialized electrosensory systems. Wading birds that probe the sand with long bills. Crabs that excavate burrows to reach mollusks. This invisible community beneath your feet is processing vast amounts of organic matter, cycling nutrients, providing food for larger animals. It is a crucial part of the coastal ecosystem, often overlooked because it is hidden, but as important as the more visible life in the water or on the rocks. The wind is picking up slightly, and you can taste salt on your lips, feel the fine spray carried from breaking waves. This spray is more than just water. It contains salt, obviously, but also organic compounds, bacteria, viruses, plankton, all the microscopic life of the ocean being aerosolized and distributed by wind. Some of this spray will be carried far inland, eventually settling on soil and plants, contributing nutrients, especially in areas where the soil is naturally low in certain minerals like iodine or selenium. Coastal communities have always had different disease patterns than inland ones, partly because of this marine aerosol. Iodine deficiency, which causes goiter and other health problems in inland areas, is rare in coastal populations that breathe iodine-rich sea air and eat seafood. Some researchers have even suggested that the smell of the sea, which is partly due to compounds produced by marine algae and bacteria, has health benefits, though the evidence for this is mixed. You jump down from the driftwood log and continue walking along the beach. The sand here is looser, drier, harder to walk on. This is above the high tide line, beyond where even the highest tides normally reach. The sand is paler here, less compacted, scattered with debris, more driftwood, pieces of dried seaweed, shells, and unfortunately, human trash. Plastic fragments, fishing gear, a shoe, various unidentifiable bits that have washed up and been left behind. Plastic pollution on beaches is a relatively recent problem, but a growing one. Plastic degrades very slowly in the ocean, breaking into smaller and smaller pieces but not truly disappearing. These microplastics are now found on beaches worldwide, mixed in with natural debris, indistinguishable from sand grains unless you look closely. They are ingested by seabirds and fish and other marine life, often with harmful effects. And they persist in the environment for decades or centuries, a legacy of the throwaway culture of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. But even this human impact cannot entirely destroy the magic of the beach. The ocean is vast and powerful and patient. It continues its rhythms regardless of human activity. Tides rise and fall, waves break and retreat, sand shifts and settles and shifts again. In a few more decades or centuries, even the plastic will be broken down or buried, and the beach will continue, as beaches have continued for hundreds of millions of years, adapting to whatever conditions exist, hosting whatever life can survive in the harsh but productive boundary between land and sea. You walk on and the beach begins to change again. The dunes to your right are becoming higher, more extensive. And between the dunes and the beach, you notice something else, vegetation. not just the marram grass of the dunes, but other plants adapted to salt and sand and wind. See holly, its spiky blue-gray leaves distinctive even in moonlight. See rocket, a succulent plant with fleshy leaves that store water, various hardy grasses and sedges. This is the back beach, the upper part of the shore where the beach transitions to land. It is flooded only during the highest tides or during storms, making it dry enough for land plants but too salty and unstable for most species. The plants here are specialists, tolerating conditions that would kill most vegetation. Some of these plants are important for coastal protection. Their roots help stabilize sand, preventing erosion. Their stems and leaves trap wind-blown sand, building up the beach and dunes over time. Without these pioneer plants, many beaches and dune systems would erode away much faster than they currently do, leaving coastlines vulnerable to storm damage and sea level rise. Coastal erosion is a natural process, but it can be accelerated by human activities. Development that disrupts natural sand movement, seawalls that reflect wave energy back onto beaches, dredging that removes sand from the system, all can increase erosion rates. Many developed coastlines are now experiencing net sand loss, with beaches narrowing or disappearing entirely. Some communities are responding with beach nourishment programs, pumping sand from offshore to rebuild beaches, but this is expensive and often only a temporary fix. Climate change adds another layer of complexity. Rising sea levels mean higher tides reaching further inland. Changing storm patterns might mean more frequent or more intense coastal storms. Warmer ocean temperatures are affecting marine ecosystems in complex ways. All of these changes will impact beaches and coastal environments, though exactly how is still uncertain in many cases. But tonight, on this beach, those future concerns seem distant. What is present is the immediate experience of moonlight and sand and moving water, of wind and salt and the cries of distant seabirds. What is present is the ancient pattern of waves breaking on shore, a pattern that predates human concerns and will continue after them. You find a place where the sand is firm and dry and settled down, sitting cross-legged, facing the ocean. From here, you can watch the waves more closely. Each one is different, moving at its own pace, breaking at its own moment, sending foam rushing up the sand in its own pattern. But together, they create that rhythmic sound, that endless rushing and retreating that is the voice of the ocean meeting land. Waves are fascinating phenomena. They are not movement of water across distance, not really. Rather, they are movement of energy. When wind blows across the ocean's surface, it transfers energy to the water, creating ripples. If the wind continues, these ripples grow into larger waves. The water itself mostly stays in place, moving in circular orbits as the wave passes, but the energy travels across vast distances, sometimes thousands of miles from where the wind first created it to where it finally breaks on a beach. When waves reach shallow water, they begin to interact with the bottom. The lower part of the wave's circular motion is disrupted, slowing down, while the top continues at its previous speed. This causes the wave to steepen, to grow taller and narrower, until eventually it becomes unstable and breaks, releasing all its pent-up energy in the crash of surf on the beach. The size and character of waves depend on three things: wind speed, wind duration, and fetch, which is the distance over which the wind blows. Strong winds blowing for a long time across a large area of ocean create the largest waves. These waves can travel across entire ocean basins, arriving at distant shores days or weeks after the storms that created them. Surfers track weather systems across the Pacific or Atlantic, predicting when and where swells will arrive, planning trips around these predicted waves. You watch the waves roll in, one after another, mesmerized by the pattern. There is something meditative about wave watching, something that quiets the mind and allows thoughts to settle. Perhaps it is the rhythmic nature, the repetition with variation, that engages the brain without overwhelming it. Or perhaps it is just the beauty of it, light and water and motion combining in endlessly unique configurations. After a long while, you stand and begin walking again, this time parallel to the water but gradually angling toward it. The tide has turned without you noticing, and now it is coming in, each wave reaching slightly further up the sand than the previous one. You will need to watch your footing, be ready to step back when a larger wave comes through. The sound of the ocean changes as the tide rises. The waves are breaking closer now, louder, the rush and retreat coming faster. And beneath the surface sound, there is a deeper sound, a low-frequency rumble that you feel in your chest as much as hear with your ears. This is the sound of vast amounts of water moving, the accumulated power of winds and tides and currents, focused into this meeting point of ocean and shore. Ahead where the beach curves, you can see something protruding from the water. As you get closer, it resolves into a rocky headland, a finger of higher ground extending out into the sea. The waves are breaking against it, sending up spray that catches moonlight, creating brief moments of phosphorescent brilliance. You make your way toward this headland, and as you approach, the beach ends and rocky shore begins. This is a different geology than the sand you have been walking on, probably an outcrop of more resistant rock that has not been eroded away as the softer surrounding material has been. The rock is dark, maybe basalt or some other volcanic stone, and it has been sculpted by millennia of wave action into complex shapes, smooth in some places, jagged in others. Climbing carefully, mindful of wet surfaces and sharp edges, you make your way out onto the headland. From here, you can see both ways along the beach, and you can see further out to sea. The view is magnificent, almost overwhelming in its scale. The ocean stretches to infinity, dark and alive, the moon's path cutting across it like a road to somewhere beyond the world. Standing on this rock, with the ocean on three sides and the spray from breaking waves occasionally reaching you, you feel the power of this place. The headland has stood here for thousands or millions of years, depending on the rock type, weathering countless storms, enduring endless assaults of wind and water. It is worn down over that time, certainly, losing height and mass to erosion, but it persists. It endures. And it will likely be here long after you are gone, a little smaller perhaps, a little more rounded, but fundamentally the same. This is the gift of places like this, perspective. In your daily life, your concerns and problems seem vast, overwhelming. But here, standing on ancient rock beside an ocean that has existed for billions of years, under a moon that has circled Earth for almost as long, your individual worries shrink to their proper size. They do not disappear exactly, but they become manageable, part of the larger pattern of human life that is itself just a tiny part of the larger pattern of life on Earth. You sit on the rock and let the spray mist your face, tasting salt, feeling the cool damp on your skin. The waves below are larger here, unhindered by the gradual shallowing that causes them to break on the beach. They rise and fall in powerful rhythms, occasionally sending up plumes of spray when a particularly large wave hits the headland just right. Sea conditions like this are why lighthouses exist. On a calm, clear night like this, navigation is relatively easy. But in storm, in fog, in the darkness of new moon, rocky headlands and reefs become deadly hazards. Ships approaching from the wrong angle could strike the rocks and be torn apart by the waves. Hundreds of ships, thousands, have been wrecked on rocky coasts over the centuries, their crews drowned, their cargoes lost. Lighthouses warn of these dangers, their beams visible for miles, identifying specific locations through their unique flash patterns. Before modern navigation technology, lighthouse keepers lived in isolation on headlands and small islands, maintaining lights that might save ships they would never see, saving lives of people they would never meet. It was solitary work, sometimes dangerous but essential. Now most lighthouses are automated, their keepers retired or reassigned. The lights still turn, the warnings still flash, but no one lives in the lighthouses anymore. They have become monuments, tourist attractions, picturesque elements of coastal scenery. But on nights like this, you can imagine what it must have been like to live in one, to be so intimately connected to ocean and weather, to feel personally responsible for the safety of passing ships. You stand and make your way carefully back across the rocks to the beach. The tide has definitely come in while you were exploring the headland. The beach is narrower now, the water reaching up almost to the dune line in places. You will need to walk carefully, staying above the reach of the larger waves. As you walk, you notice something glowing in the wet sand where a wave has just retreated. A faint blue-green light, phosphorescent, scattered in patches where the water disturbed the sand. This is bioluminescence, light produced by living organisms. In this case, probably dinoflagellates, microscopic plankton that produce light when disturbed by wave action or by someone walking through shallow water. The function of this bioluminescence is debated. It might startle predators. It might attract larger predators to eat whatever is disturbing the dinoflagellates, providing an indirect defense. Or it might be a byproduct of cellular processes with no specific function. Regardless of purpose, it is beautiful, magical, these tiny organisms creating light without heat, a cold blue glow that appears and fades in seconds. You walk through the shallow water deliberately now, watching the glow appear around your feet with each step, marveling at this small wonder. The phenomenon is more common in warm tropical waters, where certain bays and lagoons are famous for their bioluminescence, but it can occur anywhere dinoflagellates are concentrated enough, and tonight on this beach you have found it. The beach is changing ahead, becoming rockier again, not large boulders like the headland, but small stones and pebbles mixed with the sand. This is probably a different geological layer being exposed, or material deposited by a river that enters the ocean nearby. The character of a beach can change dramatically over short distances, depending on what sediment is available and how water moves it around. Walking on pebbles is harder than walking on sand, less comfortable, but there is something pleasing about the sound they make, the soft clacking and rolling as waves move them. Each incoming wave lifts and tumbles the stones, moving them up the beach slightly. Each outgoing wave drags them back down. Over time, this constant movement sorts the pebbles by size and weight, creating distinct bands across the beach. The pebbles are also being rounded by this constant tumbling, their sharp edges worn away, their surfaces polished smooth. The process is slow from a human perspective, but fast geologically. A pebble can go from angular to rounded in a few decades or centuries, depending on its hardness and the energy of the waves. The smoothest, most perfectly rounded pebbles are the ones that have been in the surf zone longest, tumbled endlessly by waves, polished by sand. You pick up a particularly perfect pebble, oval and smooth, fitting comfortably in your palm. It is dark gray with white banding, some kind of sedimentary rock, probably. You slip it into your pocket alongside the scallop shell, small treasures from the beach, tokens of this night walk beside the ocean. The moon is descending now, approaching the horizon opposite where it rose. The night is advancing toward dawn, though dawn is still hours away. The quality of darkness is changing subtly, becoming thinner, less absolute. Or perhaps that is just your eyes becoming more adjusted, able to extract more information from the limited light available. You continue walking and the beach curves again, and ahead you see a different structure. Not natural, but human-made. A pier extending from the shore out into the water, its pilings dark against the moonlit ocean. You walk toward it curious, and as you get closer you can see that it is old, weathered, some of the planks missing, the whole structure looking somewhat precarious. Old piers are common on coasts that were once more heavily used for fishing or small boat traffic. This one might have served a small fishing village, or been used to load and unload cargo from ships anchored offshore, or been built for recreational use in the Victorian or Edwardian era when seaside holidays became popular. Now it is abandoned, slowly being reclaimed by the ocean, its pilings encrusted with barnacles and mussels, its planks going soft with rot. You step carefully onto the pier, testing each plank before putting your weight on it. Some are solid, others flex ominously. A few are missing entirely, leaving gaps through which you can see dark water below. But you make your way out, moving slowly, cautiously, until you are standing at the end of the pier, surrounded on three sides by ocean. From here, the perspective is different again. You are above the water now, looking down at the waves moving beneath you. The pilings create patterns in the wave movement, forcing water to flow around them, creating eddies and swirls. And in the shadows beneath the pier, you can see or sense rather than see, movement that suggests fish using the structure as habitat and shelter. Piers and other human structures often become artificial reefs, attracting marine life that might not otherwise be present on a sandy or muddy bottom. The pilings provide hard substrate for sessile organisms like barnacles and mussels, and sea anemones to attach to. These in turn provide food for predators like starfish and whelks. And the structure itself provides shelter for fish, creating shadows and hidey holes where they can avoid larger predators or rest out of the current. Some artificial reef programs deliberately sink ships or concrete structures to create new habitat, but any structure in the ocean will eventually be colonized by marine life. There are shipwrecks that have been underwater for a century or more that are now completely encrusted, unrecognizable as human artifacts, transformed into part of the ocean ecosystem. You sit on the edge of the pier, legs dangling, and look out toward the horizon. The moon path has moved, following the moon's descent toward the west. Soon the moon will set, and the beach will be lit only by starlight until dawn comes. But for now, there is still this silver light, this cool illumination that makes everything seem dreamlike and strange. Sitting here, you can feel the pier moving slightly with each wave, a subtle vibration transmitted through the structure. It is a reminder that nothing built in or near the ocean is truly stable. Everything is subject to the constant assault of salt water and waves and wind. Metal corrodes, wood rots, concrete cracks and crumbles. Only constant maintenance can keep structures functional, and when that maintenance stops, the ocean reclaims what was built in its territory. Eventually, this pier will collapse entirely. The pilings will finally give way, stressed beyond their capacity by storms and tides. The planks will wash away, some sinking, some drifting off to become driftwood on distant beaches. And where the pier once stood, there will be just water, and perhaps on the sea bottom, the remains of pilings becoming artificial reef, continuing to provide habitat even in their final transformation. You stand and make your way carefully back to shore, stepping around gaps, testing each plank. Back on the solid sand of the beach, you pause and look back at the pier, dark against the lighter water, a melancholy monument to human ambition and the ocean's patient destruction. The beach stretches on ahead, continuing to curve along the coastline, probably for miles. You could walk all night and not reach the end of it. Beaches in some places run for dozens or hundreds of miles without significant interruption, ribbons of sand connecting capes and headlands, creating highways for beach walkers and shorebirds. But you are not trying to reach any particular destination. The walking itself is the point, the experience of moving through this liminal space between land and sea, between night and day, between one state of being and another. The beach offers this gift of betweenness, of existing in a space that is neither quite one thing nor another, and in that ambiguity finding a kind of freedom. You continue walking, and as you walk, the moon sets below the western horizon, its light fading gradually and then snuffing out entirely. The darkness deepens for a moment, and then your eyes adjust, and you realize there is still light. Starlight, scattered across the sky in vast profusion now that the moon's brighter light is gone, and the faint glow on the eastern horizon that suggests dawn is approaching, still distant but no longer impossibly far away. The ocean continues its rhythms regardless of light or darkness. Waves break and retreat with the same steady pattern. The tide continues to rise, each wave reaching a little further up the beach. And beneath the surface, the invisible life of the ocean continues, creatures feeding and fleeing and reproducing and dying in patterns that have repeated for eons. The magical beach is still there, will still be there tomorrow night and the night after, the ocean in constant conversation with the land, neither winning, neither losing, just an endless negotiation playing out in sand and stone and moving water, beautiful and powerful and patient in its endurance. You walk on through the darkness, the beach your companion, the ocean your guide, the stars your witness, and somewhere ahead, though you cannot yet see it, the first hint of dawn beginning to gather itself for the day to come. The magical cabin in a forest tonight, you find yourself on a different kind of path, not the established trails of managed woodland or the shifting sands of coastline, but something rougher, more intimate. A narrow track through dense forest, overgrown in places, clearly not used frequently. The trees press close on both sides, their branches reaching overhead to create a tunnel of green and shadow, even though the leaves have long since fallen and what reaches overhead now is bare wood against darkening sky. You have been climbing for some time, you realize. The path has been ascending gradually, almost imperceptibly at first, but now more steeply. Your breathing has deepened. Your legs feel the work of walking uphill. The forest through which you are moving is thick and old, predominantly coniferous. Pine and spruce and fir, their evergreen needles creating year-round canopy, their trunks straight and tall, competing for light in this dense stand. The scent of this forest is different from the deciduous woodland you walked through before. Instead of the earthy smell of decaying leaves and damp soil, here the air carries the sharp, clean scent of pine resin and the slightly musty smell of accumulated needles on the forest floor. It is a smell that evokes mountain forests, northern forests, wild places far from human habitation. But you are not far from habitation, or at least not entirely far, because ahead through the trees you can see something that is clearly human-made, a structure. As you get closer, it resolves into a cabin, small and weathered, built from logs that have grayed with age, its roof covered in wooden shingles dark with moss and moisture. The cabin sits in a small clearing, just large enough for the building itself and a modest area of open ground around it. The clearing is not perfectly maintained. Wildflowers have grown up in patches. Small saplings are attempting to establish themselves around the edges, constantly fighting back the forest's attempt to reclaim this space. But someone has kept it clear enough that the cabin is not overrun, that there is still definition between building and wilderness. You approach slowly, taking in details. The cabin is one room, perhaps two, judging by its size. The logs it is built from are thick and sturdy, fitted together with careful craftsmanship, the gaps between them chinked with what looks like moss and mud, a traditional technique for sealing log walls against wind and weather. The windows are small, just two of them visible from this angle, their glass reflecting the last light of day, making it impossible to see inside. There is no smoke from the chimney, which protrudes from the roof at one end, built from stacked stones held together with mortar. No lights visible through the windows, no sound of occupation, but the cabin does not look abandoned either. The door appears solid and well-maintained. The clearing has been kept clear. This is a place that is used, just not at this particular moment. You climb the two wooden steps to the small porch and stand before the door. It is made from thick planks, heavily weathered but still strong, and it has a simple iron latch instead of a modern lock. Your hand hesitates over the latch. This is someone's place, someone's shelter. But something about it feels welcoming rather than forbidding, as if it exists for anyone who needs it, as if its purpose is to provide refuge to whoever happens to find their way here. You lift the latch and push gently. The door swings inward on well-oiled hinges, opening silently into darkness. You step inside and pause, letting your eyes adjust. The interior is dim but not completely dark. Light from the open door behind you and from the windows provides enough illumination to see the basic layout. It is one room, as you suspected, though larger inside than it appeared from outside. The ceiling is low, just high enough that you can stand upright comfortably, supported by rough-hewn beams. The floor is made from wide planks, worn smooth by years or decades of use, covered in places with woven rag rugs that add spots of faded color to the dim interior. Against one wall is a wood stove, black iron, compact but obviously functional, its pipe rising to meet the stone chimney. A small amount of kindling and larger wood is stacked neatly beside it. Against another wall is a bed, narrow and simple, made up with wool blankets and a thick quilt. A rough wooden table stands near the center of the room, with two straight-backed chairs, and along the walls are shelves holding a few basic supplies: candles, matches, a kettle, some enamelware plates and cups, jars containing what might be dried foods. This is a hunter's cabin, perhaps, or a shepherd's shelter, or maybe just a refuge maintained by some organization for the benefit of hikers who might need emergency shelter in these remote woods. Either way, it is clearly meant to be used, meant to provide basic comfort and safety for whoever finds it. You move to the table and find matches and a candle. Striking a match, you light the candle, and warm yellow light fills the small space, transforming it. The cabin suddenly feels cozy rather than dim, welcoming rather than uncertain. Shadows dance on the log walls. The few furnishings take on character and solidity. You close the door against the gathering darkness outside and explore the cabin more thoroughly. There is so much care evident in the details. The logs have been carefully selected and fitted. The floor, though simple, is level and solid. The shelves are sturdy, well-made. Whoever built this cabin, and whoever maintains it, clearly understand both craftsmanship and the importance of having a solid shelter in wilderness. The history of cabins like this stretches back as long as humans have needed shelter in forests. The basic log cabin design probably originated in Northern Europe, in Scandinavia or Russia or the Baltic regions, where timber was abundant and stone was scarce, making wood the obvious building material. The design traveled to North America with European settlers, where it became iconic, particularly in frontier regions where forests needed to be cleared and the felled trees provided ready building material. Building a log cabin requires specific skills, but no particularly advanced tools. Trees must be selected for straightness and appropriate size, usually conifers because they grow straight and their resinous wood resists rot. The logs must be cut to length, notched at the ends so they fit together at the corners, and stacked with smaller gaps between them, sealed with some kind of chinking material. A roof frame must be built and covered with whatever waterproof material is available: bark, shingles, thatch, or in modern times, metal or tar paper. The cabin you are standing in was probably built decades ago, judging by the weathering of the exterior logs and the worn quality of the interior, but it has been maintained. The roof is sound, the door and windows are functional. The wood stove appears to be in working order. Someone or some organization cares about this place and ensures it remains available for use. You move to the stove and examine it more closely. It is a simple design, just a firebox with a door and a flat top for cooking, and a pipe that carries smoke out through the chimney. The kind of stove that has been made in essentially the same way for more than a century, reliable and efficient in its simplicity. The ashes in the firebox are cold but not ancient. Someone has used this stove within the past few months, perhaps. There is satisfaction in a stove like this. It requires active participation. You must gather wood, split it to appropriate size, build a fire, tend it, feed it more wood as needed, clean out the ashes periodically. It is more work than turning a thermostat, but the heat it produces feels more real somehow, more earned. And there is something primal and comforting about fire, about the light and warmth it provides, about the dancing flames and the subtle sounds of crackling wood. You decide to build a fire, not because you are particularly cold, though the evening is cooling as night approaches, but because a cabin like this should have a fire in its stove, because that is part of what makes it truly a shelter rather than just an empty structure. You open the stove door and check that the flue is open, then arrange kindling in the firebox, smaller pieces at the bottom, slightly larger ones on top, creating air spaces for flames to move through. Striking another match, you light the kindling and it catches quickly, crackling and spitting small sparks. You add slightly larger pieces as the kindling burns, building the fire gradually, letting it establish itself before adding the larger split logs from the wood pile. The stove draws well, pulling smoke up through the chimney, and soon the fire is burning steadily, heat beginning to radiate from the iron sides of the stove. With the fire established, you close the stove door to control the burn and settle into one of the chairs at the table. The candle flame and the glow from the stove's air vents provide the only light now, creating a warm pocket of visibility in the darkness. Outside the windows, the forest is black, impenetrable. Inside, everything feels safe and solid, and somehow outside of time. Cabins like this exist in many parts of the world, particularly in Scandinavia, where there is a strong tradition of maintaining wilderness cabins for public use. In Norway, there are hundreds of such cabins, from basic unlocked shelters like this one to larger staffed lodges, creating a network that allows hikers to travel through remote areas without carrying camping gear. The Norwegian Trekking Association maintains many of these, relying on an honor system where users pay a small fee and leave the cabin clean and ready for the next person. The same concept exists in other countries under different names. In Scotland, there are bothies, simple shelters maintained by the Mountain Bothies Association for free public use. In New Zealand, there are huts scattered through wilderness areas, maintained by the Department of Conservation. The details vary, but the principle is the same, creating refuges in remote areas where weather can be dangerous, and having shelter might mean the difference between comfort and suffering, or even between life and death. The cabin you are in belongs to this tradition, clearly. It offers basic shelter and nothing more, but basic shelter is everything when you need it. A place to get out of wind and rain, a stove to dry wet clothes and warm cold bodies, a bed to sleep in safety. These simple provisions can be life-saving in bad weather or if someone is injured or exhausted. You rise and explore the shelves more carefully, examining the supplies by candlelight. There are several candles, ensuring that light is available even if someone arrives without matches or flashlight. A metal kettle that could be used for boiling water or melting snow. Some enamelware dishes. A few jars containing dried goods, beans, rice, perhaps some tea. Not a comprehensive pantry, but enough to keep someone alive for a few days if they arrived without food. There is also a logbook, a simple notebook in which visitors can write their names and dates and comments. You open it and flip through by candlelight, reading the entries. They span several years, each entry just a few lines. Names and dates. Stayed overnight during heavy rain, grateful for the shelter. Beautiful night, saw stars through clearing and clouds. Emergency stop, twisted ankle, rested here before continuing down tomorrow. These brief entries are a kind of history, a record of the people who have found this cabin and used it. Each represents a story, a journey, a moment in someone's life when this small structure mattered. Some entries are in different languages, suggesting that this forest and this cabin are known beyond just the local area, that it sits on some kind of long-distance trail used by hikers from various countries. You find a pencil on the shelf beside the logbook and consider adding your own entry. But what would you write? The truth, that you are on a strange night journey through various landscapes, that you are not quite sure how you arrived here or where you will go next. That seems too complicated, too strange. Instead, you write simply the date and stayed briefly, enjoyed the fire and the peace. Thank you to whoever maintains this place. It feels inadequate, but anything more feels like it would require explaining things you cannot explain. You close the logbook and return it to the shelf, then move to the window and look out. The forest is completely dark now, just black shapes of trees against a slightly lighter sky. No lights anywhere, no sign of human habitation. Just wilderness stretching in all directions and this small, warm cabin at its center. The isolation is profound but not frightening. There is something comforting about being in a small, secure space surrounded by vast wilderness. It makes the cabin feel like a ship, sailing through an ocean of trees, its light a small beacon in the darkness. And like a ship, it provides everything needed for survival in a potentially hostile environment: shelter, warmth, basic provisions. You return to the chair and sit, listening to the sounds of the cabin settling. The subtle pops and creaks as temperature changes cause wood to expand or contract. The fire in the stove burns steadily, a comforting presence. Outside, wind moves through the forest, creating that distinctive sound of wind in conifers, different from deciduous trees, a rushing, shushing sound like distant waves. The forest surrounding this cabin is probably quite old growth perhaps, or at least mature second growth. The size of the trees you walked past to get here suggested significant age. Old-growth forest has a different character than young forest. It is more complex, more layered, with trees of many different ages and sizes creating a three-dimensional structure. There are massive old trees, centuries old. There are younger trees growing in gaps created by fallen elders. There are dead standing trees called snags, still providing habitat for cavity nesting birds and other creatures. And there are fallen logs in various stages of decay, slowly being absorbed back into the forest floor, providing habitat and nutrients as they decompose. This complexity makes old-growth forest particularly valuable for biodiversity. More species can find niches in the varied structure of old growth than in the uniform structure of young, managed forest. And some species depend specifically on old-growth characteristics. Woodpeckers that need large dead trees, lichens that grow only on the bark of very old trees, fungi that associate only with mature root systems. But old-growth forest is also relatively rare now in many parts of the world. Most forests have been cut at least once, often multiple times, for timber or to clear land for agriculture. The forests that remain are often second-growth or plantation forests, managed for timber production, uniform in age and species composition. True old-growth forest that has never been significantly disturbed by human activity exists mostly in remote or protected areas, like the forest surrounding this cabin might be. There is a sound outside and you freeze listening, footsteps. Something large moving through the forest, not bothering to be quiet. Your heart rate increases. What could it be? In this part of the world, probably deer, or possibly wild boar if this is an area where they exist. Or less likely but possible depending on location, something larger. Bear, moose, wolf. The footsteps continue, moving past the cabin, not approaching directly but passing through the clearing. Through the window you cannot see anything, just darkness and the vague shapes of trees. But the sound is clear, distinct from wind, definitely the sound of a large animal moving with purpose through the forest. Then silence. Whatever it was has moved on, deeper into the forest, pursuing its own nocturnal business. You exhale, realizing you had been holding your breath. There was no real danger. The cabin is secure, its door closed. And most large animals avoid humans unless surprised or threatened or protecting young. But still, the reminder of wild presence is profound. This forest is not yours. It belongs to the creatures that live in it, and you are just a visitor, temporarily borrowing this small space that some kind humans built and maintain. You add more wood to the stove, opening the door just long enough to place a new log on the coals, then closing it again to maintain the efficient burn. The added fuel will keep the fire going for another hour or two at least, long enough that the cabin will stay warm well into the night. On the shelf above the bed, you notice something you missed before, a small collection of books. You rise and examine them by candlelight. Battered paperbacks, mostly, the kind of books that can be left in a remote cabin without worry about damage or loss. Field guides to birds and trees and animal tracks, a collection of poetry, a novel by someone you vaguely recognize, and a journal handwritten which appears to be observations about the forest and its seasonal changes, written over the course of several years by various people. You take down the journal and return to the chair, opening it carefully. The handwriting changes every few pages, suggesting that many people have contributed to it. The entries are observational, factual, noting things like first snow, approximately 10 cm accumulation, or herd owl calling from northwest direction, probably tawny owl or wild strawberries ripe in clearing, good crop this year. This journal is a different kind of record than the logbook. Where the logbook records human presence and human stories, this journal records the life of the forest itself, the phenological calendar of seasons and changes, the presence and movements of wildlife, the subtle and not so subtle transformations that happen continuously in a living ecosystem. Reading these entries, you get a sense of the forest across seasons. Spring entries note the return of migratory birds, the emergence of flowers, the leafing out of deciduous trees that must grow scattered among the dominant conifers. Summer entries note the activity of insects, the ripening of berries, the long light and warmth that allows for extended time in the forest. Autumn entries mark the changing colors, the migration of birds southward, the gathering of nuts and seeds by squirrels and other creatures preparing for winter. And winter entries describe the transformation into a snowy, silent world, the tracks of animals suddenly visible in snow, the different sound of the forest under snow load, the challenges of reaching the cabin through deep drifts, the fierce beauty of the frozen landscape, the necessity of keeping the stove burning continuously to prevent freezing. Each season has been observed and recorded, creating a multi-year record of this particular place, this particular forest. It is citizen science, in a way, though probably not intended as such. Just people paying attention to the world around them and noting what they see, creating documentation that might be useful for understanding how this ecosystem functions and how it changes over time. You read for a while, absorbing the observations, appreciating the care with which people have noticed and recorded small details. Then you close the journal and return it to the shelf, leaving it for the next person who might find comfort in reading about this forest and its rhythms. The fire in the stove has burned down to coals, glowing red through the air vents. You add one more log, a large one that will burn slowly through the night, providing steady heat. Then you blow out the candle, letting the darkness settle fully into the cabin. Just the faint red glow from the stove remains, barely enough to see by, but enough to create a sense of warmth and life in the darkness. You move to the bed and sit on its edge, testing it. The mattress is thin but adequate, probably filled with straw or some similar material. The blankets are wool, heavy and warm. The quilt on top is handmade, pieced together from scraps of fabric in various patterns and colors, now faded but still beautiful in its own way. Someone made this quilt with care, creating warmth and beauty to leave in a cabin where strangers would use it. There is profound generosity in maintaining a place like this. Whoever owns this cabin, or whoever has claimed responsibility for it, receives no direct benefit. They will never meet most of the people who use it. They will not be paid or thanked individually for their work. Yet they continue to maintain it, to provide firewood and candles, to ensure the roof stays sound and the door stays functional, to make sure that anyone who needs shelter can find it here. This tradition of maintaining free public shelters exists in several cultures, but has perhaps its deepest roots in Scandinavian concepts of allemansrätt, the right of public access to wilderness. The idea that nature belongs to everyone, that the right to walk in forests and to gather berries and to swim in lakes is a fundamental right that cannot be taken away by private ownership of land. And with that right comes responsibility, to respect nature, to leave no trace, to maintain any structures that exist for public benefit. You lie back on the bed, pulling the blankets up. The wool is scratchy but warm, and the quilt on top is soft from years of use and washing. Through the small window near the bed, you can see a patch of sky, and in that patch stars are visible, cold and distant, unchanged by the small human concerns of cabins and fires and shelter. The bed is more comfortable than you expected. Your body relaxes into it, tired from the long walk through the forest, from the climb up to this clearing. The warmth from the stove reaches even to the bed, creating a comfortable temperature, not too warm, not too cold. Outside, the wind continues to move through the forest, that rushing, shushing sound that is almost like breathing, like the forest itself is alive and sleeping around this small cabin. You think about the people who have slept in this bed before you, hikers caught by darkness or weather, hunters spending the night before returning to their pursuit in the morning, perhaps someone injured, grateful for a safe place to rest and recover. Lovers, maybe, seeking privacy and romance in wilderness. Solitary wanderers like yourself, drawn to remote places for reasons they might not fully understand. Each person would have their own story, their own reason for being here, their own experience of this cabin and this forest. But they all would have shared this same experience of warmth and shelter in wilderness, of safety in a potentially dangerous environment, of comfort provided by strangers they would never meet. Sleep begins to pull at you, that heavy, irresistible drowsiness that comes from warmth and comfort after physical exertion. You let it come, not fighting it, sinking into the mattress, into the heavy blankets, into the darkness and warmth and safety of the cabin. The fire in the stove burns on, its glow steady, its heat radiating into the small space. Outside, the forest stands dark and patient, continuing its own slow processes of growth and decay, of animals hunting and being hunted, of trees reaching toward light and roots reaching toward water, of seasons turning in their ancient patterns, indifferent to human presence or human absence, existing on timescales that make human lives seem like brief flickers of light in an endless night. The magical cabin holds you safely through the darkness, a small point of human warmth and care in a vast wilderness, maintained by strangers for strangers, a gift given freely and received with gratitude, a temporary shelter on a longer journey whose destination remains uncertain, but whose path continues onward through landscapes that reveal themselves one at a time, each offering its own particular beauty and wisdom and peace. The magical castle tonight, you find yourself standing before something altogether different from the wilderness you have been moving through. The path has led you up from the forest cabin, climbing higher still through thinning trees until the forest gave way to open hillside, and there, rising from an outcrop of gray stone, commanding a view of the valley below, stands a castle. Not a ruin, though it is ancient. Not a museum piece, sterile and empty. But something between those states, something that feels both inhabited by history and touched by present reality. The castle is built from the same gray stone as the outcrop it sits upon, making it seem as though it grew from the rock itself rather than being built upon it. Its walls are thick and high, punctuated by narrow windows that once served as much for defense as for light. Towers rise at the corners, round and solid, their conical roofs dark against the evening sky. You approach slowly, taking in the scale of it. Castles are always larger than you expect when you finally stand before them. The walls that looked solid but manageable from a distance reveal themselves to be massive up close, twice or three times the height of a person, built from stones so large it seems impossible that humans could have moved and placed them. Yet humans did, stone by stone, over years or decades, creating fortifications that would stand for centuries. The main entrance is a gatehouse, another structure built into and projecting from the main wall. The wooden gate is open. Surprisingly, its massive timbers scarred and weathered but still solid. Above the gate opening, you can see the slots where a portcullis once hung, an iron grating that could be lowered to seal the entrance even if the wooden gates were breached. And above that, openings in the ceiling of the gateway passage through which defenders could drop stones or pour boiling liquids on attackers trying to force their way in. These features speak to the castle's original purpose, defense. This was not built as a comfortable home, though people certainly lived here. It was built as a fortress, a stronghold where people could retreat in times of danger, where a small force could hold out against a much larger attacking force, where walls and gates and strategic design could mean the difference between survival and destruction. You pass through the gateway, your footsteps echoing off stone walls, and emerge into the courtyard. It is larger than you expected, a broad open space surrounded on all sides by the castle's inner walls and the various buildings built against those walls. The ground is paved with cobblestones, worn smooth by centuries of use, uneven in places where the ground beneath has shifted. The courtyard is empty and silent. No guards patrol the walls. No servants hurry about their business. No sounds of daily life echo from the surrounding structures. But like the cabin in the forest, this place does not feel abandoned. It feels waiting, patient, holding its history within its stones, ready to share that history with anyone who takes the time to listen. You walk across the courtyard toward the keep, the main tower that rises from the center of the castle complex. This is the heart of the fortress, the final refuge if all other defenses failed, the tallest and strongest structure built to withstand siege and assault. Its walls are even thicker than the outer walls, its windows even narrower. At its base, a heavy wooden door stands slightly ajar, dark wood banded with iron, held in place by massive hinges that must weigh more than a person. Pushing the door open wider, you step inside. The interior is dim, lit only by the fading daylight filtering through narrow windows set deep into the thick walls. You are in a large hall, its ceiling high above, supported by thick beams of dark wood. The walls are bare stone, though you can see marks on them suggesting that tapestries once hung here, providing both decoration and insulation against the cold that must have been constant in a stone structure like this. At one end of the hall is a massive fireplace, large enough that you could stand inside it. The hearth is cold now, filled with old ash, but you can imagine how it must have been when the castle was fully inhabited, a fire roaring in this fireplace large enough to heat at least part of this vast stone room, the flames casting dancing shadows on the walls, the smoke drawing up through the chimney built into the thickness of the wall. There are stairs at the far end of the hall, a spiral staircase built into the wall itself, curving upward out of sight. You approach them and begin to climb. The steps are stone, worn in the center from countless feet over centuries, creating a shallow depression in each step that makes the climbing slightly awkward, requiring you to adjust your stride to match the uneven surface. The staircase is narrow and dark, lit only by occasional slit windows that provide glimpses of the outside world as you climb higher and higher. These windows are more than just light sources. They are also defensive positions, designed so that a defender could shoot arrows or crossbow bolts from relative safety, while attackers trying to storm the stairs would be exposed and cramped, unable to bring their numbers or their weapons effectively to bear. You climb for what feels like a long time, turning and turning as the spiral staircase winds upward through the thickness of the tower wall. Finally, you emerge onto an upper floor, another hall, smaller than the great hall below but still substantial. This room has more windows, larger windows, suggesting that when the castle was built, whoever occupied this level felt secure enough to prioritize light and view over absolute defensive security. The windows here face in different directions, and moving from one to another, you can see different aspects of the landscape surrounding the castle. To the north, the forest you emerged from stretches dark and vast, rolling over hills until it fades into distance and gathering darkness. To the east, the land drops away sharply, the castle sitting on the edge of a steep escarpment that would have made approach from that direction nearly impossible for attacking forces. To the south, you can see the valley that the castle overlooks, with a river winding through it like a silver ribbon in the last light of day. And to the west, the land rises again toward distant mountains, their peaks already lost in clouds or darkness. This view explains the castle's position. It commands the valley and the surrounding landscape, Anyone living here could see approaching travelers or armies from miles away. They could control the valley below, perhaps demanding tolls from those who wish to pass through, or taxing the villages that you can just make out scattered along the river. The castle's elevation provides both defense and dominance, making it a center of power for whoever held it. The history of castles in Europe stretches back more than 1,000 years, though the design evolved significantly over that time. The earliest castles were simple affairs, wooden structures built on earthen mounds, surrounded by wooden palisades. These were relatively quick to build and could be effective against raiders or small forces, but they were vulnerable to fire and to determined assault. Stone castles began appearing in the 11th century, around the time of the Norman conquest of England, and during similar periods of conquest and consolidation elsewhere in Europe. Stone was much more expensive and time-consuming to build with, but it created structures that were far more durable and defensible. A stone castle could withstand fire, could resist battering rams and undermining, could be held by a small garrison against much larger forces. The castle you are in was probably built sometime in the medieval period, perhaps the 12th or 13th century, judging by its design and construction. The round towers suggest a later medieval date, as earlier castles often had square towers, which were easier to build but more vulnerable to undermining at the corners. The thick walls and narrow windows are consistent with a time when defense was paramount, before gunpowder weapons made high walls less effective. But this castle also shows signs of later modification and use. Some of the windows have been enlarged, probably in later centuries, when the threat of assault had diminished, and comfort became more important than absolute security. Some of the interior walls show evidence of having been plastered and painted, adding decoration and warmth to the bare stone. And some areas have clearly been adapted for different uses over the centuries, as the castle transitioned from active fortress to lordly residence to perhaps eventually administrative center or storehouse or prison. You continue exploring, moving through various rooms and passages. You find what was probably the chapel, a small room with a vaulted ceiling and an alcove where an altar would have stood. Castles typically had chapels because the people who lived in them needed a place to worship, and because having a consecrated space within the walls added a layer of spiritual protection to the physical protection of stone and mortar. You find what might have been private chambers, smaller rooms with fireplaces, and the remains of better quality decoration on the walls. These would have been for the lord or lady of the castle and their immediate family, while lesser members of the household would have slept communally in the Great Hall or in other shared spaces. You find storerooms in the lower levels, accessed by descending stone stairs that grow darker and damper as you go down. These rooms are built into the very foundations of the castle, carved partly from the living rock of the outcrop itself. They would have been used to store food and drink and supplies, kept cool by the thick stone walls and the earth around them. A well-provisioned castle could withstand a siege for months, as long as water was available and the stores held out. And you find the well itself in a corner of the courtyard, its stone wall built up waist-high, its dark opening descending into unknown depths. Water was crucial for any fortification. A castle without a reliable water source was vulnerable to siege, as attackers could simply wait for thirst to force surrender. Many castles, like this one apparently, had wells dug deep into the bedrock beneath them, ensuring a supply of clean water even if all outside sources were cut off. You lean over the well and drop a small stone into it, listening. There is a long silence, and then far below, a splash echoes up through the narrow shaft. The well is deep, very deep, probably penetrating many meters through solid rock to reach the water table. The engineering required to dig such a well with medieval tools is impressive, requiring patience and skill and considerable labor, but it was necessary for the castle's survival. Moving back inside, you find another staircase, this one leading upward again, toward the top of the keep. You climb it and it grows narrower and darker as you ascend, until finally you emerge onto the roof of the tower, onto the battlements that crown the keep. The view from here is extraordinary. You can see for miles in every direction, the landscape spread out below like a map. The last light of day is fading now, the sun having set while you were exploring the lower levels, but the sky still holds color, deep blues and purples, with the first stars beginning to appear in the darkest parts overhead. The battlements themselves are exactly as you imagined from pictures and films. A walkway behind a chest-high wall, the wall topped with merlons, the raised sections, alternating with crenels, the gaps through which defenders could shoot arrows or observe without fully exposing themselves. Walking along this battlement, looking out through the crenels, you can imagine what it must have been like to stand guard here, watching the approaches to the castle, alert for any sign of threat. But tonight there is no threat, just peaceful landscape growing dark, the river in the valley reflecting the last light of the sky, the forest beyond dissolving into shadow. In the villages below, you can see lights beginning to appear, warm yellow points in the gathering darkness, people lighting lamps and candles as evening settles, going about their lives in the shadow of this ancient fortress that once controlled and protected them. The relationship between castle and countryside was complex. The lord who held the castle wielded considerable power over the surrounding lands and the people who lived on them. He could demand taxes or rents. He could require military service. He could dispense justice, holding courts where disputes were settled and criminals were judged. In return, he was expected to provide protection, to maintain order, to lead in times of war, to ensure that the land was defended against invaders or raiders. This feudal system, as it came to be called, dominated much of medieval Europe for centuries. It was hierarchical and rigid in many ways, with people born into specific roles that they had little ability to change. But it also provided a degree of stability and structure in times when central government was weak or non-existent, when life was precarious and violent, when having a local lord with military power and a fortified position could mean survival for a community. The system began to break down in the late medieval period as central governments grew stronger, as new weapons and tactics made castles less effective, as economic changes reduced the importance of agricultural land and increased the importance of trade in towns. By the Renaissance, many castles were being abandoned or converted into more comfortable residences, their military functions obsolete, but they remained and remain as powerful symbols. Symbols of power and permanence, of human ambition to build something that will endure, of the long and often violent history of Europe and other places where similar fortifications were built. Even in ruin, even abandoned, castles command attention and respect. They speak to something in the human psyche, some fascination with strength and survival, and the physical manifestation of authority. You walk around the perimeter of the battlement, looking out in each direction, taking in the full panorama of the landscape. The wind is stronger up here, unobstructed by buildings or trees, carrying the coolness of evening and the scent of the surrounding countryside, grass and earth and distant wood smoke from the village hearths below. On the far side of the keep, facing east toward the escarpment edge, there is a small structure built into the battlement. You approach it and find that it is a turret, a small watchtower projecting slightly beyond the main wall line, with its own narrow windows facing in multiple directions. This would have been a guard post, a position from which a sentry could keep watch without being easily seen or reached by attackers. You step inside the turret, and it feels like entering a different kind of space, more intimate than the open battlements, more focused. The narrow windows frame specific views, directing your attention to particular approaches to the castle, the routes that attackers might take, the roads that peaceful travelers would use. Standing here, looking out through these narrow stone windows, you feel connected to all the guards who stood in the same position over the centuries. People whose names are lost, whose lives are forgotten, but who spent long hours here, watching and waiting, probably bored most of the time, occasionally terrified when real danger appeared. They would have seen the same views you are seeing now, the same river valley, the same distant mountains, though the details would have been different. Fewer villages, perhaps, different roads, more forest or less, depending on the century and the intensity of land clearing for agriculture. History in a place like this is layered and deep. The castle itself is a historical artifact, a product of a particular time and set of circumstances. But it has also witnessed history, been the stage for events that shaped the lives of thousands of people. Battles were probably fought here, sieges endured, treaties negotiated, justice dispensed, marriages arranged, children born, people died. All within these stone walls that have stood unmoved through it all, absorbing and recording in their own way the full human drama of the centuries. You leave the turret and return to the open battlement. The stars are fully visible now, scattered thick across the sky, the moon not yet risen, leaving the night dark and the stars bright. You can identify some constellations, the same ones that guards on this battlement would have recognized centuries ago, though they might have given them different names or told different stories about them. The constancy of the stars is comforting. Empires rise and fall, castles are built and abandoned and sometimes restored, people live and die in endless succession, but the stars remain, wheeling overhead in patterns that change only over timescales so long that human civilization is just a brief moment within them. You find a place where the battlement wall is wider, creating a place to sit, and you settle there, your back against cold stone, looking up at the stars. The stone retains some warmth from the day's sun, though it is losing that warmth quickly as the night advances. Soon it will be cold as the night air itself, but for now it is comfortable, solid, reassuring in its permanence. Sitting here, you think about the nature of fortification, of defense, of the human desire to create safe spaces in a dangerous world. Castles are the ultimate expression of that desire, massive investments of resources and labor devoted to creating a place that can withstand assault, that can protect those within from those without. But fortifications are also expressions of division, of separation, of the creation of insiders and outsiders. The walls that keep attackers out also keep inhabitants in, creating boundaries that define who belongs and who does not, who is protected and who is left vulnerable. Throughout history, this division has been both necessary and tragic, both practical and deeply problematic. The modern world has moved beyond castles as functional fortifications, but the impulse to fortify, to create secure boundaries, remains. It manifests in different ways: gated communities, border walls, security systems, even the passwords and firewalls of digital life. We still seek to create spaces where we can feel safe from threats, where we can control who and what enters. Yet there is also a growing recognition that absolute security is impossible, and that the attempt to achieve it often creates more problems than it solves. That walls which are too high and too strong can become prisons. That security which is too exclusive can create injustice. That the division between inside and outside, between us and them, can be drawn in ways that are harmful and inhumane. These are complex questions without easy answers, and you are not going to solve them sitting on a castle battlement in the darkness. But being here, in this ancient fortress, makes you think about them in a different way, makes you see how old these questions are, how long humans have struggled with the tension between security and openness, between protection and connection. You stand eventually, the stone having grown too cold to sit on comfortably, and make your way back to the staircase, descending through the darkness, your hand trailing along the stone wall to guide you, down and down through the various levels of the keep until you emerge again into the great hall. The hall is very dark now, the last daylight gone, just starlight through the narrow windows providing the faintest illumination. You feel your way along the wall until you find what you are looking for, the massive fireplace. And there beside it you find what you hoped for: wood, stacked and ready, and the implements for making fire. Building a fire in this great fireplace is a different undertaking than lighting the small stove in the cabin. The scale is so much larger. You arrange kindling in the center of the vast hearth, creating a small pile that seems absurdly tiny in this space designed to hold massive logs. But you start small, lighting the kindling with matches found in a tin on the mantle, then gradually adding larger pieces as the flames grow. When the fire is established enough, you begin adding the larger logs, thick pieces of oak or beech that will burn for hours. They are heavy, requiring effort to lift in place, but soon they catch, and the fire begins to spread along their length, growing larger and brighter, beginning to fill the huge fireplace with flame. As the fire grows, light fills the great hall, transforming it. Shadows dance on the stone walls, massive and dramatic, moving with the flicker of the flames. The ceiling beams emerge from darkness, revealed by the firelight, their thickness and age becoming apparent. And you can see details of the hall that were invisible before: carved stones around the fireplace, marks on the walls where tapestries once hung, worn areas on the floor where countless feet walked the same paths over centuries. You drag a heavy wooden chair closer to the fire and sit, warming your hands, watching the flames. There is something primal about fire in a fireplace this large, something that connects to ancient human experiences of fire as protection and warmth and gathering place. Before castles, before agriculture, before civilization, there was fire, and humans sitting around it, finding comfort and safety in its light and warmth. The fire crackles and pops, sending occasional sparks up the chimney. You can feel the heat on your face and hands, strong and immediate, while your back remains cool, the vast space of the hall too large for even this fire to heat completely. Those who lived here in winter must have stayed close to the fire, wearing heavy clothes, sleeping under piles of furs and blankets, enduring a level of cold that modern people with central heating can barely imagine. You sit for a long time, watching the fire burn, letting the warmth seep into you, listening to the sounds of the castle around you. Stone settling with temperature changes, wind moving through the high spaces, the fire itself consuming wood and turning it to heat and light and ash, a transformation that humans have been utilizing for hundreds of thousands of years. Eventually, you rise and explore the great hall more thoroughly by firelight. You find alcoves in the walls that might have held storage or served as sleeping spaces for servants. You find the dais at one end where the high table would have been placed, where the lord and his honored guests would have dined while everyone else sat at lower tables in the main hall. You find doorways leading to other parts of the castle, passages and rooms that extend beyond this central space. Following one passage, you find yourself in what appears to be a kitchen area, though it is long disused. There are hearths here too, smaller than the great fireplace but still substantial, designed for cooking rather than just heating. There are stone counters and the remnants of what might have been water channels for washing, and there are various hooks and implements on the walls, tools for preparing and cooking the vast quantities of food that would have been needed to feed a castle household. Medieval castle kitchens were scenes of constant activity, bread baked daily in large ovens, meat roasted on spits over open fires, soups and stews simmering in cauldrons, vegetables prepared, sauces made, pastries assembled. The kitchen staff would have been numerous and specialized, with different people responsible for different tasks: butchers, bakers, sauce cooks, pastry cooks, scullions to do the heavy cleaning and fetching, and the quantities would have been enormous. A large castle household might include hundreds of people: the lord's family, guests, soldiers of the garrison, servants and craftspeople and their families. All of them needed to be fed, often multiple times a day, and the food needed to be appropriate to their status. The lord's table would feature expensive meats, fine breads, imported spices, sweet wines. Lower tables would get simpler fare but still substantial: coarse bread, pottage, ale, occasional meat. Managing all this required sophisticated organization and significant resources. Castles needed extensive estates to support them, lands that could produce grain and vegetables and livestock. They needed mills to grind grain, brewhouses to make ale, smokehouse to preserve meat. They needed salt in large quantities for preservation. They needed storage facilities that could keep food through winter and through potential siege. You return to the great hall and the fire, which has burned down somewhat but still provides good light and warmth. You add another log, then settle back into the chair, pulling it even closer to the flames. The experience of being alone in this ancient castle, with only firelight for illumination, is strange and profound. During the day, with other visitors potentially present, with modern elements visible, it would be easier to maintain emotional distance, to see the castle as a historical site, an object to be observed and learned from. But at night, alone, with just fire and stone and shadow, that distance collapses. You feel more directly connected to all the people who have sat in this hall over the centuries, warming themselves by this same fireplace, looking at these same stone walls, listening to the same sounds of wind and settling stone. The castle has stood for perhaps 700 or 800 years. In that time, tens of thousands of people must have passed through it, lived in it, worked in it, been imprisoned in it, died in it. Each of them had hopes and fears and loves and griefs as real and intense as your own, though their circumstances were vastly different from yours. They worried about different things: warfare, disease, hunger, the displeasure of their lord, the security of their immortal souls. But they experienced the same fundamental emotions: joy, sorrow, fear, hope, love, anger. History often focuses on the great events and the great people: kings and queens, battles and treaties, the rise and fall of dynasties. But most of history is made by ordinary people going about their ordinary lives, working and eating and sleeping and loving and dying in places like this castle, leaving almost no individual trace but collectively creating the substance and texture of human civilization. You feed the fire again and watch the new log catch, flames licking along its sides, smoke rising toward the chimney. Outside, the night continues, stars wheeling overhead, the landscape sleeping in darkness. Inside, the castle holds its vigil, patient and permanent, a monument to human ambition and ingenuity, and the desire to create something that endures. The magical castle stands through the night as it has stood through countless nights before, its stones solid and unmoved, its walls enclosing space that has seen so much of human history, its presence a reminder of continuity and change both, of the long story of human life in this landscape, of the generations that have come before and the generations that will come after, each living their brief moment in the shadow of these ancient walls. The magical forest crystal cave tonight, you find yourself descending rather than climbing, moving downward from the heights where the castle stood, following a path that leads into a different kind of landscape entirely. The forest has returned, denser now, older, the trees growing so close together that even in daylight the ground beneath them must be deeply shaded. At night, it is nearly impenetrable darkness, and you move slowly, carefully, feeling your way as much as seeing it. The path beneath your feet has changed texture again, no longer the worn cobblestones of castle courtyards or the soft needles of pine forest. This is rock, bare stone, smooth in some places, rough and broken in others. The ground is descending steadily, and you realize you are following what might be an old streambed, a channel carved through stone by water over uncountable years, Now mostly dry, though you can hear water somewhere nearby, the sound echoing strangely off surrounding rock. Then you see it ahead, an opening in the hillside, darker than the surrounding darkness, a mouth in the earth itself. This is a cave entrance, and as you approach it, you can feel cool air flowing from it, carrying sense of deep earth and moisture and stone that has never seen sunlight. You pause at the entrance, letting your eyes adjust further to the darkness, listening. The sound of water is clearer now, definitely coming from within the cave, a musical trickling and dripping that echoes in ways that suggest significant space beyond the entrance. And there is something else, a faint glow, barely perceptible, coming from deeper within the cave. You step inside. The entrance passage is low, requiring you to stoop slightly, and narrow enough that you can touch both walls by extending your arms. The stone beneath your hands is cool and slightly damp, smooth in some places where water has worn it over millennia, rough in others where the natural texture of the rock remains. The walls are close, almost oppressive for a moment, creating a feeling of being swallowed by the earth. But then the passage opens up, and you find yourself in a larger space, a chamber whose dimensions you cannot immediately judge in the darkness. The faint glow you saw from outside is stronger here, though still subtle, a blue-green luminescence that seems to come from the walls themselves, or perhaps from the ceiling, creating just enough light to suggest shapes without fully revealing them. As your eyes adjust completely to this different kind of darkness, to this strange glow, you begin to make out details. The chamber is indeed large, perhaps 20 meters across, with a ceiling that rises to a height of maybe 10 meters at its highest point. And the source of the glow becomes apparent: crystals. The walls and ceiling are covered with them, thousands upon thousands of crystals, some small as grains of sand, others larger than your hand, all catching and reflecting and somehow amplifying the faint light that filters in from the entrance, or that is generated by some other means you cannot immediately identify. This is a crystal cave, a natural cavity in the earth where geological processes have created these extraordinary formations. The crystals are various types, you think, though it is hard to be certain in this light. There are definitely quartz crystals, their six-sided forms distinctive even in dimness, protruding from the walls in clusters and individual points. And there might be others, calcite perhaps, or fluorite, or other minerals that form crystalline structures given the right conditions of temperature and pressure and mineral-saturated water. You move deeper into the chamber, and as you do, the glow intensifies slightly. Now you can see what is creating it. The crystals themselves are phosphorescent, or perhaps bioluminescent organisms are growing on them, lichen or fungi or bacteria that produce light as a byproduct of their metabolism. Either way, the effect is magical in the truest sense, a natural phenomenon that seems to violate the normal rules of the world, creating light without fire, without sun, just the slow chemical processes of stone or life creating a gentle glow in the darkness of the earth. The floor of the chamber is uneven, with pools of water collected in depressions, perfectly still and reflecting the glowing ceiling like dark mirrors. You step carefully around these pools, not wanting to disturb their stillness, not wanting to risk slipping on wet stone in this dim light. The sound of dripping water is all around you now, individual drops falling from the ceiling into pools below, each impact creating a small splash and a note in this underground symphony, different drops making different sounds depending on the size of the drop, and the depth of the water and the acoustic properties of the surrounding stone. Caves form through various geological processes, but the most common in areas with sedimentary rock is dissolution. Slightly acidic water, acidified by carbon dioxide from the atmosphere or from soil, seeps through cracks in limestone or similar rock types. Over thousands or millions of years, this water slowly dissolves the rock, enlarging cracks into passages, passages into chambers, chambers into vast underground networks. The crystals form through different processes. As mineral-saturated water drips or flows through the cave, changes in temperature or pressure or chemical conditions cause minerals to precipitate out of solution, forming crystalline structures. The process is incredibly slow, crystals growing perhaps a centimeter per century or even slower, but over geological time, the result can be spectacular. Walls and ceilings encrusted with glittering formations, individual crystals growing to enormous sizes. Some caves contain crystals so large and perfect that they seem impossible. The Naka mine in Mexico has a chamber called the Cave of Crystals, filled with selenite crystals up to 12 meters long and weighing many tons. They formed over hundreds of thousands of years in a cavity filled with hot mineral-rich water, growing slowly and continuously until human mining activities drained the chamber and ended their growth. The cave you are in is not on that scale, but it is still extraordinary. The crystals covering the walls create a glittering surface that seems to shift and shimmer as you move, as the angle of light changes as your perspective shifts. And the glow, whether from minerals or from living organisms, creates an otherworldly atmosphere, a sense of being in a space that exists outside normal reality. You find a smooth area of rock near the center of the chamber and sit, looking around, taking in the full effect of this underground crystal cavern. The dripping water continues its irregular rhythm. The faint glow creates just enough light to see, but leaves vast areas in shadow and mystery. The air is cool and damp and smells of minerals and deep earth. Caves have always held significance for humans. Some of our earliest evidence of human culture comes from caves, the extraordinary painted caves of France and Spain, where Paleolithic people created art of animals and symbols on cave walls, using naturally occurring pigments and the contours of the rock to create images of stunning beauty and sophistication. These paintings are tens of thousands of years old, yet they still speak to us, still convey the artistic vision and spiritual understanding of their creators. Other caves contain evidence of habitation, places where people lived, at least seasonally, using the cave for shelter from weather and predators. Archaeologists excavating cave sites have found layer upon layer of human occupation, thousands of years of intermittent use, with each layer containing artifacts and bones and charcoal from fires, creating a record of human life stretching back into deep prehistory. And caves have held spiritual significance for many cultures. They are entrances to the underworld, literally passages into the earth, and many mythologies and religions have seen them as thresholds between the world of the living and the world of the dead, or as dwelling places of spirits or gods or mythological creatures. The ancient Greeks believed that certain caves were entrances to Hades. Many indigenous cultures around the world have sacred caves where ceremonies are performed or where spirits are believed to dwell. In more recent history, caves have been used for various practical purposes. Some have been mined for the minerals they contain. Others have been used for storage, their constant cool temperatures making them ideal for aging cheese or wine or storing other perishables. Still others have become tourist attractions, fitted with lighting and pathways so that visitors can safely explore underground wonders. But there is something different about experiencing a cave like this, without modern lighting, without pathways and handrails, without the presence of other tourists and guides. Just you in the darkness and the slow geological processes that created this space and these crystals over timescales that make human history seem like a brief flash. You stand and begin exploring the chamber more thoroughly, moving along the walls, examining the crystal formations more closely. Some crystals are perfectly clear, transparent, allowing light to pass through them. Others are cloudy or opaque, their internal structure disrupted by impurities or by the rapid growth conditions that didn't allow perfect crystalline order. Still others have color, tinges of purple or green or yellow or pink, caused by trace minerals incorporated into the crystal structure. Each crystal is unique, formed under its own specific conditions, yet all follow the same basic laws of chemistry and physics that govern how atoms arrange themselves into solid forms. Crystals are matter organized according to geometric principles, atoms and molecules packing themselves into repeating patterns that extend in 3 dimensions, creating the distinctive shapes that we recognize as crystals. The 6-sided columns of quartz, the rhombohedrons of calcite, the cubes of pyrite and halite. There is something deeply satisfying about the order of crystals, about the way they demonstrate that even seemingly chaotic natural processes can produce perfect geometric forms, that beauty and order emerge naturally from the laws of physics without any conscious design or intention. Crystals form because that is the most efficient way for atoms to pack themselves together under specific conditions, but the result is structures of extraordinary beauty. You continue around the chamber, and at the far end you find another passage leading deeper into the earth. This passage is smaller than the entrance you came through, and the glow of the crystals fades quickly as the passage turns and narrows, but you can hear water more clearly ahead, not just dripping but flowing, suggesting an underground stream. You follow the passage, moving carefully in increasing darkness, one hand on the wall to guide you. The passage turns again and then suddenly opens into another chamber, smaller than the first but even more dramatic. This chamber contains an underground pool, fed by a small waterfall cascading down one wall, the water glowing faintly with the same phosphorescence as the crystals in the first chamber. The effect is breathtaking. The falling water catches and scatters the light, creating moving patterns across the pool's surface and the surrounding walls. The pool itself is perfectly clear, so transparent that you can see every stone on its bottom despite the depth, which appears to be several meters at least. and around the edges of the pool, more crystals cluster, their points jutting out over the water, some even submerged, creating underwater forests of geometric forms. You approach the edge of the pool and kneel, looking into the water. It is so clear and still, aside from where the waterfall disturbs it, that it is hard to judge depth accurately. You could be looking at something a meter deep or 10 meters deep. The clarity creates optical illusions, making distance difficult to assess. Underground water like this is often incredibly pure, filtered through layers of rock that remove impurities and particulates. It can also be mineral-rich, containing dissolved minerals from the rock it has passed through. Some cave waters are potable, fresh and clean, and safe to drink. Others are so saturated with minerals that they would be unpleasant or unhealthy to drink in quantity. You reach down and touch the water's surface with one finger, creating ripples that spread outward, disrupting the reflected glow, then settling back to stillness. The water is cold, much colder than you expected, probably maintaining a constant temperature year-round regardless of surface weather, the temperature of the surrounding rock transmitted to the water in eternal equilibrium. The sound of the waterfall is soothing, a constant gentle rushing that fills the chamber without being overwhelming. White noise in the truest sense, all frequencies present together in a way that the human brain finds calming rather than irritating. Combined with the cool air and the faint glow, and the sense of being deep within the earth, the effect is profoundly peaceful. You settle beside the pool, sitting on smooth stone, and simply rest, listening to the water, watching the play of light on the glowing pool surface, feeling the connection to deep time and deep earth that caves provide. Above you, many meters of solid rock separate you from the surface. Around you, stone that was laid down millions of years ago, layer upon layer of sediment compressed and solidified into rock, then carved and shaped by water over further millions of years into this underground architecture. Geological time is difficult for humans to truly comprehend. We can understand it intellectually, can look at the numbers and calculations and nod at the evidence. But to truly feel it, to truly grasp the vast stretches of time involved in geological processes, is almost impossible. A human lifespan is measured in decades, historical time in centuries or millennia. But geological time is measured in millions and billions of years, stretches so vast that they become almost meaningless to human minds evolved to care about much shorter timeframes. Yet sitting here in this cave, you can touch stone that is millions of years old, can see evidence of processes that operated across timescales beyond human comprehension, can feel the weight of all that time pressing down from above and supporting from below. And in that recognition, there is a kind of peace, an acceptance of your own tiny place in the vast scheme of things, your brief moment of consciousness in a universe that has existed for unthinkable ages and will continue for unthinkable ages more. The water continues to fall, adding molecule by molecule to the pool, some of it evaporating, some seeping away through cracks in the rock to join underground aquifers or to emerge somewhere else as springs or streams. The cycle continues, water moving through its endless patterns, from ocean to cloud to rain to earth to underground chambers to streams to rivers to ocean again, the same water molecules cycled endlessly, some of them potentially passing through this very cave countless times over millions of years. You stand eventually and explore the edges of the pool, and you find something unexpected, a natural shelf of rock that extends partway across the pool, creating a kind of platform just above water level. You step carefully onto it and find that it is solid and wide enough to sit on comfortably. From here, you are surrounded by water on three sides, the pool extending dark and glowing beneath you, the waterfall visible to your right creating its constant gentle sound. You settle cross-legged on the rock shelf and close your eyes, listening. With sight removed, the other senses sharpen. You can hear individual drops of water falling from the ceiling in different parts of the chamber, each creating its own sound. You can hear the main waterfall, its sound complex and layered, water moving at different speeds, hitting different surfaces, creating a harmony of rushing and splashing. You can hear your own breathing, surprisingly loud in the enclosed space. And beneath everything, a deep silence, the fundamental quietness of stone and earth, a silence so complete that it feels almost physical. Opening your eyes again, you notice something you missed before. There are formations on the ceiling that are not crystals, but rather stalactites, the mineral deposits that form when water dripping from cave ceilings leaves behind tiny amounts of dissolved minerals. Over thousands of years, these deposits build up, creating formations that hang like icicles, some growing eventually to join with stalagmites rising from the floor, creating columns. The stalactites in this chamber are relatively small, none longer than perhaps 30 centimeters, suggesting either that this chamber is geologically young or that water flow here is limited. but they are beautiful nonetheless, their surfaces covered in the same faint glow as the crystals, creating the appearance of glowing icicles suspended from the dark ceiling. Stalactites and stalagmites form very slowly, typically growing less than a centimeter per century under normal conditions. Scientists can use them to study past climate, because the minerals that form them contain chemical signatures that preserve information about rainfall and temperature at the time they were deposited. By analyzing growth layers in cave formations, similar to tree rings, researchers can reconstruct climate conditions thousands or tens of thousands of years into the past. Some cave systems contain formations that have been growing continuously for hundreds of thousands of years, creating incredibly detailed climate records. These records have been crucial for understanding how Earth's climate has changed over time, how ice ages and warm periods have cycled, how human activity in recent centuries has altered atmospheric chemistry in ways that are preserved in the newest layers of cave formations still actively growing. But tonight in this chamber, these formations are just beautiful, just evidence of the slow, patient work of water and minerals and time, creating structures of delicate complexity in the darkness beneath the earth. You watch them for a while, these glowing fingers of stone reaching down from above, and you think about the patience required for their formation, the tens of thousands of years of steady dripping, steady deposition, steady growth. There is a lesson in that patience, perhaps. Modern life is so fast, so focused on immediate results and instant gratification. We want things now, want to see progress measured in days or weeks at most. But the most substantial, most enduring things in nature are created slowly, incrementally, through processes that require vast time to show their results. Trees grow slowly, mountains rise slowly, canyons are carved slowly, caves form slowly. And perhaps some of the most important things in human life also require that kind of patience. Relationships deepen slowly, wisdom accumulates slowly, character is built slowly through repeated small choices and experiences. The quick and easy path rarely leads to anything of lasting value, while the slow and difficult path, the one that requires patience and persistence, often creates things that endure. You rise from the rock shelf and make your way back around the pool, returning to the main chamber with its walls of crystals. The glow seems brighter now, or perhaps your eyes have adjusted even further to the low light. You can see more detail, can make out individual crystal clusters, can see how the formations overlap and intersect, creating complex three-dimensional textures. You find another place to sit, this time near the wall where a particularly dense cluster of crystals creates an almost overwhelming concentration of glow. Up close, you can see that the glow is not uniform. Some crystals glow more brightly than others. Some show distinct patterns, stripes, or bands of brighter and dimmer glow running through the crystal structure. And some appear to respond to your presence, brightening slightly when you move near them, then fading back when you move away. This suggests that the glow is biological rather than purely mineral, that living organisms are responsible for the light. Bioluminescent bacteria or fungi, growing on the crystal surfaces, using chemical reactions to produce light, perhaps as a way to attract organisms that might help disperse their spores, or perhaps just as a byproduct of their metabolic processes without any specific adaptive function. Bioluminescence is common in the natural world, particularly in marine environments where countless species of fish, jellyfish, plankton, and other organisms produce light. But it also occurs in terrestrial environments. Fireflies, of course, are the most familiar example. Certain fungi produce light, creating the phenomenon of foxfire, glowing logs in forests where luminescent fungi are decomposing the wood. And some bacteria produce light, growing in clusters dense enough to be visible, sometimes creating glowing patches on beaches or in caves like this one. The biological mechanisms for producing light are complex, but generally involve a molecule called luciferin being oxidized in the presence of an enzyme called luciferase, with the reaction releasing energy in the form of photons. Different organisms use different versions of luciferin and luciferase, suggesting that bioluminescence evolved independently multiple times in different lineages, a case of convergent evolution where different species arrived at similar solutions to similar problems. The function of bioluminescence varies by species. For some, it is a lure attracting prey or pollinators or dispersers. For others, it is a warning, advertising that the organism is toxic or unpalatable. For still others, it is communication, allowing members of the same species to find each other in darkness. And for some, like the organisms in this cave perhaps, it may serve no specific function at all, just a beautiful side effect of other biological processes. You sit with these glowing crystals for a long time, letting the peace of this underground chamber seep into you, letting the slow time of geology and the quiet darkness provide a counterpoint to the busy, bright, fast-paced world above. This is a place outside of normal human time and space, a pocket of stillness and mystery in the depths of the earth, where light emerges from unexpected sources and where water patiently carves beauty from stone. Eventually, you know you will need to return to the surface to continue your journey through the night and the landscapes that await. But for now, you remain in the magical forest crystal cave, surrounded by glowing stone, listening to falling water, feeling the weight and peace of the earth around you, holding you, sheltering you in its ancient depths. The crystals continue their slow growth, molecule by molecule, year by year, indifferent to human presence or absence, following the patient laws of chemistry and geology, creating beauty in darkness, hidden underground, waiting for those rare visitors who find their way into these depths and take the time to see and appreciate the wonders that have formed here over uncountable years. The Magical Lighthouse tonight, you find yourself emerging from the earth back into the air, climbing through passages and chambers until you reach the cave entrance again, stepping out into darkness that feels almost bright after the deep darkness of the underground spaces. The moon has risen while you were below, and now it hangs in the eastern sky, gibbous and bright, casting silver light across a landscape that has changed again. You are on a coast, you realize. The forest that surrounded the cave entrance has thinned and given way to scrubby vegetation and then to bare rock, and ahead the land ends, and beyond it stretches the ocean, vast and dark and in constant motion. Waves break against rocks below, sending up spray that catches moonlight, creating brief moments of white brilliance in the general darkness. And there, standing on a headland that juts into the ocean, its silhouette stark against the slightly lighter sky, stands a lighthouse. Tall and cylindrical, white painted you assume, though it appears gray in the moonlight, topped with the glass enclosure that houses the light. Even as you watch, the light rotates, sending its beam sweeping across the water, a bright flash that passes and leaves darkness in its wake, then comes around again, passing over the same patch of water in its endless rotation. You make your way toward the lighthouse, following a path that runs along the clifftop, the ocean roaring below, the wind strong and salt-laden here at the exposed edge of land. The path is well maintained, probably because the lighthouse keepers, when there were keepers, needed to be able to reach it in all weather. Even now, when most lighthouses are automated, the path is kept clear for maintenance workers who come periodically to service the equipment. As you approach, the lighthouse resolves into greater detail. It is old, you can tell, though well maintained. The paint is fresh, the structure sound, but the design is classic, dating probably from the 19th century, when lighthouse construction was at its peak, and when the design had been refined through decades of experience into the forms that proved most effective and enduring. The base of the lighthouse is wider than the top, a slight taper that provides stability against the immense forces of wind and wave that assault structures on exposed headlands. The walls are thick, built to withstand storms that can generate waves powerful enough to destroy lesser structures. And the foundation is anchored deep into the bedrock of the headland, making the lighthouse part of the land itself rather than just a structure sitting on it. You reach the base of the lighthouse and find a door painted red with a small window set into it. The door is locked, which is expected, but when you try the handle, it turns and the door swings open. Like the cabin in the forest, this structure seems to welcome visitors, to offer itself to those who find it, even though it technically should be secured against unauthorized entry. You step inside and close the door behind you against the wind. The interior is dim but not completely dark. Light from the rotating beacon above filters down through the central well of the structure, creating a rhythmic pattern of light and shadow as the beam sweeps around. And there is enough moonlight through the small windows set into the walls at intervals to provide some illumination. The interior of the lighthouse is dominated by the staircase, a spiral of metal steps that winds upward around the inner wall, rising through multiple levels to the light chamber at the top. The steps are narrow and steep, industrial rather than comfortable, designed for function rather than elegance. But they are solid, and you begin to climb. The staircase passes through several levels. The first level above the ground floor is a storage area, shelves holding equipment and supplies, spare parts for the light mechanism, cleaning supplies, tools. The next level appears to have been living quarters when lighthouses still had resident keepers. There is a small room with a bed, a table, a chair, basic furnishings for someone who would live here for months at a time, tending the light, watching the sea, maintaining the equipment that could mean the difference between life and death for sailors in these waters. The life of a lighthouse keeper was solitary and demanding. In the most remote lighthouses, built on rocks far from shore, keepers might spend months without setting foot on land, supplied by boat when weather permitted, responsible for maintaining a constant light in conditions that were often harsh and dangerous. Even in lighthouses closer to shore, like this one, the work was isolating. Keepers maintained strict schedules, climbing the stairs multiple times each day to check the light, to ensure the mechanism was running properly, to clean the lenses, to trim wicks in the days before electric lights, to refuel with oil or kerosene. The light could not be allowed to fail. Ships at sea depended on it for navigation, to know their position, to avoid dangerous rocks and shoals. A lighthouse dark at night was not just a failure of duty, but potentially a death sentence for sailors who might be relying on it to keep them safe. Lighthouse keepers took this responsibility seriously, maintaining their lights through storms and illness and personal hardship, keeping the beams sweeping across the dark water night after night, year after year. You continue climbing, and the stairs grow steeper, the spaces between levels more compact. You are rising through the narrow tower now, approaching the top, and you can see the mechanism of the light system ahead, complex arrangements of gears and weights, though much of it has probably been replaced with modern electric motors. Finally, you emerge into the light chamber itself, the glass-enclosed room at the very top of the lighthouse where the beacon is housed. The light is intense when it sweeps toward you, bright enough to make you squint and look away, then fading as it continues its rotation, sending the beam out across the water. The lens system that focuses and directs the light is a work of engineering art, a Fresnel lens, most likely, the kind developed in the 19th century specifically for lighthouses. Instead of using a solid piece of glass, which would be impossibly thick and heavy to achieve the necessary focal length, a Fresnel lens uses a series of concentric rings, each angled to bend light in the same way a solid lens would. The result is a lens that is thin and relatively light, but that can focus light into an intense beam visible for many miles. The Fresnel lenses in lighthouses are enormous, often taller than a person, made up of hundreds of individual glass prisms arranged in precise patterns. They rotate around the light source, creating the characteristic sweeping beam, with the rotation speed and the arrangement of the lens elements creating unique flash patterns that allow sailors to identify which specific lighthouse they are seeing. You move around the light chamber, careful not to interfere with the rotating mechanism, looking out through the glass panels in all directions. The view is extraordinary. The ocean stretches to the horizon in 3 directions, its surface silvered by moonlight, waves rolling in endless ranks toward the shore. To the landward side, you can see the dark mass of the coastline, cliffs dropping to the sea, scattered lights from distant buildings, the forest you pass through now invisible in the general darkness of the land. The lighthouse beam sweeps across this scene continuously, illuminating different patches of ocean with each rotation, creating a kind of rhythm, a heartbeat of light in the darkness. Flash, darkness, darkness, flash. Over and over, never stopping, never varying, providing the constant signal that sailors need to navigate safely. You find a small seat built into the wall of the light chamber, probably where keepers sat during their watches, and you settle onto it, watching the beam rotate, looking out at the ocean. The glass panels are thick and strong, designed to withstand the impact of waves and wind-driven spray, but they are surprisingly clear, offering unobstructed views despite their thickness. The history of lighthouses stretches back thousands of years. The ancient Egyptians and Phoenicians built primitive light towers to guide ships. The Pharos of Alexandria, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, was an enormous lighthouse, perhaps 130 meters tall, with a fire at its top visible for many miles. The Romans built lighthouses around the Mediterranean and along the coasts of their expanding empire. And in the medieval period, coastal communities maintained beacon fires and simple towers to warn ships away from dangers. But the great age of lighthouse construction was the 18th and 19th centuries, when maritime trade was expanding rapidly, and when engineering advances made it possible to build more effective and more durable lighthouses. Architects and engineers developed specialized techniques for lighthouse construction, learning how to anchor them to exposed rocks, how to design them to withstand massive wave forces, how to create light systems that were bright enough and reliable enough to be truly useful for navigation. Some of these historic lighthouses became famous for their extreme positions or their engineering challenges. The Eddystone Light, built on rocks off the English coast, was rebuilt multiple times, each iteration incorporating lessons learned from previous failures. The Bell Rock Lighthouse, built on a reef off the Scottish coast that was completely submerged at high tide, required extraordinary engineering and was considered one of the great construction achievements of its era. The Fastnet Rock Light off the Irish coast marks one of the most dangerous stretches of water in the Atlantic and was the last sight of Ireland for countless emigrants leaving for America. Lighthouse keepers developed their own culture and traditions. They kept detailed logs, recording weather conditions, ships sighted, visitors, maintenance performed. They developed techniques for maintaining their lights in extreme conditions. They learned to live with isolation, some embracing the solitude, others struggling with the loneliness. And they passed along their knowledge, training new keepers in the skills and responsibilities of the position. The automation of lighthouses, beginning in the mid-20th century and accelerating in recent decades, ended this way of life. Modern navigation systems, GPS and radar and electronic charts, have made lighthouses less crucial than they once were. And modern light systems, powered by electricity and monitored remotely, can run without human attendance. One by one, lighthouses were automated, their keepers retired or reassigned, their living quarters left empty. Some people mourned this loss. They saw it as the end of a romantic tradition, the closing of a unique chapter in maritime history. Others saw it as simple progress, freeing humans from isolated and demanding work that machines could do more reliably. The truth, as usual, probably lies somewhere between these positions. Automation has made lights more reliable and freed people from difficult work, but it has also eliminated a unique form of human connection to the sea and to the critical work of keeping sailors safe. You sit in the light chamber as the beam continues its rotation, and you think about all the keepers who sat in the same position, watching the same ocean, tending the same light. People whose names you will never know, whose lives are mostly forgotten, but who performed essential work with dedication and care. They kept the light burning through storms that would terrify you, through illnesses and personal tragedies and long periods of crushing boredom. They kept the light burning because it mattered, because lives depended on it, because it was their responsibility, and they took that responsibility seriously. The ocean below continues its eternal motion, waves rising and falling, wind-driven swells rolling in from deep water, breaking against the rocks at the base of the headland with crashes that you can hear even inside the glass chamber, even over the mechanical sounds of the rotating light mechanism. The power of the ocean is immense, constant, indifferent to human presence or human structures. It will continue its work long after this lighthouse crumbles, long after human civilization itself is gone. Waves will still break on this coast, grinding rock to sand, reshaping the land through the patient application of immense forces across unthinkable time. But for now, the lighthouse stands, defying that power, providing its service, sending its beam across the dark water, a statement of human presence and human purpose in a landscape dominated by forces beyond human control. The lighthouse says, "We are here, we notice, we care, we will help if we can." It is a generous statement, a gift offered to strangers, to sailors who may never know the name of this particular lighthouse, but who will note its position and its flash pattern, and use that information to keep themselves safe. You stand and move to the windows facing the open ocean, looking out toward the horizon where a few stars are visible just above where sea meets sky. The moon has climbed higher, its light creating a broad path across the water, and in that path you think you see movement. A darker shape against the general darkness, moving steadily from left to right across your field of view. It is a ship, too far away to identify its type or size, just a dark bulk with a few lights visible, making its way along this coast, probably following a shipping lane towards some distant port. The ship's crew might be seeing this lighthouse light right now, might be noting it, checking it against their charts, using it to confirm their position or adjust their course. This is what lighthouses are for, this exact moment, this silent communication between land and sea, between those who maintain the lights and those who depend on them. No words are exchanged, no acknowledgement given, but the service is performed and received nonetheless. The lighthouse says, "Here I am, here is the coast, here is the danger to avoid or the landmark to navigate by." And the ship receives that information and uses it and continues on its way, and both the lighthouse and the ship fulfill their purposes without ever making direct contact. You watch the ship until it passes beyond the range of what you can see, merging back into the general darkness of the ocean. Then you turn your attention back to the light chamber itself, examining the mechanism more closely. The rotation is driven by an electric motor now, but you can see evidence of the old clockwork system, gears and weights that would have needed to be wound regularly to keep the lens rotating. The keeper would have climbed these stairs multiple times a day just to wind the mechanism, ensuring that the rotation never stopped, that the beam never went still. There are also systems for backup power, batteries that can keep the light operating even if the main power source fails. And there are backup bulbs ready to be inserted if the primary bulb burns out, ensuring that the light continues even in the event of equipment failure. Redundancy is built into every system because the cost of failure is too high to accept any single point of failure. You move around the chamber, reading the labels and instructions posted on various pieces of equipment, learning how the systems work, what maintenance is required, how to troubleshoot common problems. It is all clearly documented, designed so that even someone without specific training could keep the light operating if necessary. This is important because in extreme emergencies, the person who needs to tend the light might not be a trained technician, but just someone who happens to be present when something goes wrong. There is a logbook on a small shelf, and you open it, reading the entries. They are much more sparse than in the days of resident keepers, just monthly visits by maintenance crews, noting that they have inspected the systems, performed routine service, found everything in working order. But occasionally there are other entries, noting storms that damaged equipment, repair work performed, unusual sightings or events. One entry from a few months ago notes that a pod of dolphins was seen from the lighthouse, dozens of them swimming in formation, their movements visible in the light beam as they passed close to the headland. Another entry from last year mentions a particularly severe storm, winds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, waves high enough to send spray onto the light chamber glass, the lighthouse vibrating with each impact but standing firm, the light never failing. You close the logbook and return it to the shelf, then move back to the seat and settle in again, content to simply sit and watch the beam rotate, to look out at the ocean, to experience this unique perspective on the meeting of land and sea. The night is deep now, the time probably past midnight, approaching those darkest hours before dawn when the world seems most still, most mysterious. The lighthouse beam continues its sweep, indifferent to hour or weather or observer, performing its function with mechanical precision and reliability. Flash, darkness, darkness, flash. A rhythm that has continued night after night for perhaps more than a century, that will continue for however many years or decades this lighthouse remains in service, and that will be remembered in the memories and the histories of this coastline long after the light finally goes dark for the last time. You think about the nature of guidance, of marking dangers, of providing reference points for those who are trying to navigate difficult passages. Lighthouses do this literally, physically, with light and structure and position. But the metaphor extends more broadly. In life, we all need lighthouses sometimes, references and guides that help us know where we are, that warn us away from dangers we might not see on our own, that give us fixed points to navigate by when everything else seems uncertain. Sometimes these lighthouses are people, teachers, mentors, friends who have gone before us and who can show the way. Sometimes they are principles or values, ideas that we hold on to when everything else is in flux. Sometimes they are institutions or traditions, systems that have developed over time specifically to provide guidance and support to those who need it. And like physical lighthouses, the best of these metaphorical lighthouses are reliable and consistent, providing the same guidance night after night, person after person, never failing, never giving up, just steadily performing their function because it matters, because people depend on it, because it is the right thing to do. The Magical Lighthouse stands through the night, its beam sweeping across dark water, its structure solid against wind and wave, its purpose clear and its execution flawless, a monument to human care and ingenuity, and the desire to help others navigate safely through dangerous passages, a bright point in the darkness, reliable and constant and true. The magical Loch Ness and Urquhart Castle tonight, you find yourself descending from the lighthouse, leaving the exposed headland and the roaring ocean behind, moving inland again but not to forest this time. The landscape is opening up, becoming grander in scale, mountains rising dark against the sky, and between those mountains a valley, and in that valley water. Not the restless ocean you just left, but something equally vast yet different in character, calmer, darker, deeper. This is a loch, a long, narrow lake held between mountains, and as you approach, you realize which loch this must be. Loch Ness. The name itself carries weight, associations, legends. This is perhaps the most famous loch in the world, known not for its considerable natural beauty or its geological significance or its place in Scottish history, though all of those are substantial. No, Loch Ness is famous because of a monster, or rather, because of the persistent stories that a monster might live in its dark depths. The Loch Ness Monster, Nessie, a creature of legend and speculation and tourist fascination. But tonight, approaching the loch in darkness, with moonlight beginning to touch its surface, the stories seem less important than the reality of the place itself. This is an extraordinary body of water by any measure. It is long, about 37 kilometers from end to end, but relatively narrow, never more than a few kilometers wide, creating an elongated shape that follows the Great Glen, the geological fault that cuts across the Scottish Highlands from southwest to northeast. The loch is also remarkably deep, reaching depths of over 230 meters in places. This makes it the second largest Scottish loch by volume, despite not being the largest by surface area. There is more water in Loch Ness than in all the lakes in England and Wales combined, a vast reservoir of fresh water held in this mountain valley. You walk along the shore, and the water stretches away to your right, dark and still, its surface reflecting moonlight in subtle patterns that shift with the gentlest movements of the water. To your left, the land rises steeply, forested slopes climbing toward the mountains beyond. The air is cool and carries the scent of water and peat and heather, distinctly highland scents that speak to the character of this landscape. Ahead, you can see a structure silhouetted against the slightly lighter sky. As you get closer, it resolves into ruins, a castle, but not like the complete castle you visited earlier. This is Urquhart Castle, or what remains of it, perched on a promontory that juts into the loch, its walls mostly collapsed, its towers truncated, its former grandeur evident only in imagination and in the substantial remains that still stand. You approach the ruins, climbing slightly to reach the elevated position where the castle was built. The strategic value of this site is immediately obvious. The promontory provides views both up and down the loch, making it an ideal position for controlling travel along the Great Glen. Whoever held this castle could monitor and potentially control movement through this crucial corridor across the highlands. The ruins are extensive, covering a large area. Even in darkness, you can make out different sections, curtain walls, the remains of towers, what appear to be the foundations of various buildings. This was clearly a substantial fortification in its day, an important stronghold in a strategically crucial location. The history of Urquhart Castle is long and violent. There may have been fortifications on this site since the early medieval period, perhaps even earlier. But the castle whose ruins remain today was built mostly in the 13th and 14th centuries, during a period of intense conflict between Scottish forces and English occupiers, and later between rival Scottish factions. The castle changed hands many times, often through siege and assault. It was captured and recaptured, damaged and repaired, expanded and modified, serving various lords and serving various purposes over the centuries. It was a military stronghold, an administrative center, a residence for nobility, a refuge for local people during raids. But by the 17th century, the castle's strategic importance had diminished, and maintaining such a large fortification became impractical. The castle was deliberately blown up in 1692 to prevent it from being used by Jacobite forces, and after that, it was abandoned, left to decay into the romantic ruin that attracts visitors today. You enter the ruins through what was once the main gate, now just an opening in the crumbling walls. The interior is open to the sky, the wooden floors and roof having long since rotted away or burned, leaving just stone walls and stumps of towers. But even in this decayed state, the castle maintains a powerful presence, its stones speaking to centuries of human occupation and struggle. You make your way across what would have been courtyards and through what would have been buildings, moving carefully in the dim light, avoiding holes and unstable rubble. The moon is bright enough now to cast shadows, creating a dramatic interplay of light and dark among the ruins. At the far end of the castle complex, nearest to the water, you find the remains of the Grant Tower, the most intact part of the ruin. This tower still stands to several stories in height, though its top is broken off and the interior floors are gone. A spiral staircase is partially intact, clinging to the inner wall, and you climb it carefully, testing each step before putting your full weight on it, until you emerge at what would have been an upper floor level, now just a platform in the open air. From here, the view of the loch is magnificent. The water stretches away in both directions, disappearing into darkness at the limits of vision. The far shore is visible as a dark line between water and sky, mountains rising beyond, and the moon casts its silvery path across the water, a road of light leading from the horizon toward you. Standing here, looking out at the loch, you understand why this place has spawned legends. There is something mysterious about Loch Ness, something that encourages imagination and speculation. The water is dark, stained with peat, reducing visibility even in daytime. The depths are profound, creating vast spaces where anything might hide. The surrounding mountains create an enclosed feeling, a sense of the loch as its own world, separate from the ordinary world beyond the mountains. The legend of the Loch Ness Monster is old, with accounts of unusual creatures in the loch dating back to the 6th century. But the modern monster legend really began in the 1930s, with a series of sightings and photographs, most famously the surgeon's photograph of 1934 that appeared to show a long-necked creature rising from the water. That photograph was later revealed to be a hoax, but by then the legend was established, and Loch Ness had become synonymous with the possibility of unknown creatures hiding in its depths. Numerous scientific investigations have been conducted, using sonar, underwater cameras, environmental DNA sampling, and other techniques. No conclusive evidence of any large unknown creature has ever been found. The loch has been thoroughly surveyed, its biology cataloged, its physical characteristics understood. Everything we know about biology and ecology suggests that a population of large animals could not survive in the loch without leaving far more evidence than has ever been detected. Yet the legend persists, and people continue to report sightings, continue to hope that something mysterious might exist in the dark water. This persistence says something about human psychology, about our desire for mystery and wonder in a world that science has thoroughly mapped and explained. Loch Ness offers the possibility, however remote, that there might still be unknown things, that the world might still hold surprises, that not everything can be explained and categorized and understood. You sit on the remains of the tower wall, your feet dangling over empty space, and look out at the moonlit loch. Is there something in the water? Almost certainly not, at least not anything resembling the legendary monster. But there are fish, certainly. Arctic char and brown trout and Atlantic salmon and European eel. There are smaller organisms, plankton and invertebrates forming food webs. There are bacteria and algae performing the same ecological functions they perform in any body of fresh water. And there is the water itself, billions upon billions of liters of it, each molecule part of the endless hydrological cycle, evaporating and rising and falling as rain and flowing through streams and collecting in the loch, and eventually flowing out again down the river Ness toward the sea. The same water molecules that filled this loch shortly after the last ice age, when glaciers retreated and meltwater collected in the valley they had carved. Water that has cycled through this system for 10,000 years, supporting life, shaping the landscape, reflecting the sky, holding the memories of everything that has happened on its shores and in its depths. The loch is beautiful in its own right, without needing monsters or legends to make it interesting. The way it holds light and reflects sky. The way it sits contained between mountains like a blade or a mirror, narrow and long and dark. The way it changes with weather and season and time of day, sometimes calm and reflective, sometimes whipped into waves by wind funneling through the great glen, sometimes shrouded in mist that makes the far shore invisible, sometimes crystal clear with visibility extending for kilometers. The people who have lived on these shores over the centuries would have known the loch intimately, would have understood its moods and patterns, would have fished its waters and crossed it in boats and watched it for signs of changing weather. They would have told stories about it, certainly, because people always tell stories about the places where they live, creating narratives that explain and enchant and warn and remember. Some of those stories would have been practical, teaching children about the dangers of deep water or sudden storms. Some would have been spiritual, treating the loch as a sacred place or as the dwelling of spirits or gods. Some would have been entertainment, tales told around fires to pass long winter evenings. And some would have been legend, stories that grew in the telling, becoming larger and stranger with each generation, until they bore only a distant relationship to whatever truth might have spawned them. The Loch Ness Monster legend is probably descended from earlier Scottish water spirits, the Kelpies and water horses of Celtic mythology. These were shape-shifting creatures that appeared as horses but lived in lochs and rivers, and could drag unwary travelers to their deaths. The legend served a practical purpose, warning people, especially children, away from dangerous water. But they also served an imaginative purpose, populating the landscape with beings that made it more interesting, more alive, more worthy of respect and caution. Modern monster hunters are engaged in a different kind of search, one based more on scientific curiosity and the possibility of discovering an unknown species than on traditional spiritual beliefs. But the underlying impulse might be similar. The desire to believe that the world holds more than what we can easily see and explain, that mystery persists, that wonder is still possible. You stand and make your way carefully back down the crumbling stairs of the tower, returning to ground level, moving through the ruins toward the water's edge. The castle has a small promontory with a stone pier or landing, now partially collapsed, and you make your way onto it, standing as close to the water as the broken stones allow. The loch laps gently against the stonework, a soft, rhythmic sound that is soothing rather than dramatic. This is fresh water, not salt, and it has a different quality than the ocean, softer somehow, less aggressive. The moonlight on the surface creates patterns that shift and change, never quite the same from moment to moment, but always beautiful. You look out across the water, letting your imagination play with the possibility of something moving beneath the surface, something large and unknown rising from the depths. Of course, nothing appears. The water remains calm, revealing nothing but its own dark surface and the reflections it holds. But the exercise of imagination is valuable regardless. It reminds you that human understanding is limited, that we do not know everything, that mystery does exist even if it does not take the form of monsters in locks. The deepest parts of the ocean remain largely unexplored. New species are discovered regularly, even large species that had somehow avoided scientific detection. The universe is vast beyond comprehension, filled with phenomena we are only beginning to understand. So while there is almost certainly no monster in Loch Ness, there are definitely mysteries elsewhere. Things we do not yet know, phenomena we cannot yet explain, wonders we have not yet discovered. Maintaining a sense of wonder, a willingness to be surprised, an openness to the possibility of the unexpected, these are valuable qualities even when directed towards something as unlikely as a monster in a well-studied Scottish loch. You sit at the edge of the water on a flat stone that is probably a remnant of the old pier, and you simply rest, listening to the gentle lap of water, watching the moonlight play across the surface, feeling the cool mountain air, smelling the distinctive scents of the highlands, the peat and heather and clean water. The castle ruins rise behind you, dark and broken but still impressive, still speaking to the long human history of this place. Generations of people have stood where you are standing now, looking out at this same water, these same mountains. They worried about different things, lived different lives, spoke different languages, held different beliefs. But they experienced the same fundamental reality of this place. The dark water, the enclosing mountains, the sky overhead, the seasons turning, the passage of time marked by natural rhythms rather than clocks and calendars. There is continuity in that, a connection across centuries and cultures and individual lives. The landscape persists, the loch holds water, the mountains stand, and people continue to be drawn to these places, to find meaning and beauty and peace in the presence of ancient mountains and deep water and ruins that speak to human ambition and human impermanence both. You stand eventually and begin to walk along the shore, leaving Urquhart Castle behind, following the loch northeastward. The shoreline is mostly rocky here, with occasional patches of beach where finer sediment has accumulated. The walking is uneven but not difficult, and you make steady progress, the loch always to your right, dark and vast and mysterious. The moon is descending now toward the western horizon, and the quality of its light is changing, becoming warmer, richer, less silver, and more gold. This is the moon approaching setting, and with it, the promise of dawn, still hours away but no longer impossibly distant. You walk for a long time, following the shore as it curves and bends, occasionally passing small clusters of houses, or what might be boat launches or fishing spots. But mostly you are alone with the loch in the night, moving through a landscape that feels ancient and powerful and deeply peaceful. The magical loch holds its secrets and reflects the sky, and continues its patient existence between its mountain walls, the same now as it was 1,000 years ago, as it will be 1,000 years hence, unchanging in its essentials even as everything around it changes and transforms, and the stories people tell about it evolve and multiply and sometimes fade away entirely, leaving just the water and the mountains and the long dark mystery of deep water in a highland glen. The magical outback tonight, you find yourself in a landscape completely different from anything you have experienced before on this journey. Gone are the mountains and forests and coastlines and waters of temperate lands. You are in the outback now, that vast interior of Australia, and the change is absolute and profound. The land is flat here, or nearly so, stretching to a horizon so distant that the curvature of the earth becomes a felt reality rather than an abstract concept. The sky is enormous, vaulting overhead in a dome that seems higher and more vast than any sky you have seen before, though of course the sky is the same everywhere, and it is just the absence of visual reference points that makes it seem larger here. The ground beneath your feet is red, the distinctive iron-rich red of the Australian interior, soil oxidized over millions of years into shades of rust and ochre and burnt orange. The vegetation is sparse, scattered shrubs and grasses adapted to survive with minimal rainfall, their leaves small or waxy to reduce water loss, their root systems extending deep to tap whatever moisture might be present underground. The heat of the day has passed, leaving the air warm but no longer oppressive. Night in the outback brings relief from the fierce daytime temperatures, though it does not bring coolness, not yet. That will come later in the deepest hours before dawn, when the dry air allows heat to radiate away rapidly, when temperatures can drop dramatically from their daytime peaks. You are walking, though you are not sure toward what. In the outback, destinations can be far apart, measured in tens or hundreds of kilometers. But that does not matter tonight. The walking itself is the point, the experience of moving through this vast open space under a sky that is beginning to fill with stars, and what stars they are. As darkness deepens and your eyes adjust, the stars emerge in numbers and clarity that are breathtaking. This is the southern hemisphere sky, unfamiliar if you're used to northern latitudes, filled with constellations and celestial objects that northern observers can never see. The Southern Cross, small but distinctive, hanging low in the south. The Magellanic Clouds, satellite galaxies of the Milky Way, visible as fuzzy patches that early explorers thought were clouds, but which are actually vast collections of billions of stars. And the Milky Way itself, cutting across the sky in a band of light so dense and complex that it seems impossible it could be made of individual stars, though that is exactly what it is, our edge-on view of the galactic disk in which our solar system is embedded. In the outback, far from any city lights, far from any artificial illumination at all, the Milky Way is bright enough to cast shadows, bright enough to read by if your eyes are fully dark adapted. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia have lived in this landscape for at least 65,000 years, making theirs the oldest continuous culture on Earth. They know this sky intimately, have watched it night after night for thousands of generations, have created sophisticated systems of knowledge about the movements of stars and planets, have told stories that encode both scientific information and spiritual meaning. Their astronomy is different from Western astronomy in important ways. Where Western tradition mostly sees patterns in the bright stars, creating connect-the-dot constellations, Aboriginal astronomy also recognizes patterns in the dark spaces of the Milky Way, in the dark nebulae that block starlight, creating shapes called dark constellations. The emu in the sky is one of the most famous, a shape visible in the dark patches stretching across the Milky Way, its head in the Coal-Sack Nebula near the Southern Cross. These constellations are not just stories but practical knowledge. The appearance and position of certain constellations in the evening sky correlates with seasonal events on the ground, the ripening of certain fruits, the spawning of fish, the movement of animals, the availability of other resources. By watching the sky, Aboriginal peoples could predict and plan for seasonal changes, could know when to move to different areas to take advantage of different resources, could organize their lives in harmony with natural cycles. You walk on, and the ground underfoot begins to change. The red soil gives way to something harder, rockier. You are approaching an outcrop of some kind, a place where the underlying geology breaks through the surface soil. As you get closer, shapes resolve from the general darkness. Large rounded boulders, weathered and worn by millions of years of exposure to sun and wind and the occasional rain. These are not just random rocks but part of a formation, a ridge or low hill that rises above the surrounding plain. You climb up among the boulders, finding a path between them, until you reach a higher vantage point that gives you views across the surrounding landscape. From here, the extent of the flatness becomes even more apparent. The land extends in all directions to a horizon so distant it seems unreal. There are no lights visible anywhere except for the stars overhead. No signs of human presence, no roads or buildings or power lines. Just the ancient land and the ancient sky, existing in relationship to each other as they have for billions of years. The rocks you are sitting among are old, enormously old. Much of the Australian continent is made up of some of the oldest surface rocks on Earth, geological formations that date back billions of years. This is stable continental crust, part of ancient cratons that have not been significantly deformed by tectonic activity for hundreds of millions of years. While other parts of the world were being crumpled into mountain ranges, or subducted into the mantle, or split apart by rifting, this part of Australia sat relatively undisturbed, eroding slowly, wearing down from whatever heights it once reached to the low, flat landscapes that dominate the continent today. The boulders themselves show evidence of this long erosion. They are rounded, smoothed by countless millennia of weathering. Some have developed taphony, the honeycomb-like cavities that form when certain minerals are preferentially eroded, leaving behind intricate patterns of holes and hollows. Others have split along natural weaknesses in the rock, creating gaps and passages between massive stone forms. You explore among these rocks, running your hands over sun-warmed stone that is retaining the day's heat and will continue radiating it slowly through the night. The texture is rough in places, smooth in others, and everywhere marked by patterns that speak to geological time, bedding planes showing how the rock was originally laid down as sediment, veins of different minerals cutting through, surfaces stained by iron oxides or by lichens that have colonized exposed surfaces. Finding a comfortable spot between two large boulders, you settle down to rest. The stone is warm beneath you, the air is calm, and the sky overhead is an overwhelming display of cosmic grandeur. You lie back and simply look upward, letting the stars fill your vision, trying to comprehend the distances involved, the numbers of stars, the age of the light reaching your eyes. Some of that light has been traveling through space for thousands of years. The stars you are seeing are not as they are now, but as they were when that light first set out on its journey toward Earth. When you look at a star 1,000 light years away, you are seeing it as it was 1,000 years ago. You are looking backward in time, seeing ancient light, witnessing events that are already history by the time the light arrives here. The Aboriginal peoples understood time differently than Western culture does. Where Western thinking tends to be linear, with history stretching from past to present to future in a straight line, Aboriginal thinking often conceives of time as more cyclical, with the present connected to the dreamtime, the eternal creative period when ancestral beings shaped the land and established the laws and patterns that still govern existence. The dreamtime is not just the past. It is also the present and the future, an eternal now that can be accessed through ceremony and story and connection to specific places in the landscape. Certain rock formations, waterholes, trees, all carry dreamtime significance, marking places where ancestral beings traveled or transformed or left their mark on the world. The rocks you are resting among might well be such a place. Many outback rock formations are sacred sites, associated with specific dreamtime stories, visited for ceremony, understood as living presences rather than inert stone. Without specific knowledge of which groups claim this area and which stories they tell about it, you cannot know whether these particular rocks hold that significance. But it is entirely possible, even likely, that they do, that Aboriginal people have visited this place for tens of thousands of years, have told stories about it, have performed ceremonies here, have understood it as part of the sacred geography that gives meaning and structure to the land. You sit with that thought, feeling the warmth of the rock beneath you, looking up at stars that Aboriginal peoples have been watching from the same landscape, for longer than any other people have continuously occupied any place on Earth. There is profound depth in that continuity, a connection to place and to time that most modern cultures have lost or never had. The Australian continent has been isolated for millions of years, ever since it split from Antarctica and began drifting northward. This isolation has allowed unique flora and fauna to evolve here, species found nowhere else on Earth. The mammals are mostly marsupials or monotremes, two groups that are far less common elsewhere. The birds include species unknown outside Australia and nearby islands. The plants show adaptations to the dry conditions and poor soils that dominate much of the continent. But the isolation also meant that when Aboriginal peoples first arrived, they found a continent with no other humans, no cities or agriculture or domesticated animals. They developed their own unique culture in this unique environment, adapted their technologies and knowledge systems to the specific conditions of the Australian landscape, created one of the most successful and sustainable long-term human cultures ever to exist. That sustainability is particularly remarkable. For over 60,000 years, Aboriginal peoples lived in Australia without causing the kind of environmental degradation that has marked many other human societies. They did not clear vast forests, did not deplete fish stocks, did not drive large numbers of species to extinction beyond the megafaunal extinctions that occurred early in their occupation and may or may not have been primarily human-caused. They developed sophisticated understanding of fire ecology, using controlled burns to manage vegetation, promote certain plant species, clear undergrowth, and create a mosaic of different habitat types that supported high biodiversity. This achievement is even more impressive when you consider the harsh conditions of much of the continent. Australia is the driest inhabited continent, with vast areas receiving minimal rainfall, experiencing extreme temperatures, offering limited and often unpredictable resources. Yet Aboriginal peoples not only survived here but thrived, developing rich cultures, complex social systems, sophisticated art and music and storytelling traditions. The rock art found throughout Australia, in caves and on rock faces and in sheltered overhangs, includes some of the oldest art on Earth, with some sites showing continuous or intermittent use over tens of thousands of years. The art depicts animals and people and spirits and symbols whose meanings are sometimes still known to traditional owners and sometimes lost to time. It serves purposes both practical and spiritual, recording events, teaching knowledge, communicating with ancestral beings, marking territory, creating beauty. You stand and continue exploring among the rocks, and in a sheltered hollow, you find something that makes you catch your breath. On the smooth surface of a boulder, barely visible in the starlight, there are markings, not natural erosion patterns, but something deliberately made. Hand stencils created by placing a hand against the rock and blowing ochre pigment around it, leaving a negative image. And next to them, symbols you do not recognize, geometric patterns that clearly mean something, but whose meaning is inaccessible to you without cultural context. You do not touch them. This is someone else's heritage, someone else's sacred site perhaps. These marks might be hundreds or thousands of years old, connecting you across time to the person who stood in this exact spot and placed their hand on this same rock and left their mark. A human presence in this vast landscape, a statement that says, "I was here, I mattered, I leave this evidence of my existence." There is something profoundly moving about this connection across such a span of time. The hand that made these marks was the same size and shape as your own hand. The person attached to that hand experienced the same basic human realities: hunger and thirst, tiredness and renewal, joy and sorrow, connection and solitude. They looked up at the same stars, walked on the same red earth, sheltered among these same rocks. The cultural context was utterly different, the knowledge and beliefs and practices entirely foreign to your own. But the fundamental human experience, the embodied reality of being a conscious creature in this world, that was the same. You move away from the rock art, leaving it undisturbed, and make your way to the highest point of this rock formation. From here, the view is even more expansive, the horizon even more distant. You can see the faint silhouettes of other rock formations scattered across the plain, some relatively close, some many kilometers distant. During the day, they would be visible as landmarks, helping with navigation, marking specific places in what might otherwise seem like featureless landscape. But for Aboriginal peoples, the landscape was never featureless. Every element had meaning, was known, was part of a comprehensive understanding that included not just the physical geography, but also the social and spiritual geography, the stories and songs and laws associated with each place. To travel through country was not just to move through physical space, but to move through story and song, to follow the paths of ancestral beings, to recite or sing the knowledge associated with each landmark. This system, sometimes called songlines, created a kind of map encoded in music and story, a way of navigating across vast distances without writing or physical maps, a way of maintaining and transmitting knowledge across generations. The songs told where to find water, what plants were edible or medicinal, where certain animals could be found at certain times, what the terrain ahead would be like. They were practical knowledge and spiritual knowledge combined, inseparable, equally important for survival and for maintaining cultural identity. The colonial disruption of Aboriginal culture was catastrophic in many ways, but one of the most tragic was the disruption of this knowledge transmission. When people were removed from their traditional lands, when languages were suppressed, when cultural practices were forbidden, entire libraries of knowledge were lost. Stories and songs and understandings that had been maintained for thousands of years simply ceased to be passed on. Some of that knowledge has survived, preserved by people who resisted assimilation, who maintained their languages and practices despite tremendous pressure and persecution, who have worked to revive and teach traditions to younger generations. But much has been lost irretrievably, a cultural tragedy whose full extent we cannot even measure because we do not know what we do not know, cannot catalog what has disappeared without record. You sit on the highest rock and look up at the sky again, and now you notice that the stars are beginning to wheel, to shift position as the Earth rotates. Constellations that were on the eastern horizon when you arrived are now higher in the sky. Others have set in the west. The night is progressing, though there is no way to judge time accurately without a clock, just the slow rotation of the celestial sphere overhead. The silence is profound here. In most places humans live, there is always some background noise: traffic, machinery, other people, wind in trees or buildings, water moving. But here in the deep outback at night, when the wind is calm as it is tonight, the silence is total. The only sounds are the ones you make yourself: your breathing, your movements, the small sounds of settling stone as temperature changes cause expansion or contraction. This silence has a quality to it, a presence. It is not the absence of sound so much as a positive thing in itself, a deep quietness that seems to extend not just horizontally across the landscape, but vertically, down into the ancient rocks beneath you, up into the vast spaces between stars. It is a silence that predates human presence on this continent, that will continue long after humans are gone, a fundamental quality of this place that no amount of noise could permanently disturb. Sitting in this silence, under this sky, on this ancient rock in this ancient land, you feel a perspective shift that is both humbling and liberating. The concerns and worries of daily modern life seem absurd from this vantage point. The pace of contemporary existence, the constant stimulation and demands and distractions, the endless pursuit of goals that are ultimately meaningless against the scale of geological time and cosmic space, all of it falls away, revealed as the temporary and contingent thing it is. What remains is something more fundamental, the simple reality of existence, of being a conscious creature capable of perceiving and thinking and feeling, temporarily embodied in this particular place and time, connected through biology and chemistry and physics to everything else that exists, made of atoms that were forged in ancient stars, destined to return to the great cycles of matter and energy that constitute the universe. This is not depressing, but somehow reassuring. You are part of something vast and ancient and ongoing. Your individual life is brief and small, yes, but it is also real and valuable and meaningful, not despite its smallness, but in some way because of it, because it is a particular expression of the universal patterns, a unique configuration of matter and energy that has never existed before and will never exist again in exactly this form. The Aboriginal concept of connection to country speaks to this, the understanding that people are not separate from the land, but are part of it, emerging from it, sustained by it, returning to it. That the land is not property to be owned but relationship to be maintained, responsibility to be fulfilled, story to be kept alive through continued presence and engagement and care. The magical outback stretches vast and red and ancient under stars that blaze with impossible brightness, holding its stories and its silences, its rocks and its sparse vegetation, its extreme temperatures and its subtle beauties, waiting patiently through the darkness for the sun to rise again and bring another day to this old land that has seen so many days before and will see so many days to come. Indifferent to individual human presence, but holding nonetheless the marks and memories of all the peoples who have walked across its surface and looked up at its sky and tried to make meaning of their brief passage through this world. The magical ruins tonight, you find yourself leaving the vast openness of the outback behind, moving through landscape that is shifting again, becoming less arid, more vegetated, the ground rising and falling in gentle hills rather than stretching flat to distant horizons. The stars remain brilliant overhead, but the silhouettes of trees are beginning to appear against them, and ahead, through a gap in those trees, you can see something rising from the land. Ruins. Not a castle this time, not a fortification built for defense and power. These are different ruins, older perhaps, or at least feeling older, their purpose less immediately obvious. As you approach through the darkness, the structures resolve into more detail. Columns, some still standing tall, others broken and scattered across the ground. Walls mostly collapsed, their stones tumbled into heaps that vegetation has begun to colonize. The outline of foundations, barely visible in the starlight, suggesting buildings that once stood here but are now reduced to their lowest courses. This is an ancient site, you realize as you get closer. Not medieval, not even early medieval. This is something older, from the classical world perhaps, Greek or Roman, or one of the other civilizations that flourished around the Mediterranean and beyond during the centuries before the Common Era and the early centuries after. You step carefully among the ruins, avoiding loose stones and holes in the ground where cellars or storage chambers have collapsed. The moonlight is beginning to touch the site now, rising over the trees to the east, and in that silvery light, the ruins take on an ethereal quality, half real and half imagined, like a dream of antiquity made manifest in stone. The columns that still stand are fluted, their surfaces carved with vertical grooves that catch shadow and light, creating patterns that shift as you move around them. Some columns are topped with capitals, the decorative elements that marked different architectural orders. You can see what appears to be Ionic capitals, with their distinctive scroll shapes called volutes, curling like stylized ram's horns at the corners. These architectural details speak to the sophistication of whoever built this place. The fluting of columns was not structurally necessary. It was aesthetic, a choice made to create beauty and to demonstrate skill and to follow traditions that had been established over centuries of architectural development. The specific style of capitals indicated the order being used and conveyed meaning about the building's purpose and importance. You move deeper into the ruins, and the layout begins to suggest itself. There was clearly a large central building here, perhaps a temple, its foundation still visible as a rectangular outline of stones. Around this central structure, other buildings stood, smaller structures that might have been treasuries or administrative buildings, or housing for priests or attendants. This was probably a sacred complex, a religious site where people came to worship, to make offerings, to consult oracles, to participate in festivals and ceremonies. Such sites were common throughout the ancient Mediterranean world. They served both religious and social functions, creating focal points for communities, places where people gathered not just for worship, but for commerce and politics and cultural exchange. The specific gods worshipped here, if this was indeed a temple complex, are unknown to you without more context, but you can imagine the ceremonies that might have taken place. Processions moving through these spaces, people dressed in ceremonial garments, carrying offerings of food or wine or flowers or crafted objects. Priests conducting rituals according to ancient traditions, speaking formulaic prayers, performing prescribed actions that had been repeated the same way for generations or centuries. Animal sacrifice might have occurred here, a practice that seems barbaric to modern sensibilities, but was central to ancient religious practice across many cultures. Animals, usually domesticated animals like sheep or cattle, would be ritually slaughtered, their meat cooked and distributed, part offered to the gods through burning, part consumed by priests, part shared among worshippers. This created a connection between the divine and human realms, and it also served practical social functions, redistributing protein in communities where meat was not a daily food for most people. You find what appears to be an altar, a large stone block with channels carved into its surface, probably to allow blood or libations to flow in controlled ways. The stone is weathered now, its surface eroded by centuries or millennia of exposure to rain and wind and temperature changes. But it still conveys a sense of purpose, of sacred function, of being a liminal point where human and divine were understood to meet. Sitting on a fallen column drum, a cylindrical section of column that has toppled and rolled to its resting position, you look around at the ruins and try to imagine them as they were. The columns would have been painted, not the bare white marble or stone that we associate with classical ruins today. Ancient Greek and Roman buildings were often brightly colored, with columns painted in reds and blues and golds, with pediments and friezes decorated with vivid polychrome sculptures. The modern preference for white marble ruins is actually a misunderstanding of antiquity. Over centuries, the paint wore away, leaving bare stone, and when Renaissance and later scholars began studying classical remains, they assumed the white stone was original, that classical taste favored austere unpainted stone. This misunderstanding influenced architecture for centuries, creating the neoclassical style that reproduces classical forms in white stone or painted white, missing the original vibrancy entirely. But here tonight in moonlight, the lack of color somehow suits the ruins. They glow pale in the silvery light, mysterious and beautiful, speaking to time and endurance rather than to the specific moment of their original use. The ruins are not trying to be what they were. They are something else now, transformed by time into monuments to impermanence, to the inevitable decay of all human works, to the way nature reclaims what humans build. Vegetation grows throughout the site, grasses and shrubs and small trees taking advantage of the protected spaces between stones, the accumulated soil in collapsed areas, the moisture that collects where structures create shade or channel rainwater. In some places, tree roots have grown through and around stonework, embracing it, incorporating it into the tree's own structure, making it unclear where stone ends and living wood begins. This process of natural reclamation is simultaneously destructive and beautiful. The roots break apart stonework, forcing blocks out of alignment, accelerating the collapse of remaining walls. But they also create a kind of synthesis between human and natural, between the built and the grown, between what was made with intention and what arises through organic processes. Some preservationists fight this process, removing vegetation, stabilizing structures, trying to arrest decay. Others argue that ruins should be allowed to continue their natural trajectory, to become part of the landscape rather than remaining as frozen monuments to a specific moment. Both approaches have merit. Preservation maintains historical knowledge and allows future generations to study and appreciate what was built. Natural reclamation acknowledges the reality of impermanence and the rights of non-human nature to reclaim space. You stand and begin walking around the perimeter of the site, following what appears to be an ancient processional way, a paved path that would have led visitors from the entrance of the sacred precinct to the main temple. The paving stones are worn smooth by countless footsteps, their surfaces uneven now from settling and plant growth, but still clearly intentional, still recognizable as human construction. The path leads you to what might have been the main entrance to the complex, where larger foundation stones suggest a gate or monumental entranceway. From here, looking back toward the central ruins, you can see how the site was laid out, can understand the progression from mundane space to sacred space, the way architecture was used to create a sense of approaching something important, something worthy of reverence. Ancient builders understood the psychological effects of architectural space. They used scale and proportion and materials and decoration to create emotional responses, to make people feel small in the presence of the divine, or elevated by association with sacred space, or connected to community through shared participation in ceremonies. The ruins you're standing in were designed to have these effects, and even in their collapsed state, something of that intention remains. You find a place near the entrance where several large stone blocks have fallen in such a way as to create a kind of seat, and you settle there, looking back at the ruins, watching as the moon climbs higher and its light strengthens, revealing more detail, creating deeper shadows, transforming the sight moment by moment as the angle of illumination changes. The history of this place is unknown to you without more information, but you can make educated guesses based on what you see. The architectural style suggests a classical civilization, probably during the height of their power and cultural development, when they had resources to devote to monumental religious architecture. The level of decay suggests the site has been abandoned for a very long time, centuries at minimum, possibly more than a millennium. Why was it abandoned? The reasons could be many. Sometimes religious sites fell out of use because the religion itself changed or was replaced, as happened throughout the Mediterranean world with the spread of Christianity, when pagan temples were abandoned or deliberately destroyed or repurposed as churches. Sometimes sites were abandoned for political reasons, when the power that supported them collapsed or shifted elsewhere. Sometimes environmental changes made locations less viable, or economic shifts meant resources were no longer available for maintenance. Or sometimes disaster struck. Earthquakes could destroy sacred complexes, and if the destruction was seen as a sign of divine displeasure, the sites might not be rebuilt. Invasions could result in deliberate destruction of enemy religious sites. Plagues could depopulate regions so thoroughly that there were not enough survivors to maintain religious institutions. Whatever the reason, this place was left to time and weather and the slow work of decay. The roof timbers rotted and collapsed. Without maintenance, rain found its way through to stone that had been protected, accelerating weathering. Frost forced its way into cracks, expanding and contracting with temperature changes, slowly forcing stones apart. Plants colonized protected niches and grew, their roots finding purchase in the smallest gaps and gradually enlarging them. And yet, remarkably, so much remains. The foundations are still visible, columns still stand, the basic layout is still comprehensible. These structures were built to last, constructed with skill and care, and using materials chosen for their durability. The stone is probably local, quarried from nearby hills, selected for its strength and its workability. The individual blocks were shaped by masons who understood stone, who knew how to split it along natural planes of weakness, how to dress it smooth or leave it rough as the design required, how to fit blocks together so precisely that mortar was barely necessary. Some ancient structures were built with such precision that even today, you cannot slide a knife blade between stones. The fit is perfect, achieved through patient cutting and fitting, testing and adjusting, working stone against stone until the surfaces matched exactly. This level of craftsmanship was expensive in terms of time and labor, but it created structures that could last for millennia, and in many cases have. You stand and begin exploring the site more systematically, trying to understand its full extent. The central temple complex is just one part. Extending away from it, you find evidence of other structures, smaller buildings that might have served various functions. There is what appears to be a treasury, a small fortified building where valuable offerings would have been stored. Temples accumulated wealth through donations and dedications, gold and silver objects, fine textiles, artworks, all given by worshippers seeking divine favor or fulfilling vows. There is also what might be a theater or amphitheater, a semicircular depression in the hillside with stone seating, partially collapsed but still recognizable. Religious festivals in the ancient world often included dramatic performances, athletic competitions, musical contests. These were not separate from religion, but were understood as part of religious observance, offerings to the gods in the form of human excellence and artistry. You climb up into the theater seating, finding a place about midway up the semicircle, and you sit looking down at what would have been the performance space. The acoustics of Greek and Roman theaters were sophisticated, designed so that even a voice at normal speaking volume could be heard clearly in the highest seats. The semicircular shape reflected sound toward the audience, and the material and angles were calculated to minimize echo while maximizing clarity. Sitting here, you speak a few words aloud, testing the acoustics. Your voice sounds clear and present, even though you are speaking normally, not projecting. The The space does something to the sound, focusing it, enhancing it. You can imagine the theater filled with people, hundreds of them, all watching a performance, all hearing every word despite the lack of amplification, all participating in a shared cultural and religious experience. The plays performed here, if this was indeed a Greek theater, would likely have been tragedies or comedies, both genres that had religious origins and continued to carry religious meaning even as they developed into sophisticated dramatic forms. Tragedies often dealt with the relationship between humans and fate, between mortals and gods, exploring themes of hubris and divine punishment and the limits of human understanding. Comedies were often more overtly religious, with plots involving gods and their interventions in human affairs, though they approached these themes through humor rather than through the serious exploration of tragedy. The audience watching these performances was participating in religious festival as much as they were being entertained. The theater was sacred space, the performances were ritual activities, and the experience was meant to create connection between human and divine, to explore moral and metaphysical questions, to reinforce shared cultural values and religious understanding. You descend from the theater and continue your exploration, moving to the edges of the complex where the sacred precinct would have transitioned to more mundane spaces. Here you find evidence of workshops, areas where artisans created the objects needed for temple functions, pottery for storage and ritual use, metalwork for implements and decorations, stone carving for architectural elements and votive sculptures. These workshops would have been busy places, employing skilled craftspeople who might have devoted their entire careers to temple service. Some temples had their own bakeries, producing bread for offerings and for distribution to the poor. Some had their own textile workshops, creating the ceremonial clothing and hangings needed for rituals. Some even minted their own coins, using precious metals from temple treasuries. In the foundation trenches of what appears to be a workshop, you notice something glinting in the moonlight. Bending down, you brush away loose soil and find a small bronze object, corroded but still recognizable as a tool of some kind, perhaps a stylus or a small blade. You hold it carefully, feeling the weight of it, marveling that something so small has survived so long, that it was last touched by human hands centuries or millennia ago and now is being touched again. You replace the object carefully where you found it, not taking it, not disturbing the archaeological context. It belongs here, part of the story of this place, evidence for future archaeologists who might excavate this site properly, recording positions and associations, building understanding of how the complex functioned and how people lived and worked here. Moving back toward the central temple ruins, you notice something you missed before, an inscription carved into a stone block that has fallen but remains partially visible. The letters are worn and difficult to read in the moonlight, and even if you could read them clearly, they are in an ancient language you do not know. But their presence is moving nonetheless, evidence of specific people, specific events, specific moments when someone decided to carve words into stone, creating a permanent record of something that seemed important enough to preserve. So many ancient inscriptions have been lost, weathered away completely, or broken into pieces so small that the text cannot be reconstructed, or removed and reused as building material in later construction, the carved faces turned inward where they cannot be seen. The inscriptions that survive are a tiny fraction of what once existed, and from them, scholars painstakingly reconstruct ancient languages and histories and social structures. Each inscription is a voice from the past, speaking across centuries, telling us something about the people who lived then. Some inscriptions are grand, commemorating great deeds or recording important decisions. Others are humble, marking graves or recording simple dedications. But all of them were made by people who hoped they would last, who wanted to leave some mark on the world, some evidence that they existed and that they mattered. You find a place to sit near the central temple, your back against a fallen column, and you rest there, looking up at the ruins silhouetted against the starry sky. The moon is high now, and its light is strong enough that you can see clearly, can make out the textures of stone, can watch the shadows shift as slight changes in cloud cover or your own position alter the angles of illumination. There is a particular quality to ruins at night, something that is lost when they are visited during daylight hours with crowds of tourists and guides and information plaques. At night, empty and silent, ruins become more purely themselves, more clearly monuments to time rather than reconstructed historical sites. The imagination can fill in what is missing without being constrained by too much information, can sense the presence of the past without having it explained and categorized and made safe for consumption. Not that education and interpretation are not valuable. They absolutely are. Understanding the history and function and significance of ruins adds depth to the experience, provides context that makes the stones more meaningful. But there is also value in the direct encounter, the unmediated experience of being present with ancient stones under an ancient sky, allowing your own responses and thoughts and feelings to arise without being shaped by authoritative interpretation. You think about all the people who have passed through this place over the centuries. First, the builders, hauling stone and shaping it and placing it with care, creating this complex over what were probably many years or even decades of work. Then the people who used it, generations or centuries of worshippers who came here for festivals and ceremonies and private devotions, who made offerings and prayed and participated in the religious life of their community. Then, after the abandonment, others who came for different reasons. People who quarried the ruins for building stone, seeing them not as monuments to be preserved, but as convenient sources of already cut material. Artists and scholars who visited to study and sketch and try to understand what had stood here and what it meant. Travelers who came out of curiosity or for the romantic appeal of ruins. And now you, sitting in the moonlight, part of this long chain of human engagement with this place. The ruins will continue after you leave, continuing their slow transformation, year by year becoming more incorporated into the natural landscape, more overgrown, more collapsed, until eventually, if they are not excavated and preserved, they will be reduced to barely visible mounds, their stones scattered or buried, their purpose forgotten except in the archaeological record. But that is far in the future. For now, they stand, or rather, they remain, offering themselves to the night and the moonlight and the occasional visitor who finds their way here. They serve a different purpose now than they did originally, but it is still a purpose of value. They remind us of the depth of human history, the fact that people have been building and creating and worshiping and trying to make meaning of existence for thousands upon thousands of years. They remind us that civilizations rise and fall, that what seems permanent is actually temporary, that time transforms everything. But they also remind us of continuity, of the human capacity to create beauty and meaning, of the fact that even when specific cultures and religions and political systems disappear, something of what they created persists, speaks to later generations, connects us to our ancestors in the great ongoing human project of trying to understand the world and our place in it. You stand eventually, knowing that you cannot remain here indefinitely, that your journey continues, that other landscapes and experiences await. But you take a moment to look around once more, to fix this scene in memory. The pale columns in moonlight, the scattered stones half reclaimed by vegetation, the foundations sketching out the plan of buildings that once stood proud and complete, the vast sky overhead filled with stars that have watched this place through all its transformations. The magical ruins stand patient in the night, holding their stories, offering their quiet testament to impermanence and endurance both, to the human impulse to build and create and worship, and to time's gentle but inexorable work of returning all human creations to the earth from which they came slowly, patiently, without judgment, just the natural process of entropy and decay balanced against the persistent efforts of humans to create things that will outlast their own brief lives. The magical train journey tonight, you find yourself at a station. Not a modern station with electronic displays and hurried crowds and announcements echoing from loudspeakers. This is an older kind of station, smaller, quieter, built in a time when train travel was slower and people approached it with more patience and perhaps more sense of occasion. The station building is constructed of red brick, weathered but solid, with high arched windows and decorative elements in the Victorian or Edwardian style. The platform is nearly empty, just you and perhaps one or two other figures barely visible in the dim light from old-fashioned lamps that cast yellow pools of illumination at intervals along the platform's length. A clock hangs from the platform canopy, its face large and easy to read even in the low light. The hands point to a time deep in the night, and you realize that you are waiting for a night train, one of those services that depart in the small hours, carrying passengers through darkness to destinations where they will arrive at dawn or shortly after. There is something romantic about night trains, something that captures the imagination in a way that daytime travel does not. Perhaps it is the sense of stolen time, of traveling while the world sleeps, of covering distance without experiencing the passage of that distance because you are sleeping or at least resting in a darkened carriage. Or perhaps it is the intimacy of shared space in darkness, the temporary community formed by strangers traveling through the night together, each absorbed in their own thoughts or their own rest, but all sharing the same journey. You hear the train before you see it, a distant sound growing gradually louder, the rhythmic chuffing of a steam engine, a sound that is anachronistic in most parts of the modern world, but that was once the dominant sound of long-distance travel, the heartbeat of industrial civilization's expansion across continents. Then the train rounds a curve and comes into view, its headlamp bright, cutting through the darkness, illuminating the track ahead. Steam rises from the engine, ghostly white against the dark sky. The train is slowing, brakes engaging, metal grinding against metal, the great mass of the locomotive and its carriages gradually reducing speed as it approaches the platform. The engine passes you, immense and powerful even at slow speed, heat radiating from it, the smell of coal smoke and hot metal and steam heavy in the air. Behind it, the carriages appear, older wooden or metal carriages with windows showing warm light within, creating rectangles of gold against the darkness, suggesting comfort and shelter and human presence. The train comes to a stop, sighing out a final breath of steam, settling into stillness. A conductor appears at one of the carriage doors, an older person in a railway uniform that looks like it has been worn for many years and worn with pride. They nod to you, a simple acknowledgement, and gesture toward the open door. You climb the steps up into the carriage, and immediately the atmosphere changes. You have left the cool night air of the platform and entered a warmer, enclosed space, lit by small shaded lamps, fitted out with polished wood and brass fixtures and upholstered seats. This is a sleeper carriage, you realize, designed specifically for overnight travel, with compartments that can be configured as small private rooms with beds and basic amenities. The conductor guides you to a compartment, opens the door, and shows you inside. It is small but carefully designed to make maximum use of the limited space. A bench seat that can be converted into a bed, an upper berth that folds down from the wall, a small sink with running water, hooks for hanging clothes, a luggage rack, a reading lamp, a window with a blind that can be drawn for privacy. The conductor explains briefly how everything works, then wishes you a good journey and departs, sliding the door closed behind them, leaving you alone in your small moving room. You hear the train beginning to move almost immediately, the initial jerk as the couplings between carriages take up slack, then the smooth acceleration as the locomotive gets the train moving, gradually building speed as it leaves the station behind. You move to the window and raise the blind, looking out as the station slides past, the platform lamps becoming points of light that recede into the distance, and then the station is gone, and you are moving through open country, through darkness, with only occasional lights visible to mark human habitation, farms or small villages scattered across the landscape. The rhythm of the train is immediately apparent, the clickety-clack of wheels passing over rail joints, a sound that has been described by countless travelers, a sound that is soothing once you adjust to it, a mechanical lullaby that can carry you toward sleep if you let it. The carriage sways slightly with the motion of the train, a gentle rocking that is not unpleasant, that becomes part of the overall experience of being in motion while at rest. You settle onto the bench seat and watch the darkness passing outside the window. The train is moving through countryside now, following tracks that were laid down a century or more ago, following routes that were chosen for their directness or their engineering feasibility, cutting through hills, curving around obstacles, crossing rivers and valleys on bridges and viaducts that were themselves marvels of construction when they were built. Railway engineering in the 19th century, when most of these lines were built, required solving problems that had never been encountered before. How to build on soft ground, how to maintain level grades over long distances, how to create curves that would allow trains to pass safely at speed, how to build bridges strong enough to support the enormous weight of locomotives and carriages, and flexible enough to withstand the vibrations and dynamic loads of trains passing over them. The solutions developed by railway engineers became the foundation for much of modern civil engineering. Techniques for excavating tunnels, for building retaining walls, for creating stable embankments, for designing metal and masonry structures, all were advanced significantly by the demands of railway construction. And the railways themselves became the largest engineering projects of their era, employing thousands or tens of thousands of workers, moving millions of tons of earth and stone, consuming vast quantities of materials, reshaping landscapes on a scale that had never been attempted before. The social impact of railways was equally profound. Before railways, long-distance travel was slow and expensive, available only to the wealthy who could afford coach travel or their own conveyances. Most people never traveled more than a few miles from where they were born. Railways made travel accessible to ordinary people for the first time, allowing workers to migrate for jobs, families to maintain connections across distances, ideas and goods and people to move at unprecedented speed. Railways also changed the experience of time itself. Before railways, each town kept its own local time, based on the sun's position. This created confusion when railways tried to operate to schedules, because the time in one town might be several minutes different from the time in the next town. Railways led to the adoption of standardized time zones, coordinating clocks across entire regions or countries so that train schedules could be meaningful and reliable. The train you are on is moving through this history, following rails that are part of this great 19th century transformation, traveling at night as people have been traveling at night on trains for more than a century and a half. You are part of a tradition, a long line of night train passengers who have watched darkness pass outside their windows, who have been lulled by the rhythm of the wheels, who have experienced the strange, timeless feeling of being in motion while everything around you is still. You decide to convert the bench into a bed, following the conductor's instructions, folding down the mattress, unfolding the bedding that was stored beneath the bench. The sheets are crisp and clean, the blanket heavy wool, everything slightly old-fashioned but well-maintained, speaking to a tradition of service and care that persists on some railways even in the modern era. You lie down on the bed and pull the blanket up, and from this position, you can still see out the window, watching the darkness pass, occasionally seeing lights flash by close to the track, signals or maintenance buildings or level crossings where roads intersect the railway line. The motion of the train is more noticeable lying down, but it remains soothing rather than disturbing, the gentle swaying and the rhythmic sounds creating an environment that is conducive to rest even if full sleep remains elusive. The train's whistle sounds, a long echoing note that carries across the night landscape, warning of the train's approach, signaling at crossings, asserting the presence of this massive machine moving through the darkness. The whistle of a steam train is one of the most evocative sounds of the railway age, mournful and powerful both, a sound that could carry for miles, that announced arrivals and departures, that became part of the soundtrack of life for people living near railway lines. You watch as the landscape begins to change outside the window. The flat or gently rolling countryside is giving way to hills, and the train is starting to climb, its speed reducing slightly, the sound of the locomotive intensifying as it works harder to pull the train uphill. The track is curving more frequently now, following the contours of the land, finding the most practical route through increasingly challenging terrain. Then the train enters a tunnel, and the window goes dark except for occasional glimpses of the tunnel wall rushing past, just meters from the carriage. The sound changes, becoming louder, more echoing, the clickety-clack of the wheels amplified by the confined space. You can smell smoke from the locomotive, drawn back along the train, though the carriage is well sealed enough that it does not become overpowering. The tunnel lasts longer than you expect, several minutes of darkness and amplified sound, and the sense of being enclosed in the earth. This is one of the great railway tunnels, probably boring through a mountain or a significant ridge, a major engineering achievement that required years of work by hundreds of men laboring in dangerous conditions, excavating by hand and with explosives, shoring up the tunnel as they advanced, gradually creating this passage through solid rock. Then the train emerges back into open air, and the relief of seeing sky again, even dark sky, is palpable. You take a deeper breath, not having realized how the tunnel was affecting you, how the sense of enclosure was creating subtle tension. Now, back in the open, the tension releases, and you settle more deeply into the bed, letting the rhythm of the train carry you toward actual sleep. You drift for a while in that liminal state between waking and sleeping, aware of the train's motion, aware of your surroundings, but not fully conscious, not fully engaged with thought. Images and sensations float through your mind, all the landscapes you have moved through tonight, the woodland and the lake and the beach and the cabin and the castle and the crystal cave and the lighthouse and the loch and the outback and the ruins, all of them somehow part of a continuous journey, even though they are geographically distant and distinct. The train begins to descend now, having crossed whatever high ground required the tunnel, following a downgrade that allows the locomotive to ease its efforts, the train picking up speed, the rhythm of the wheels accelerating, the swaying becoming more pronounced as the train negotiates curves at higher velocity. You open your eyes and look out the window again, and now you can see that the sky is beginning to change. Not truly lightening yet, but losing some of its absolute darkness, taking on a quality that suggests dawn is approaching even if it is not yet imminent. The stars are still visible, but perhaps slightly less bright, and the shapes of the landscape are becoming very faintly more distinct. The train is following a river now, you realize. You can see the water occasionally, dark and reflecting the slightest hint of approaching dawn, winding through a valley that the railway follows. This is common in railway routing. Rivers create natural level routes through mountain country, and building railways along river valleys avoided the need for excessive climbing or for extensive tunneling. The relationship between railways and rivers created some of the most scenic railway routes in the world, lines that follow major rivers for hundreds of kilometers, passing through gorges and valleys, offering passengers continuous views of moving water and the landscapes shaped by that water over millions of years. Some of these routes have become famous precisely for their scenery, valued not primarily for their transportation function, but for the experience of the journey itself. You sit up and move back to the bench seat, wanting to watch the approaching dawn more actively. The window faces east, you think, based on where the lightning sky is most pronounced, which means the train is traveling roughly northward or southward, following the river valley in one of those directions. Small stations pass occasionally, wayside stops where the train does not pause this night, but where passengers might board or alight during daytime services. Some of these stations are lit, suggesting they are still staffed or at least maintained, while others are dark, perhaps closed, or perhaps just unstaffed at this hour, waiting for daytime services to bring them to life again. Each station is a small node of human presence in the landscape, a place where the railway connects to the land around it, where goods and people can transfer between the mobility of the train and the rootedness of place. Before railways, these small towns would have been relatively isolated, connected to the wider world only by slow coach services or by their own efforts. Railways brought them into a network, made them accessible, changed their economies and their cultures in fundamental ways. Some places flourished because of railways, growing into substantial towns or cities because they were at junctions, or because they had resources that could be efficiently transported by rail. Other places declined, bypassed by railways that chose different routes, left isolated as economic activity flowed along the new steel paths instead of the old road or river routes. The train's whistle sounds again, and you realize you are approaching another station, this one apparently a scheduled stop. The train begins to slow, and you can see platform lights ahead and the shapes of a few people waiting, night travelers like yourself, preparing to board or waiting to meet someone arriving. The train glides to a stop with a final hiss of steam and the squeal of brakes. You hear doors opening, voices in quiet conversation, footsteps on the platform, luggage being moved. The sounds of arrival and departure, of connection and farewell, sounds that have been part of railway stations for as long as railways have existed, sounds that represent the human stories that railways carry along with passengers and freight. The stop is brief. Within a few minutes, the conductor's whistle sounds, a signal that the train is ready to depart. The locomotive responds with a chuff of steam, the carriages jerk slightly as the couplings tighten, and the train begins to move again, accelerating smoothly, pulling away from the platform, leaving the station behind to sink back into its nighttime quietness. The sky is definitely lighter now. Dawn is approaching, that gradual transformation from night to day that happens every day but never loses its power to move those who pay attention. The stars are fading, visible still in the western sky, but disappearing in the east where the sun will soon rise. The landscape is becoming visible in silhouette first, dark shapes against a lighter sky, details still indistinct but the general forms of hills and trees and buildings emerging from the darkness. You watch this transformation with full attention, not wanting to miss any part of it. The sky goes through a progression of colors, deep purple, then lighter purple, then dark blue, then lighter blue, and finally, as the sun approaches the horizon, pinks and oranges and golds that spread across the eastern sky, announcing the day. The moment of sunrise itself is still a few minutes away, but the world is already transformed by the approaching light. Color is returning to the landscape. The river beside the track is visible now, its surface reflecting the colored sky. The fields and forests beyond the river are showing their greens and browns instead of being just black shapes. The world is waking up, and you are here to witness it from this moving train, carried through the transformation, experiencing it as a journey rather than as a stationary observation. Then the sun breaks the horizon, a brilliant point of light that quickly swells into a disk, too bright to look at directly, casting long shadows, turning the landscape golden, making the river sparkle, creating a new day that feels fresh and full of possibility. The train continues its journey, now traveling through daylight, and the experience changes. What was mysterious and interior becomes open and visible. You can see where you are now, can identify specific features of the landscape, can watch the details of the world passing by instead of sensing them as dark shapes and distant lights. You are traveling through agricultural land mostly, fields prepared for spring planting or already showing early growth, depending on the season. Farm buildings appear scattered across the landscape, some clearly active and well-maintained, others abandoned or converted to other uses. The patterns of hedgerows and stone walls divide the land into parcels, creating a patchwork that speaks to centuries of agricultural use, of land being claimed and cultivated and passed down through generations. The train passes through a larger town, not stopping but slowing slightly as it navigates through the railway precinct, past goods yards and sidings and platform edges where people are waiting for local services. You catch glimpses of morning life beginning, people walking to work, shops opening, cars on streets, the ordinary business of an ordinary day in this particular place. Then the town is behind, and the train is accelerating again, returning to its comfortable cruising speed, the rhythm of the wheels settling back into that familiar pattern that has carried you through the night and into the morning. The destination is approaching now, you sense, though you have no specific knowledge of where this train is going, just a feeling that the journey is nearing its completion. And there it is ahead, visible through the window, the outskirts of a city, buildings becoming denser, the railway multiplying into multiple tracks as it approaches the terminus, signals and switches, and other infrastructure of a major railway junction appearing along the trackside. The train slows, moving carefully now through the complex trackwork, passing platforms where other trains are waiting or loading or preparing to depart. You begin to gather your few belongings, preparing for arrival, though there is no rush. The train is still several minutes from its final stop. Then the train enters the terminus, a great arched station with a roof of iron and glass, a cathedral of the railway age, built to impress and to facilitate the movement of thousands of passengers each day. The train glides along the platform, slowing smoothly, and finally comes to rest with a gentle bump and a final sigh of steam. You have arrived. The night journey is complete. You have traveled through darkness and into light, have moved across distance while experiencing time differently than normal, have been part of the great tradition of railway travel that transformed the world and continues to carry people across continents and across the experience of being in motion and at rest simultaneously. The magical train journey is complete, but it will remain with you, the memory of that night traveling through darkness, watching landscapes pass unseen, hearing the rhythm of wheels on rails, feeling the gentle sway of the carriage, experiencing dawn from a moving train, arriving into morning in a new place, transformed by the journey in small ways that might not be immediately apparent but that are real nonetheless, carried forward into whatever comes next. Enriched by the experience of having traveled through the night and emerged into a new day. And now, as the train journey ends and you step onto the platform, into the morning light of this new place, you find that something has shifted. The journey through the night, through all these landscapes and experiences, has brought you somewhere that is both new and somehow familiar. A place where you can rest, where you can settle, where the long wandering can pause. The station around you is busy with morning activity, but it does not feel overwhelming. Just the ordinary flow of people going about their lives, each absorbed in their own concerns, each traveling their own paths. You move through this flow without resistance, allowing it to carry you gently toward the station exit, out into streets that are warming in the morning sun. You find a quiet place, perhaps a bench in a small park near the station, perhaps a cafe with outdoor seating where you can sit and watch the city wake fully into day. And there you rest, letting the journey settle into memory, letting your mind quiet after the long night of movement and observation and thought. The landscapes you pass through tonight: the magical woodland with its ancient trees and gentle darkness, the magical lake with its still waters and nesting birds, the magical beach with its rhythmic waves and vast ocean beyond, the magical cabin offering shelter in the forest, the magical castle standing proud on its hilltop, the magical crystal cave glowing beneath the earth, the magical lighthouse sending its steady beam across dark water. The magical loch and its ruined castle speaking to centuries of Scottish history, the magical outback with its red earth and infinite stars, the magical ruins holding their ancient mysteries, and the magical train carrying you through the night toward dawn. All of these remain with you, not as separate experiences, but as parts of a continuous whole, a journey that was also a meditation, a movement through space that was also a movement through time and memory and imagination. Each place offered its own gifts. The woodland gave patience and rootedness, the lake gave reflection and stillness, the beach gave the rhythm of tides and the meeting of elements, the cabin gave shelter and the kindness of strangers, the castle gave perspective on power and impermanence, the crystal cave gave wonder and the beauty of hidden things, the lighthouse gave purpose and constancy and care for others, the loch gave legend and the desire for mystery, the outback gave vastness and connection to ancient time and sky. The ruins gave humility before the passage of ages, and the train gave movement itself, the experience of traveling through darkness toward light. And altogether, these places and experiences have given you something harder to name. A sense of being part of something larger, of being connected to the long story of Earth and life and human experience, of being a temporary manifestation of the same matter and energy that makes up stars and stones and seas, briefly organized into consciousness, briefly capable of perceiving and thinking and feeling, soon to return to the great cycles of transformation that constitute the universe. This is not a sad thought, but a peaceful one. There is comfort in knowing that you are part of these cycles, that your atoms have been through countless transformations before becoming you and will go through countless more after. There is freedom in recognizing that your individual concerns, however real they feel, are small against the scale of geological time and cosmic space. And there is purpose in understanding that your brief moment of consciousness is precious precisely because it is brief, that the limited time you have to experience and appreciate and contribute is what makes it valuable. You sit in the morning light, feeling the warmth of the sun on your skin, hearing the sounds of the waking city around you, aware of your own breathing and heartbeat, aware of being alive in this moment, in this place, having completed this journey and being ready now for rest. The magical landscapes continue their own existence without you. The woodland grows and changes with the seasons. The lake reflects the sky and nurtures its communities of life. The beach meets the ocean in its eternal negotiation of erosion and deposition. The cabin shelters whoever finds it. The castle stands on its hilltop, weathering slowly. The crystal cave glows in its deep darkness. The lighthouse sends its beam across the water, night after night. The loch holds its depth and darkness. The outback spreads vast under its brilliant stars. The ruins continue their slow transformation, and trains carry passengers through the night toward morning. All of this continues, with or without your attention, part of the great ongoing reality of the world. But you have visited these places, have paid attention, have allowed them to speak to you and to change you in small ways. And that attention, that willingness to be present and to receive what each place offered, that is its own kind of gift, a contribution to the meaning of these places, a moment of consciousness connecting to the larger patterns of existence. Sleep can come now if you want it, or rest without sleep, just sitting quietly in the morning, letting the experiences of the night settle into their proper places in memory and understanding. There is no rush, no pressure. No need to do anything other than simply be here, in this moment, after this journey, grateful for the experience and ready for whatever comes next. The sun climbs higher, the morning advances, the city goes about its business, and you rest peacefully, having traveled through the night and arrived into a new day, carrying all those magical places with you, changed by them in ways both obvious and subtle, enriched by the journey and by the landscapes and by the long, slow wandering through darkness toward light. The night has passed, the journey is complete. Rest comes naturally now, gently, like a tide rising to cover a beach, like sleep arriving for someone who has traveled far and is finally ready to let go and drift into dreams or into the peaceful darkness behind closed eyes, knowing that everything will be there when you wake the world, the landscapes, the journey continuing in its own way. The great patient unfolding of time and space, and all the beautiful temporary forms that consciousness takes as it moves through this universe of matter and energy and possibility. Rest now. The magical journey continues, even in rest, even in sleep, even in the quiet spaces between thoughts where something essential and peaceful waits, always available, always present, always offering itself to anyone willing to slow down enough, to pay attention enough, to journey through the night and arrive into morning transformed by the experience of having truly seen and truly listened, and truly been present with the world in all its strange and magnificent and endlessly various beauty.